I'm dumb. I'm muted. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. First, I'd like to formally apologize to a lot of you people. It's like 3 a.m. on the other side of the world, and Cammy was all like, "Bro, I was about to go to bed." I apologize. I sincerely apologize for that. Um, I wasn't going to stream. I was literally planning on just playing Monster Hunter all night because I already finished hanging out with Miss Easy Geeky. So I'm like, all right, it's like I'll call it. But then it's like I haven't been live in a few days. Right, let me switch to audio, and I'm happy. It's over. Ooh, it's 5 a.m. Okay, so it's a little early for some of you guys. Okay, okay, it's alright. It's alright, guys. We're gonna head into the day. Let me just get the chapter ready. Hold up, Ellie. Hold up, hold up. Let me just get my timestamps. Is Ellie? Yeah, she's feeling a lot better, man. Hi, Ellie. Oh, don't scare me like that again. No, I don't know. I kind of don't want to talk about it too much. We had guests. She ate something she wasn't supposed to, so she wasn't feeling well, but she's okay. She's okay. She's good. She's healthy. She just needed a little bit of recovery. Oh, Ellie. Oh, wow, 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 wow. She was so freaking bored. When I set up... Yeah, I still remember. Yeah, I still remember Haley. Wait, hold up. So I did reread the fight right before I went live. I understood everything except for one thing. I don't understand how the master key and the whistle played into the fight. That's the only thing I don't get. Like, I assume Azik's copper whistle was the one that made the zombies come out of the ground, right? And then I didn't understand how the master whistle, like the master key took into consideration in the fight. Those are the only things that kind of confused me. But other than that, we're good. It was such a cool fight, dude. Yeah, I was rereading it, and then I listened to myself on 2x speed right now before I went live, just going through the fight. I guess no, it wasn't chocolate. It was like something else, man. But yeah, she's better now. Oh, Ellie. Hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, it was kind of scary, man. I was like, she looks like really tired. The master. Oh, thank you, Cammy. I'm sorry. I know I ruined your sleep message. I ruined your sleep message. I ruined your sleep schedule. So let me read your message. How the fuck did I say sleep message? Just from. I don't know. I put like the first word and the last word in that whole sentence. Hold up. Let me let Ellie out. She was so bored right now. She was laying down, just yawning, waiting to play. And I went live. Like, she's just looking at me. I'm sorry. I gotta go live. Go for it. Go outside, Ellie. I'll be there with you in a bit, okay? Hold up. Let me open this a little bit. We need some light. Some natural lighting in here. Okay, what was that, Kemi? I see your message. The master key was formed when an Abraham member lost control under the full moon. Hence, it has hidden effects under the full moon. The whistle attracts undeads and was bundled to the key, so that whoever is interested in the whistle will touch the key and get cursed by the hidden effect. Oh! Because the wearer gets bad luck. Yeah, it's near music. Okay, rereading all to him, and it's more goated every time. It is. So, oh. Hence his bad luck. Okay, I already got the chapter up. Alright. Alright, let me get my timestamp. Alright, we are on 351. Let me move my controller out the way. I've been grinding the ever-living shit out of Monster Hunter Wilds, but we are good. We are ready. I realize my fat ass has been eating too much junk food, so I'm gonna be using this down here. It was a backup plan, but it wasn't used in the end, and it's not bad luck, but loss of control. Oh, that's the hidden effect. The hidden effect under the full moon is a loss of control. You misread Kami's comment. You missed an important point. Unhinged. You almost got me. You almost got me. It's a little too early into the stream, brother. Sup, Easy? Yo, what's up, Sandy? What's up? No, it's all good, man. I streamed like super last minute. Yeah, it was super last minute. It was like super scuffed and unprepared. No, it's all good, man. Thank you for tuning in for a little bit. Today, I'm literally planning to read until I tap out. So if you guys are down for that, to compensate for some people being asleep or people being upset and not announcing it, get tea, BRB. I have some ginger ale, so I'm good right now. All right, I have chapter, timestamps. The last thing I need to do before we read, I need to put you guys on the bottom left. Reading until you tap out is crazy. I say tap out, but I don't think it's gonna be like 10 hours. I'm gonna try and keep my voice a little low, deep. Hopefully I don't stutter too much. How long do you think it will take me to get timed out? Unhinged? Only one way to find out. Let's see how long you last. Bro, you better tune in and out, bro, as you're finishing stuff, and we'll see if I'm still going. And if I only stream like an hour or two, you guys can make fun of me. It's cool. You guys got permission. All right, let me make it a little bit bigger. Beautiful. Text size is perfect. All right, I got it. I don't think I need my glasses. Music sounds perfect. I'm gonna turn it down just a smidge. Let's see how long. Bet. All right, I'm ready. Buckle in, guys, because look, I got a fucking bag of popcorn. Not gonna lie, jabbing like 4 hours of homework, but that can wait till after stream. I'm sorry, Mr. Cool. Under the moon effect, Scarlet Corona artifact, the Master's Key ravings get amplified, leading to loss of control. Okay. Well, let me read that one more time. Under the full moon. Under moon effect, Scarlet Corona artifact, the Master Key's ravings get amplified, leading to loss of control. Okay. This fucking series is so intricate. Cuttlefish spends like a lot of time building up the world and lore. And then it goes 0 to 100 when we get into a fight. That I completely zone out for a few seconds when I'm reading. It's like I'm disassociating, man. It's like I don't know what I'm reading sometimes. Because it gets overwhelming. And then I'm trying to read your guys' messages and I get distracted. It's worth it though. It's definitely worth it. No, I'm not saying that like I think that's like one of the best compliments I can give it. I love when fights go 0 to 100. It's super cool and it's so random. Like you think one person is the main villain and then it's not, and then it's like this whole other thing that you like never see coming. I read like 5 times now on rereads. I still get surprised. Oh, really? I am definitely gonna reread it off stream. Also, quick, I wouldn't say an announcement. I'm planning to do this. I'm not gonna stream it tomorrow, but I'm gonna make shorter highlights because I know some people can't watch them all. And then I think weekly, at least for now, I might read another light novel. I know a lot of people have been talking about RI or SS or ROB. So I mean, we'll see. But I know I still need to read Mercenary and Roman, at least when it comes to manga. I'm deep in on LOM rereading. The fight is crazy and intricate. That's what I want to see once at least we read it. You see, and at least I want to read something else in between LOTM. Like LOTM is still going to be our primary thing, but we can read like something else weekly. Oh shoot, Reverend Insanity. I know those are like the 3 I always see people talk about. SS, RI, and ROV. What's going easy? How's that? She's doing a lot better. She's doing a lot better. Thank you for asking. ROV, if you start reading, I'll start rereading it. And then you guys are gonna pass me. I didn't respond to the most recent comments, but 2 people. Well, I know I've been stalling for 10 minutes. I apologize. I'm gonna read it now. I'll read it after I say this one thing. 2 people said, "Man, you're fucking slow." I'm sorry. Okay, I'm only reading this when I'm live with you guys. If I was reading this off stream, I would have been done by now. But I like reading it live with you guys. So I'm sorry if my pacing is a little slow. You will love Shadowed Slave. Revered Insanity, though, is an acquired taste. I feel like we have an acquired taste when we're reading. Okay. Yeah. I also want to read ROV. It looks cool. And I know there's an anime coming out. And after I end stream, I'm going to watch beginning after the end. So, knock on wood, it's good. People keep calling it a slideshow, but we'll find out. Alright. I actually want to restart the music. For now that we're starting. Alright. Bet. I will add that. But for now, we have started the recording. Hello. It's been a few days. I know I said I was gonna be back the next day, and by the next day I meant during the Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal, and I didn't go back. Ellie was sick, but she's better now. nice and healthy. So now we continue. Bet. We'll read them. We'll read them together. We'll probably make those weekly. So before we get into Lord of Mysteries, quick announcement. We might be reading. We'll probably do a poll. So if you guys want to like join in on the poll. Actually, no, I lied. We can do a YouTube poll. We'll do a poll on YouTube. We'll starting next week, we'll do a weekly read through on either ROV, SSS, RI. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see what the poll. It's up to you guys. I'll leave my fate in your hands. We can at least start something weekly. That way we mix it up. Indeed. But for now, if you guys like what you are going to see, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, share it with your bus driver, share it with the family, share it with your enemies, show your teacher, show your professor, and show your enemies. If you it's okay if you don't want to show your enemies. But for now, Lord of Mysteries, chapter 351 is called Game of Question and Answer. Okay. This is a really strong start so far. Easy likes MMM. Morality wise, easy will be fine reading. Alright. Yes. You're telling me our Reverend Insanity is like MMM? Damn. I have no enemies. I understood that reference. Villain Saga, bro. Bro. Goated. I saw all of season 2 when I was in Europe. It was such a humbling experience. We were like driving through like a ranch, and I'm like watching this episode and like them being on the ranch. Oh man, and you just see farmers like plowing the wheats in the background, and I'm like watching Villain Saga on my phone in the car. No, like in the bus. It's like it was so immersive. All right, awesome intros out the way. Let's continue. All right, zero distractions, zero stalling. If I'm stalling for too long, you guys keep me in my place. I know. I'm sorry. It's a little last minute, but here we go. 351. I know I'm missing your guys' messages. Let me quickly catch up messages and then we'll start reading. Let's see. I missed the last thing Cammy said. Something about mods. Very important. There isn't many mods today, so be very careful reading comments. We'll try to spam to hide it. Okay. All right. Awesome. Better get into them before the Piccolo Tim eclipses everything and also you reread. And Cammy, I keep thinking it will get better, but somehow things get worse. And I recommend Oral V because it's very short and has a webtoon adapting half of it already. Do it when the Dunkwall comes out. We can probably do it then, or maybe leading up. Reverend Insanity is a fave. Easy likes MMM. Morally wise, easy will definitely be okay. Read my previous messages. Very important for today. Yeah, we'll be careful. How many subscribers did you get from LO Tim alone? To be fair, almost a majority. Easily over 1,000 subs have been since LOTM. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if you go back to our first video, we were less than 500, and I was like at 200 and something when I did the first Lord of Mysteries reaction. And then before I read the first playthrough, like 200 people joined, and we went up to like 4 something by our first by the very first video when we read it. Or better yet, he can make me a mod, but stalling pathway. Okay, stalling pathway has been digested. We did 10 minutes of stalling. 15 minutes. Woo! Corruption will be rampant. I'm excited. I'm ready for the rampant. All right, let's continue. 351. Oh wait, my mic is so far away. Now my audio sounds better. I feel like I should do the intro again, but it's okay. After a full half hour of uninterrupted silence, Klein opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He took his cane, put on his hat, and left the cathedral, taking a rental carriage back to Mink Street in the dark. At this moment, the vigilance and surveillance of the surrounding areas had not even 1 minute into the chapter, inevitably relaxed, turning into the shadows under the light of the gas lamps. Shortly after midnight, Klein took out his keys, opened the door to his house, and entered the empty guest rooms to search for the books of secrets. It didn't take him much effort to find the old book bound in thick goat skin in the wardrobe in a room on the first floor. The hardcover of the book was dark black with 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson. Book of Secrets, Klarman? Klein exhaled, but it was in no rush to read the book. Instead, he quickly constructed a wall of spirituality in the room, summoning and responding to himself via rituals, and then he threw a Zig's copper whistle, the master key, the all-black eye, the Beyonder bullets, the bottle of biological oh yeah, he got the bioweapon, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, the Book of Secrets, and even all the vessels. What are vessels? All the vessels above the gray fog. Dude, he got a lot. He planned on waiting for the commotion to subside before deciding on which to take out and which to carry. After doing all this, he didn't even bother to study the werewolf beyond her characteristics or the bottle of biological poison. He simply washed up and laid in bed. There were 2 reasons for doing so. Firstly, reading the book was too time-consuming. It was very easy to bring trouble to his body in the real world on this rather uncalm night. Secondly, Klein was aware of his current weakness, which was that the speed at which his spirituality was growing wasn't enough to satisfy his ever-increasing beyond their powers and mystical items. Which is why he's going to share half of the toll with the world. I'm ready. I'm ready, bro. Once we hit Faceless, he's gonna be sharing half of the spirituality toll with the world. I can see it. And then he's gonna like lessen his burden. I can see this coming from a mile away. After such an intense battle, his spirituality was already drained, his head was aching, and he was drowsy. Yes, the one thing that places the greatest burden on my spirituality are the paper figurine substitutes, following by the creation of the sun holy water, with the sun brooch, but it wasn't used tonight. Next in the list of holy water creation and flaming jump. Klein yawned and used cognition to get rid of this state of extreme tiredness, and tenseness that prevented him from falling asleep. In less than 10 seconds, he entered the land of dreams, and various fragmented scenes appeared alternatively before him. I wish I can sleep that easy. Yeah, we're on 351. Yeah. And the clearing surrounding the abandoned warehouses, the machinery hive mind came and went before coming again. The person in charge of the investigation, this incident went from being a team captain to an expert of the rank of Decon. This is a new character. Sir Bernard's brown hair remained unkempt and stuck out stubbornly, making it impossible to hide them even with a hat on. This led to many members of the machinery hive mind to secretly joke that the Decon probably used a bomb to style his hair. Oh, like when it pops. At this moment, Sir Bernard, with his cut jaw and facial features, was holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns on it. On each side of the mirror was an eye-like ornament. They were built on the foundations of a black gem which looked serene and charming. Eikensver surveyed the area and said, although the rats in the sewers are experts at interfering with the divination and mediumship and had already dealt with the scene of effectively, this is a mysterious beyond the world and there is no way to guarantee a 100% success. As he spoke, he looked at the silver mirror in the hand as he used the right hand to touch its surface thrice. After pausing for 2 seconds, Eikensver, that's a hard name to pronounce. Can I just say Ike? Is that cool for a little bit? Ika? Eikensver took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, respected erodes. My question is, who were the participants in the incident that just happened here? The surrounding darkness suddenly thickened and he's asking the mirror. And the surface of the silver mirror began to ripple with an aqueous light. What? Mirror on the wall? Who mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? You, my lady. I understood that reference. Beneath his feet, flames rose up and engulfed him. As an aqueous light flashed, the scene changed. I butchered that pronunciation. A middle-aged man in a dark red cloak appeared. His arm was burning with resplendent flames, but his head was hidden in darkness. Scene after scene was played out in front of his eyes. They saw a woman with a complicated black regal dress. Oh, they know who they are. Black regal dress and messy blonde hair. She doesn't have messy hair. She has like beautiful hair. However, her face was completely transparent as if she didn't exist. Besides this lady were 2 men with black fur all over their bodies. Only their backs could be seen as they were being pulled by strange arms. The octopus-like arms. Finally, the changes came to an end as it fixed onto the blazing flames that soared into the sky. The fireworks bloomed in a resplendent fashion. Bro, that is so cool. Resplendent fashion as they lit up the entire scene. In this dreamlike scene, the man in the black double-breasted frock coat appeared once again. Twisting and retracting, his face frowned, pressing his hat to his chest, and bowed slightly. See, dude, this is so cool. Not only was his face extremely blurry after being interfered with, but it also presented a glisten of oil. Just as Eikensver was about to ask his teammates for their opinions, several lines of text in ancient Phasic appeared on the surface of the mirror. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask the question. I read that wrong again. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. The word punishment was blood red, as if it were dripping with liquid. The expression of Eikensver's face was twisted at first before it turned abnormally serious. Soon after, the mirror's aqueous light flashed and a new line of text appeared. What's your sexual orientation? Aiken Sir was stunned as he felt the gazes of his surrounding team members all land on him. 6 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The sleeping Klein awoke to the punctual church bells. According to his usual habits, he would just turn around and continue sleeping until it was almost 8 o'clock. But this time, he immediately sat up and looked around. Yeah, I didn't get raided or on the pretext of checking my gas meter. He let out a sigh of relief, and without even bothering to clean himself, he got off the bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. He wanted to study his spoils from last night. Sitting in the full seat, Klein started from the simplest. He picked up the dark green fang and observed it, the werewolf characteristic, right? He picked up the dark green fang and observed it for a few seconds. Then he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination sentence. Its effects. Water-like, by the way. Oh, thank you, Cammy. Sorry, ruining your sleep schedule, by the way. Sorry, it's 3 a.m. for you guys. This didn't mean that divination could be used as a substitute for the experimentation. With the fact that he held at the item in his possession and how he knew a lot of prisoner, lunatic, and werewolf from Sharon and Merrick, he believed that it was enough for him to attempt to gain some revelations from it. After reciting the statement, he quickly entered the dreamland and witnessed one scene after another. A vicious wound appeared on Werewolf Tyr's stomach as his intestines flowed out as they were dragged across the ground. However, he only washed it with water and stuffed the intestines back into his stomach. He pinched both sides of the wound, and in the end, the wound actually healed. Under the perfect red moon, he faced the sky and let out a long howl. Black fur grew out of his body inch by inch, and the fangs in his mouth were distinct. He waved his claws and cracked the steel pipe that wasn't considered thin. He ran widely through the wilderness, increasing the gap between him and the ground of pursuing gray wolves as he ran further and further away. He made the attendants, whose eyes were glazed but cold, charge at their enemies without fear of death. He also used a variety of weapons to kill people, including bombs, and he became stronger as he lost his reasoning while in an enraged state. Opening his eyes, Klein roughly understood the characteristics of a werewolf and grasped the hidden dangers of this beyonder characteristic. Werewolf Tyr had been under the full moon's illumination, allowing him to be unrestrained towards his desires. After his death, he left a relatively strong spiritual mark, so those beyonders who would use this beyonder characteristic to concoct a potion to advance themselves to the next sequence had to resist this kind of effect at an early stage, otherwise they would show signs of losing control. However, the negative effects had yet to reach the level of a sealed artifact. Pipe? Did I say plate instead of pipe? I apologize. However, the negative effects had yet to reach the level of a sealed artifact, and the beyonder characteristics left behind by werewolf could still be used as the main ingredients for a potion. Okay, so it was like in between a sealed artifact, but like a little bit of a high tier characteristic. Okay, that's good. Unfortunately, Zombie Jack's beyonder characteristic had been swallowed by the strange door. Oh, that's why they only had the fang. I wonder where it leads to and if there's a way to get it back. Klein put down the dark green fang, feeling both regret and sadness for his loss before picking up the bottom of a brown translucent biological poison. He repeated the same procedure and performed a dream divination, but this time he didn't have the confidence to gain a detailed revelation. Therefore, he changed the divination statement to its positive and negative effects. And the gray gloom of the dream world, Klein once again saw tragic scenes. Someone fell to the ground, scratching himself and ripping off his skin, flesh, and even bones. Jason's flashbacks? Another person held his head, his eyes losing focus while his auras weakened. One kept vomiting towards the end. The person who died was convulsing. Someone burst out laughing so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Some people stopped fighting and looked at each other. Then they hugged and they kissed each other. Some people stopped fighting and looked at each other. Then they hugged and kissed each other. When the scene reached the end, the translucent brown bottle was placed into a cup with water. The transparent liquid inside gradually turned amber in color and was drunk. The person holding onto the bottle of biological poison was weakened at first before coughing. Then he touched his forehead. He found himself scalding as his condition turned for the worse. The dream quickly ended. Klein tapped his fingers on the edge of the long table as he attempted to interpret the revelation with great difficulty. According to Steve, the earlier revelations mean that after the biological poison bottle's lid is removed, it will keep emanating its poison. As for which poison the opponents get infected by, it's completely random. And even the wielder is unable to control it? That sounds a little too dangerous. That sounds like a last resort item. The poison inside is really quite abominable. The effective range of the poison cannot be deciphered via revelation. Soaking in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance would prevent one from... Wait. How do we prevent it? The effective range of the poison can be deciphered via revelation. That's good. Soaking it in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance prevents one from getting poisoned. But how many minutes should the soaking take? Even if the person holding the biological poison bottle doesn't open the lid, their bodies would get worse as they slowly get infected, and the ailments become serious. What's the exact cutoff time? Yeah, it's a little too... This is a little bit too much of a wild card. Klein rubbed his forehead, intending to do some experience above the gray fog when he was free. But he didn't know if the biological poison bottle was effective in there. For example, in his current spirit body state, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. So in spirit form, it's completely fine, right? It's only for like physical beings. I'll leave it at that. I'll study in detail in the future. Klein turned his attention to the Book of Secrets, which was bound in goatskin. He then carefully flipped to the first page. It was a title page with simple patterns on it, but was nothing written on it. Flipping another page, Klein finally saw the opening line of the Book of Secrets. We worship the moon, not the ever night goddess. Yeah, remember spirit form. Yeah, so I remember that's what Sharon mentioned. Like, it doesn't affect me in spirit form, but it affects like anybody else that's physically present. I did remember that. See, I'm telling you, I may have like Goldilocks memory sometimes, but for some things I remember it. What was it? Low bit rate or low memory bandwidth? Okay, let's pause and let's keep reading. Breakfast. Okay, we got a cooking chapter. I miss cooking chapters with Melissa, man. I miss the good old days. We just gotta hang out, cook, eat together, have a few laughs, go to a carnival. Fuck, man. Low memory bitrate. That was fucking funny, dude. Alright, let's keep going. Chapter 352. Whoa, wait. Let me get a sip of my Cheetos. A sip of my Cheetos? What the fuck did I say? Do y'all read along with... That's a really good question. Do you guys read along with me? Or do you guys, listen? Oh, shit. Update. Sorry, be serious, I missed your message. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Alright, let's keep going. It's way better than Tibet. Also, SMYS is way better than Tibet. What is SMYS? I have LOTM pulled up in another tab. Oh, I didn't know that. You guys have the audiobook, so it just said listen. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. You guys do it all in your own different way. I read the next chapter to know if there's anything for music change. That is true. Kami does do that. He's literally always a chapter ahead. Oh man, I love you guys. This shit's I love it. I read it with you guys. Just just give my take. I read it with you guys. Alright. Sword Master Youngest Son. OG moderator recommended me that. Like OG moderator recommended that to me, John. I know which one you're talking about. Sword Master Youngest Son. Yeah, I remember that one. Alright, let's keep going. I have heard of it. Alright. Chapter 352 is called Breakfast. My breakfast is hot Cheeto Puffs, but this will do. Another statement about only worshiping the moon and not the goddess. Okay. The Evernight goddess would have been the regular moon, and then the red moon is like a different entity. Locking it in. Another statement about only worshiping the moon and not the goddess. Because we talk about the red moon so much, man. And then the anime trailer has a red eye. It all has to mean something. Klein couldn't help but have a look of contemplation. The last time he heard about such matters was when he was learning about the life school of thought. He never expected that the Shaman King, I think I've watched that anime, who had lived his entire life in the southern continent, would also have a similar point of view. And in the Pale Era, at the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Berserk Sea became a veritable reality. Thus, the northern and southern continent were cut off from each other, and the life school of thought was formed in the early Fifth Epoch. Obviously, it was impossible for the life school of thought to extend itself to the southern continent before Roselle sent his men to find a safe sea route. Shaman King Clarman was a historical figure who was active in an era more than 1,000 years before the northern continent invasion. In other words, the two Beyonder factions, which were in different
continents had no way of communicating with each other and had chosen to worship the moon itself and ignore the Evernight goddess at almost the same period of time. Such a coincidence inadvertently made one consider why. Could it be that the birth of a new god had taken away a portion of the authority related to the moon? But as a deity, he shouldn't be so obscure and unknown. Is that not what I just said? He, in other words, although the goddess had snatched the authority of the moon, the followers of the primordial moon god had survived. They had been passed down from the fourth epoch or even the third epoch. So the Evernight goddess took over the original moon god, but the remnants of the old moon god believer are still lurking. Right? Even after the separation of the northern continent and southern continent, they blossomed into two groups. One held the Shaman King and the other the Life School of Thought. Klein made a rough guess, but he was troubled by the lack of clues to narrow the scope. He gave up thinking about it for the time being and quickly skimmed through the rest of the contents of the Book of Secrets. And the primable Shaman King Clairman said very directly that many of the ritual deeds, astronomy, and summoning techniques in the book had originated from a primitive worship of the moon and described the corresponding honorific names and details. The one and only red moon, the symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual forces. There's actually an honorable name. However, it lacks the more popular description like those of the Evernight goddess or Mother Earth. If there really is such a hidden god, his followers will inevitably develop a simpler title to address him that's more suitable for praise and worship of the primitive moon. Klein sensed something amiss as he began to analyze it with his own knowledge of mysticism. Besides using the Lady of Crimson to hold a ritual would be very obviously direct it and the goddess, but using an honorable name which is very similar but more detailed would circumvent the goddess, pointing to the source of their power, the primitive moon. I wonder what arcane existence it is, Klein thought with wonder and alarm. Due to his lack of time, he skimmed through the details and found that, as a Shaman King Clairman had said to him so himself, many of the deeds and rituals were directed at the moon. For Klein, it wasn't a cause for concern. He didn't plan on copying them wholesale at the end of provoking the primitive moon, which he had no idea about. What he wanted to learn was the overall structure, design, and details of the deeds and rituals. Only by mastering the underlying rules could he come up with his own secret deeds, rituals, or astromancy and summoning techniques that pointed to the King of Yellow and Black. Perhaps in the future I'll have my own mysticism system. COI reference. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and finally confirmed the authenticity of the Book of Secrets. After receiving a clear answer, he was in no hurry to use the werewolf beyond characteristics to divine a formula. After all, he wasn't able to sell it, and for the same reason, he decided to delay the reason of his biological poison bottle for a while. He quickly returned to the real world and drew the curtains. He saw the sun, which was incapable of illuminating the land. It was hidden behind the clouds and fog looking somewhat pale. Achoo. Achoo. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his nose and mouth as he sneezed. He wouldn't sneeze like that. Only then did he realize that his head was aching and burning. He felt lightheaded and he had seemingly caught a cold. I actually feel ill as he sequenced 7 beyond her. Klein pulled out a piece of paper and sniffed. He carefully thought back for a moment and quickly understood the reason. The bottle. The negative effects of the biological poison bottle will gradually weaken the possessor and result in an illness. If it was carried around even longer, then it might even lead to death. And this effect couldn't be eliminated with the use of spirituality seals. Oh. Just like with his last charm, he still feels the effect of the heat when it's sealed. It was carried around even longer. This might even lead to death, and this effect couldn't be eliminated with the use of spirituality seals. Last night, Klein's spirituality was almost nearly emptied after the bottle. While his body was still weak from the poison, he still carried the biological poison bottles with him, and he hid in Lever Cathedral for half an hour. Adding the time spent on his return to Mink Street, and he had embracingly fallen ill. Thankfully, it's not serious. It doesn't affect anything. Klein sneezed again as he prepared to soak himself in a hot bath. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he specifically fried an egg and rewarded himself. The fragrance was truly tantalizing. A Shaman King's Book of Secrets and biological poison bottles, a mystical item that's no worse than the sun brooch, as well as a sequence 7 werewolves beyond her characteristic. I made quite a killing this time. It's just a pity that I didn't manage to obtain the zombie beyond her characteristic. Klein sat by the side of the dining table. As he ate, he did a tally of his spoils. What made his heart ache was the fact that he used a total of 11 Beyonder bullets, each worth nearly 10 pounds. Whew, that's a lot of bullets. I thought he only shot 6 rounds. He had a full chamber. Oh, he shot 1 round that hit the ground. And then he shot 6 bullets at his opponent. Got it. That is to say, I burned 100 pounds. It's really like throwing money to deal damage. It's no wonder my low and mid-sequence Beyonders are so desperate for money. Klein glanced down his breakfast. They added up to only a few pence. He's like, damn, man, I need more money. After breakfast, Klein idly read the newspaper, sneezing from time to time as he wiped his nose and mouth with a piece of tissue paper. As soon as the church bell stopped chiming at 8 o'clock, his doorbell rang. Klein wasn't surprised to see the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. The reporter with beautiful eyes and a thin mustache, but with rather rough skin, took off his hat and greeted him. Then he went straight to the point. Detective Moriarty, do you have time to take the job? Oh, he was gonna hire him. Although he had a cold, he still needed to take on jobs like usual to avoid suspicion from anyone during this period of time. Klein, who had just finished a job, smiled and said, "Oh, I'm slightly ill, but that doesn't affect my fighting or shooting skills." Mike suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. Let's set off now." Detective Moriarty, have you had breakfast? I'll treat you. As your employer, I should be in charge of providing you your meals today. Inviting me to breakfast. Klein was startled. I just finished eating, but I suggest you go to East Borough to have breakfast there. That way you can see a lot of things. I just need a cup of coffee when we're there. I'm gonna need some coffee soon. No problem, Mike pointed out. The carriage I hired is waiting. And Klein sized him up and said, "Sir, you'd better change into something a little worse. Otherwise, there will be lots of work for me." Mike looked down at his tweed coat and said with some realization, "This is too eye-catching. Is it Oh my god, I'm about to reread this again. Is it an East Borough?" Klein pointed into his face. "I have some specifically prepared clothes." "Huh, we are about the same size." Bice couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a professional. Professional criminal," Klein lampooned. After changing into ordinary worker clothes, the two boarded the carriage and headed for the outskirts of East Borough. Achoo. Klein pulled out a piece of paper of tissue. Klein pulled out another piece of tissue paper, wiped his mouth and nose, and blew his nose. Since there was no trash nearby, he folded the tissue paper properly and stuffed it back into his pocket. The food in the coffee shop is okay. Of course, this is relative to the residents of East Borough. Klein pointed to the slightly greasy coffee shop at the corner of the street. He occasionally came here for breakfast whenever he spent the night at the one-bedroom apartment that was nearby. It looks like it's a pretty good restaurant. Mike didn't think it was a coffee shop. It was already past 9 o'clock, and there were very few customers in the coffee shop. East Borough residents typically finished their breakfast at around 7 and began to work or to look for work. After accompanying Mike as he ordered stewed beef with potatoes, bread, and coffee, Klein looked around for a few on the seat. At that moment, he saw an acquaintance, the elderly man he had helped while pretending to be a journalist. Oh, look at that. Music change? Bet. Oh, I didn't see what chapter. Wait, I lied. I did see what chapter. At 3:54. You'll tell me? Okay, you'll let me know? Bet. Let me know what kind of music, but I will have the music playlist open right now. After accompanying Mike as he ordered this... I read this? While pretending to be a journalist. He was the one who brought me here in the first place. Why is he only having breakfast now? As Klein thought, he turned to Mike and said, "You have an interviewee." As he spoke, he carried his coffee cup to the tramp. The man was wearing the same thick jacket as before. His grizzled hair was oily and his beard was obvious. However, he no longer looked tired, and his face was no longer as appallingly pale as before. "Good morning, we meet again, Klein." Oh, the one... we cleanse? Klein sat down across him and greeted him, noticing that his breakfast was black bread with large cup of cheap tea that was worth a penny. The elderly man never mind, I'm confusing myself. The elderly man raised his head, took a close look, and said in pleasant surprise, "Mr. Reporter, it's you." Klein laughed dryly, pointed at Mike, and said, "This is my colleague. He wants to do a deeper investigation on my previous interview." He's still an interviewer. Being an experienced and knowledgeable reporter, Mike didn't say anything further when he heard that. All he did was nod with a smile and greeted the elderly man. As for the matter of Detective Moriarty pretending to be a reporter, it wasn't like he had only found out about it today. He was the one who had lent him the fake reporter's identification. "So you really are a reporter?" The elderly man blurted out in astonishment, "But that doesn't stop you from being a kind-hearted person." Oh, look at that. I thought it hit stop recording. Oh, it's still recording. Don't you need to turn off your lamp with daylight? That is true. I should turn it off. It's a lamp, even though he opened the window for light. Bros. Oh, what? It's a smart light. Hold up. Actually start playing Path of Pain right now. It fits, but okay, we'll play Path of Pain. Let me open up the playlist. To be fair, it is a smart light, and it's only at 10%. So technically, I'm only using 1/10 of a regular light bulb. No comment, Unhinged. That was actually pretty funny. I literally thought I was muted for a cool minute. Okay, let me... Music domain? Which one did you want me to play? Yeah, I know, I did look. Path of Pain right now. It fits. Path of Pain. Am I dumb? I don't see Path of Pain. Oh, the Hollow Knight one. Yeah, I got you. I got you. This one? It's a little loud. Yeah, it's the Hollow Knight one. Yeah, it's kind of high. I know, it's a little high. Here. Path. Let me play it here. Hold up. Let me play it here. Oh, it's not even on here. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm gonna lower it for me. And I'll raise it for you guys. Let me know how this is. Switch to kind of fire. Oh, wait, hold up. I'll only say this once. I know there are bigger issues in this world. I get it. But I'm kind of bummed out that the Switch 2 has been delayed here in America. Because we have like a 46% tariff on like where it's being manufactured. And Nintendo's like, oh shit, delay. But now if it goes through, the Switch might be like over $600. And I'm like, I don't know if $600 is kind of worth it. Sounds fine now. But that's crazy, dude. Somehow my YouTube recommendations is full with Silksong videos. Yeah, that's me, dude. Especially when I have the Hollow Knight music on repeat, that ends up happening a lot. They're pulling tariffs on anime starting in July. Imagine. Tell me about it. No, I know that's the pre-tariff price though, so pre-tariff price. So pre-tariff price it was $450. But after our president put new tariffs, implementations and whatnot, they put 40. Where was it? Vietnam or wherever they're manufacturing. I know Nintendo originally moved their manufacturers from China to Vietnam for the original tariffs he got when he went in office and whatnot. But then now there's a 46% one, so 46% based off the 450 price will take it like past $600. So they delayed it, pre-orders here. So I don't know what they're gonna do. Those are pre-tariff prices. $500 was like for the Mario bundle. Bro, $80 for a base Nintendo game? That's fucking wild. Scalpers? Oh. And this is MSRP price. MSPR price. I can't say the word. You know what I'm saying. Should have pushed back to the Japan trip easy. I should have pushed it back, dude. I should have pushed my trip back to Japan and bought in like a region locked one. That'd be funny. And then, dude, I was watching the Nintendo Treehouse event. I've never felt so like passionate to be part of a community. Because that live chat, we were spamming lower the price for 4 hours straight, and I've never been so proud to be a gamer. Well, I'm always proud of our community. I'm always proud of our chat, but whew. Yeah, it's for anti-scalpers. So I'm good. I registered for it. But I mean, it's been delayed right here in the States. But I registered. I know I'm clear. I've had my membership for like over a year. I meet all the requirements, so I'm good. I just need to make sure I win the draw. All right, let's keep reading before I get distracted and talk for like another hour. But yeah, I'm kind of sad about that. But you, on God, bro, I will never drop $80, $90 for a base game with no additional. Like if it's a deluxe edition or like a really good one, sure, I'll spend extra money. But damn, they're out of their mind. And people trying to normalize it. That's how prices were back in the day. It's like I know, games were fluctuating back then a lot, bro. Especially like with the boom back in the days, people had so much disposable income. Oh yeah, I know about Bloodborne. I was screaming when I saw Silksong. Bro, because of that, I have to beat Silksong now. Buy Switch 2 just to play older games? Okay, last thing I see before I read. Don't make fun of me. The main reason I want to buy a Switch 2 is to replay old games. The main reason I want to buy a Switch 2, I know people say just emulate it, but I want to buy a Switch 2 so I can replay Breath of the Wild and finally finish Tears of the Kingdom at a stable 60 FPS resolution. And the new Mario Kart game looks pretty cool, but you fucking swear I'm gonna spend 80 bucks. I will buy the digital bundle for 50 more bucks, but damn, man. And then that's it. I get my Mario Kart World, and we can play that together on stream. Why is your beanie yellow? I have a yellow beanie unhinged. I will bring that one out later. Imagine buying games. I buy games. I usually buy my games in bulk, like on Black Friday, or like whenever there's like a good summer sale or a good winter sale. I play in bulk, unless like it's a really anticipated game that I've been waiting for a long time, like Monster Hunter Wilds. This is my most Wilds is my most recent one. Then I'll play them, like right away. Couldn't be me. I'm a pirate. Yeah. In Lord of the Mysteries, Nagito. Hold up. In Lord of Mysteries, you are a pirate. Hold up, just to be safe in YouTube chat. Hold up. Just so we can be safe. We don't want the Nintendo ninjas anywhere near us. All right, let's continue. I've been stalling a lot. Let's continue. Let me find my place. Spawn greeted elderly man. Kind-hearted. Klein spawned. How have you been recently? Right here. Found my place. Klein smiled and asked, "How have you been recently?" The elderly man drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Thanks to your help, I finally had a good night's sleep and ate my fill, so I wasn't that weak. My original plan was to go back to my original job making shoes, but they didn't want me. They said my hands shook." He lowered his head and chuckled, skipping that episode. Later, I went down to the docks and found some water. It was so tiring, but at least I made money. I've already rented a spot in someone's house for only 6.5 pence a week. Of course, I can only sleep there at night. Well, that's how work at the docks is like. I went early today and ate nothing. I raised my hand and shouted my name and the supervisor's name, but I wasn't chosen, so I had to come back. Fortunately, there's still a chance in the afternoon. Those people in the morning might be busy till late and won't be fighting against us for the jobs. Klein listened quietly and occasionally taking a sip of the bad coffee. As for Mike, he took out a pen and paper and quickly made notes. Woo! Ooh, I butchered that whole last paragraph. We were talking about something else and I almost forgot how to read. All right, let's update and let's keep going. All right, let's keep going. Today is quite different from yesterday. That is quite fitting. 27 minutes, 4 seconds. Ellie will be the priest. She is a priest. She is a priest. She is a priest at heart. No, she's a priestess at heart. She's an angel. What am I saying? She's above everyone. She's beautiful. She's complete. She is whole. She's happy. And she is really fucking needy and needy and clingy, but I love her. When I was playing Monster Hunter for an hour, this fucking dog was looking at me, yawning, rolling over, trying to make me play with her. Like, girl, we've been playing all morning. All right, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading before I get sidetracked. Chapter 353. As I'm saying that, let me update this. Mysterious Foe will be upset at me if I don't update it. Chapter 353. Today is quite different from yesterday. Finally, the elderly man with gray hair by his temples took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "In truth, this is already much better than my previous situation and is much better than many of the people here. For instance," he pointed out the window to the tramps as he huddled in a corner. Klein and Mike looked over and saw a group of carrying tramps lying on the ground in a filthy place that provided shelter for the wind. They were of all sexes and ages. It was possible for them to never wake up in the coldness of the late autumn. It was then that Klein noticed an old woman in her 60s standing by the street. Her dress was old and worn, but she was relatively neat and her hair was neatly trimmed. The white-haired old lady had the usual tired look of a tramp, but she still persisted in not squeezing together with the group. Instead, she slowly walked by the roadside, occasionally gazing into the coffee shop numbly. She's also a pitiful person. The former tramp who had entered the leftover black bread also noticed the old lady inside. She was said to have led quite a good life in the past. Her husband was a grain merchant and had a very spirited child, but unfortunately he went bankrupt and her husband child died not long after. She's different from us, really, as you can tell at a glance. So you wouldn't be able to hold on much longer unless she's lucky. Be admitted into the workhouse every day. It's a little bit loud. Lower it a bit. If it's too low, let me know. As he listened, Mike's expression changed from quiet to somber. He slowly let out a sigh and said, I want to interview her. Can you interview her for me? She can eat and drink whatever she wants here. The man wasn't surprised by his request. He merely looked at Klein and Mike separately as if to say, the both of you are indeed colleagues. Yes, I'm sure she wouldn't like that. He drank his tea, got up, and walked out of the greasy coffee table. Not long after, the elderly woman in her old but tidy dress followed him, in her pale face slightly lightened thanks to the warmth of the coffee shop. She continued to tremble as if she wanted to release the coldness in her body. Bit by bit, she absorbed the relatively high temperature with the coffee shop. Even after she sat down on the chair, it still took her a full minute before she could truly warm up. Oh, welcome. First time joining the live. Thank you. I know I streamed kind of random last minute. Hey, thank you for joining. First time. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in on this beautiful journey of Lord of Mysteries. You can order whatever you want. This is the reward for accepting this interview. Klein spoke on Mike's behalf. After Mike, ooh, I almost scrolled down too much. I got a little excited seeing that like first shatter right now. After Mike nodded, the old lady modestly ordered toast, low quality cream and coffee. Then she smiled and said, I heard that one cannot eat greasy food after not having eaten in a while. Very polite, very self-restrained. Not like a tramp at all. Klein sighed silently. Before the food arrived, Mike asked casually, can you talk about how you became a tramp? The old lady revealed a look of reminiscence and said with a bitter smile, my husband was a grain merchant who mainly bought all kinds of grain from the domestic farms, but we rapidly went bankrupt ever since the Grain Act was repealed. He wasn't very young to begin with. After suffering the setbacks, his body quickly collapsed. Not longer after he passed away. Oh, we're finally seeing the setbacks of the Grain Act. Very long though. Like it does feel long compared to volume 1. Yeah, it does feel long, but it has really high highs, you know? He wasn't very young to begin with. After suffering the setback, his body quickly collapsed. Not long after that, he passed away. My child, a brilliant young man, had been learning the ropes of doing business from his father. He couldn't suffer the blow, and he ended up jumping into the Tussock River on a moonless night. What? His first unalive didn't work. He was sent to the magistrate's court, and then the police and judges were very impatient, feeling that he was wasting their time. If you want to commit unaliving, please do so quietly and successfully. What? Don't trouble? What the? No. Don't trouble us? Yes, that was probably what they wanted to say, but they found it too direct. My child was put in prison. Not longer after that, he committed unaliving for the second time and succeeded. That's so sad, dude. The old lady spoke very calmly as though it wasn't something that had happened to her, but for some reason, Klein felt a deep sense of sorrow. Nothing is more Nothing is more lamentable than a dead heart. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life. In this world, unaliving was not only prohibited by the churches, but it was a punishable crime. And they literally punish you for that instead of helping. That's crazy, man. As for the reason, Klein knew very well why. First of all, many unalivings were committed by jumping into river, and without being discovered in time, there was a certain probability of them turning into a water ghost. Oh, okay. Second, the unaliver often had very abnormal emotions. Thus, under such states, ending their lives was equivalent to a sacrificial offering, which could resonate with a particular strange and terrifying existence. Oh, snap. It's like in Death Stranding, man. Like, you have to cremate them, right? Otherwise, like, it turns into like a whole thing and like it becomes a void out. Damn, that's wild. I never thought about that. Thus, their corpses and certain objects that were around after them and their deaths would carry strange curses that harmed others. This is probably where the misfortune cloth puppet... How do you come to that realization? What? We just gotta call back to volume 1. This was probably where the Wait, I know my audio spiked. I am sorry. I'm gonna turn it down like just 1. This was probably where the misfortune cloth puppet behind Tigan City China's Gate came from. Look at that. Artifact 020086, right? The puppet, the China's Gate puppet. No, I'm thinking, no, my bad, wrong puppet, sorry, wrong code, I messed that one up, sorry, bad memory. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches forbade their believers from committing unaliving through their own doctrine, and the royal family also promoted the corresponding legislation. Of course, this seemed ridiculous to Klein. How could a unaliver be afraid of punishment by law? That is true, dude. Like, what? Like, why? How? While Mike was taking notes, he was about to say something when the owner of the coffee shop brought the food over. Fill your stomach first. We'll talk later. Mike pointed to the toast. All right, the old lady and the food and the old lady ate the food in small bites, appearing very cluttered. Having not ordered much, she quickly finished her meal. After reluctantly drinking the last mouthful of coffee, she rubbed her temples and pleaded, "Can I get some sleep first? It's too cold outside." "No problem," Mike answered without hesitation. The old lady thanked him gratefully a few times before she sat down on the chair and curled up into a ball as she fell asleep. Mike looked at the man beside him and said, "You seem to be very familiar with this place. I wish to hire you as our guide. House 3 solely for the day. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask for your name." The man quickly shook his head and said, No, that is too much. I only earn 1 solely a day, most of the time at the dock. Just call me Old Cochlear? Then, 2 solely a day, you deserve it, Mike decided firmly. After witnessing this strange bargaining, Klein blew into a piece of tissue and was about to drink another cup of coffee when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He turned to look at the old lady who was curled up asleep on her chair. No. Her face, which had turned ruddy due to the coffee, was pale again. The colors of her aura and moods had vanished. Klein stood up and subconsciously extended his hand to check the old lady's breathing. As Mike and Collier looked at him in surprise, he said casually, "She's dead." And she literally passed, like reminiscing her family. That's sad, dude. Mike opened his mouth, but no words came out. Kohler tapped his chest thrice and said with a bitter smile, "I knew she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Such things happen every day in East Borough." That is sad, man. Damn. Such things happen every day in East Borough. At least she filled her stomach and died in a warm place. I hope it will be the same for me in the future. Klein was silent for a moment before he asked, "Kohler, go and get the police." All right, Kohler tapped his chest thrice once more and ran out of the coffee shop. Man, I was trying to like that old lady. Damn, I'm getting all emotional over here. Shit, man. The boss glanced over but didn't come over. It was as though it wasn't something he needed to concern himself with. After a while, a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform carrying a baton and revolver entered the coffee shop. He looked at the dead old lady, asked Mike and Klein a few questions, then he waved his hand and said, "That's all there is to it. The 3 of you can leave after I get someone to collect the corpse." "That's it?" Mike blurted out in surprise. He was obviously not very familiar with East Borough. The police sneered. Such incidents happen in large numbers every day in East Borough. He rolled his eyes and looked at Klein and Mike. "You don't look like people from around here. Who are you? What's your identity?" Mike produced his press identification, and Klein said he was a private detective responsible for protecting him. The policeman's face turned serious as he looked at Klein and said, "I suspect that you're carrying a gun illegally. I want to search your belongings. Please cooperate with me. Otherwise, it will be considered a case of resisting arrest." This little shit, man. Mike was suddenly worried because he knew that private detectives were usually unlawfully possessing firearms. Klein expressionally spread out his hands and said, "All right." He let the policeman search him, but nothing was found on him. After the old lady's corpse was taken away, the disappointed policeman left. Mike clenched his fist and pondered on the table. A living person just died here, yet all he cares about is investigating the unlawful possession of firearms. Upon saying this, Mike looked at Klein and asked, puzzling, "You didn't bring a gun?" Klein shook his head, pulled out his Colson revolver under the table and said calmly, "As a detective, I have a lot of experience in this area. As a magician, he could place a revolver right in front of someone and make it impossible for the person to notice it." What? I'm just a clown. Clown man. Moreover, since he didn't buy an ordinary bullets, the beyonder bullets were temporarily left above the gray fog. His revolver was currently empty, but this didn't stop him from shooting with his revolver. All he needed to do was to use his mouth to emulate a bang. Oh! He doesn't even need to use real bullets. He can literally just go blah, as he shoots the fire. But yeah, when a policeman takes away someone's gun, they can find the culprit and keep most of the money. No, I remember that. He never got back his first 10 pounds when it originally happened. Gun is a fake display. It is, dude. All he literally is just a front to appear like normal when he uses it. Upon saying this, Mike looked at Klein and asked him puzzled, "You didn't bring it?" I literally read this. Moreover, since he didn't buy ordinary bullets, the Beyonder bullets were temporarily left above the Grey Fog. His revolver was currently empty, but this didn't stop him from shooting with his revolver. All he needed to do was use his mouth and emulate a bang. When he pulled the trigger, upon seeing this, the old Kahir whispered from the side, "So you're a detective." One sec. Let me resume this one for now, before we get to the next chapter. And once we get to the next chapter, we'll go back. We'll get the music domain ready, because I know he said at 3:54. Found my place. So you're a detective, right? Klein pointed at Mike and casually explained, "I was also entrusted with a mission by this gentleman the last time as well." Mike sat there without refuting. After a moment of silence, he said, "Although I'm investigating the gangs that witnessed the miserable life of some workers, I'm not familiar with the situation in East Borough. Please help me open my eyes to this place, allowing me to see if there are any problems with the investigations plan." As he spoke, he took a few sheets of paper from the inside pocket of the clothes and spread them out on the coffee shop table. Klein glanced at him. Interviews with East Borough residents of different ages. That's too troublesome. I think we can divide it according to locations. In better apartments, 5 or 6 people squeeze into a one-room apartment. Others stay in the corner of the streets that's sheltered from the wind, park, benches, bars, and workhouses. In addition, they can be segregated by what time they begin to work and when their rest times are. Mike listened carefully and nodded. Not a bad idea. What do you think, Collier? Old Collier pinched his nose and said, I can't read, but I think whatever Mr. Detective said seems alright. Mike thought about it, changed his plan, and said, then let's go to a nearby apartment and make a random selection. Okay. We are definitely finishing volume 2 today. Stalling potion is getting purged. Yeah, staller potion is out the window. Is out the wazoo. Let's pause and let's read 354. Tales of an Adventure in East Borough. Alright, that sounds hype. That sounds hype indeed. Timestamp 39 minutes. Look at that. We technically read that in 12 chapters. I know we paused it, so it took a little bit longer reading it live, but look, the full read through of that chapter, 12 minutes. I think that was a really good pace. All right, let me nibble on some Cheetos, some Cheeto Puffs, and let's keep going. All right, man. I hope you guys are ready, man. I hope your Saturday morning, night. No, I hope your Saturday evening or Sunday morning, whatever it is. I hope your weekend is empty. It was a sad chapter. We'll give me another 10 chapters, Dev. Bet. You got 120 more chapters in you today? Bet. I'm about to lock in. I hope you guys' schedule is clear. Every Terry Club gathering you speak about it is. I think there's only been one instance in a gathering. It was after they killed Hurricane Quillingus. Whereas, like, we had 2 gatherings, but there wasn't much info exchange. Or, like, there was 2 gatherings as normal, but they never covered it. During, like, that 2-week break when they were, like, kind of in hiding. Cheeto, we're definitely going to get Cheeto Fingers. Look at that. It's coming. Gonna need a 36-hour stream for 120 chapters? Yeah. I did the math. It took us like 50 hours to read volume 1. I went kind of back and kind of added. It was like almost like, it was roughly 50 hours. That's how long the reading was for volume 1. All right, let's keep going though. Fucking say that meaning puffs. I'm gonna pig out today. So I can hit the hard. So I can hit the gym hard. And lock in. Because I'm getting fat again. And I don't want that, man. For those of you that don't know, I was always very skinny. And then during COVID, I got like really fat. I got really out of shape. I wouldn't say I got really big, but I got pretty big. I was like borderline over 200 pounds. And then I lost a lot of bad weight. When I wasn't in the right headspace. Oh, we got all the time today. And then once I started dating Miss Easy Geeky, I got a little too happy. So we started eating together a little too much, and we stopped hitting the gym. I struggled to gain weight. That's true, man. Like you got like I started buying protein to help with that. Same, went from 130 to 170 pounds. What the fuck? So that is a crazy increase. Wow. Yeah, but it's good for body weight exercise. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, same. You went from 130 to 170. Damn, 40. I think I gained like 25 pounds. I didn't gain 40, but I gained like 25 pounds or so. It was like borderline almost 30 pounds. It's kind of what I gained. All right, pause. We're updated. And we keep going. 354. How many hours I got left in me, Randy? We're going to find out. My weight hasn't changed in 3 years. Oh, wow. I'm such a clown that the birthday was 10 days ago from being a joke. April 11th. Most I've ever weighed was 225. Yeah, we're about the same. Trying to get back to 210. Yeah. Yeah, I was a little over 200. Remy, isn't that kind of ominous thing to say? A little bit. Reverse for me. You want more? Damn, okay. I like how we all have our own weight journey where we need to gain or we need to lose, or we're just borderline. I know a lot of us can be happy with ourselves, or like people tell you like, hey man, you look good, don't worry about it. But like sometimes like I want to do it for me, you know. I don't know if this is a midlife crisis, but I've been watching this one dude on YouTube called Madness or something. Madness. He's like a rock climber, and I'm like, shit, man, is my midlife crisis rock climbing now? Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on here? The heavier the weight, the better the gains too as you lose it. It's true. All right, let's keep going. Or like, do I just fucking do like calisthenics in the house when I miss the gym every day? Because I used to do like 1,000 jump ropes, 1,000 jumps on my jump rope. Then I kind of stopped. Magnus, yay! I started watching a lot of Magnus videos, dude. Holy shit! I locked in on his channel, man. I just clicked on most popular, and I've gone through like 15 videos, bro. And I keep watching them. I've been watching like every single video, going down his most viewed. I find it so interesting, dude. I don't know, it's cool. I find it interesting. It's like, it's such a cool sport. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Sorry. I got distracted a little bit. Let's keep going. I apologize. All right, next chapter. Before I keep talking and we talk like an hour. Stalling potion. No. We're putting a halt on the stalling potion right away. I caught myself. Chapter 354 is called Tales of an Adventure in East Borough. Buckland's East Borough at an intersection, Mike Joseph saw a number of pitiful-looking children in rags along the street. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and planned to head over to give them some pennies. However, his action was stopped by the former tramp, Old Kahir. They're thieves. Thieves? What about their parents? Or are they controlled by gangs? As a senior journalist, Mike had never been to East Borough, but he had heard of instances of a few gangs controlling the street children to steal and beg. Parents. They either don't have parents, or their parents were once thieves, or might still be thieves. Of course, Mr. Reporter, you're right. Many of them might be under the control of gangs, and it says that the gangs will teach them how to steal. For example, they will hang a gentleman's coat on a wall, put on a handkerchief in their pocket, and hang a pocket watch on the outside, and through repeated practice, the children will attempt to steal the handkerchief without shaking the pocket watch. Wow. Okay, yeah, let's play it. Okay. Bet. World is white. World is white. He digested the potion 10 times. And we're gonna keep digesting. Alright. Let's pause this. Bear with me. Let me just put it down for me. I'm gonna put it down on my end, and I'm gonna put it up for you. Oof, man, flashbang. Now I'll put it up for you guys. Competitive pocket watching, literally, dude. Teach them until like it doesn't make anything. 10 potions digested in one stream. We're shooting for 20. Shooting for 20. Lost my place. Hold up. For example, hang 10 years old gentleman turn pocket on the wall. Practice the children will attempt to steal things in your pocket without shaking. Found my place. Found my place. Let's keep going. Shit. Found my place. I lied. Found it. Hey, this is what I heard. That was such a funny hey. Hey, this is what I heard from the others while at the warehouse when I was homeless. Old Kahir babbled on. I remember the youngest thief ever caught on the street was only 6 years old, Sai 6 years old. He seemed to recall his children who lost to a disease and couldn't help but take out a cigarette from his pocket. He couldn't bring himself to smoke it, so all he did was take a sniff. 6 years old, Mike was stunned by this number. Klein quietly listened inside. This is East Borough. He looked around, composed himself, and said, "This place is closer to the jungle than to human society. Our interview has to be treated as an adventure. You have to learn how to avoid the territory of dangerous creatures, but you must also avoid those little things that don't seem too harmful to you. Well, I'm talking about the mosquitoes in the jungle. Mike, if you expose the thickness of your walls to those kids, even if you protect it well and you don't let them steal it, robbery is a destined outcome during the rest of the adventure. If you dare to resist, then perhaps there will be one more body flowing in the Tussock River tomorrow morning." Mr. Detective, you're absolutely right. There are so many people in East Borough, no one pays notice to a few missing people every day. Old Kahir agreed. Mike listened intently for a few seconds, and after a few seconds of silence, he silently said, 1.35 million, huh? Because of his cold, Klein's throat was obviously a little coarse. Mike stepped forward and said, "This is a preliminary estimate of the population of count of the pot." Oh my god. This is. Let me find my place. This is a preliminary estimate of the population count of East Borough, but I know that there's definitely more than that. That many. Old Kahir was startled. Although he had experienced the days and nights in East Borough and knew that there were a lot of residents here, he didn't expect there to be this many. This is several times the population of Tingan City. What? Oh, snap. This is more than Tingan City? And it's just only in that borough? This is several times the population of Tingan City. Klein subconsciously compared... I thought we unsent something. Never mind. Sorry, Randy. That's funny. This is several times the population of Tingan City. Klein subconsciously compared it to the place that was most familiar to him. He looked out of the intersection a few steps away and asked, "Which way should we go next?" Old Kahir looked up and said, "Definitely not straight. The area is under the control of the Zamagar Gang." Oh, look at that. We're going back to the Zamagar Gang. Bet. Going back to the Zamagar Gang. They're very vicious and completely unreasonable. If they discover any reporters doing interviews, then they'll definitely beat us up. The Zamagar Gang, isn't that the brainless gang that caused me to lose 10,000 pounds? He was some kind of executioner, huh? I don't even remember his name. Fortunately, the 10,000 pounds was eventually exchanged for the Sears corresponding sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas, and the all-black eye, as well as the Intis ambassador's life. I wonder who ended up obtaining the manuscript of the Third Gentleman Difference engine. Klein instantly recalled what had happened early last month. Zamagar Gang, the gang that is mainly composed of Highlanders. Mike asked thoughtfully, "Mr. Reporter, have you heard of them?" Old Kahir asked in surprise. Mike sneered. "They're involved in lots of cases and they have some reputation outside of East Borough as well. It's said that one of the members was involved in a case of the Intis espionage. The person next to you was the person in question. The person made the report and also the victim." Klein silently added, "If you gentlemen know about the Zamagar Gang, then why doesn't the police arrest them?" Old Kahir asked from his viewpoint of someone at the bottom of society. Mike's expression suddenly turned a little awkward and he coughed twice. "We can only capture those who have committed crimes. There's no evidence for the rest, so we can't arrest them. Moreover, East Borough is so broad and there are so many people, it'll be hard to find anyone who is bent on hiding." As he spoke, he sighed. "It's easy to destroy one Zamagar gang, but also as a Highlander it comes to the backland, as if they kept up the strong tradition of being combative while failing to find any other means of earning a living. It's only a matter of time before a new Zamagar gang appears. This is a complex social issue." Klein pointed to the left and right. "Pick one." Old Kahir looked to the right side of the street. "That's where the Proscrito gang is active. As long as we don't provoke the girls who do business on the streets or in the bars, they won't notice us, huh? It's still morning, so there shouldn't be any problems. They're still sleeping." The word proscrito means outlaw in the Loan language, so it could be said that the gang who gave itself such a name was pretty self-aware. Klein and Mike had no objection. What was that? Klein and Mike had no objection to this, and with the guide leading the way, they entered the district. The buildings here were relatively better, the streets were less squalid, and the air was filled with the smells of oyster soup, fried fish, ginger beer, and the smell of various foods and beverages left behind by street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish. Let me read that. And the smell of various food and beverages left behind by the street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish-related products. While walking here, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to Tinkin City to the Iron Cross Street when he was first buying rye bread. I remember that. And to the street outside the apartment where they had originally lived in with Benson and Melissa. Oh, I'm about to cry. The only difference was that Backland was closer to the sea and had more traffic. There were a lot more fish. There's a relatively good apartment in the area. Back when I loitered around here, I discovered the gentlemen and ladies inside are all, quite clean. Old Kahir pointed to a pale yellow 3-story building. As they got closer, they noticed a sign hanging in front of the apartment. It had a picture of a pocket watch, a clock, a screwdriver, with the words watch repair. A watch craftsman lives here. Klein dug up a similar scene from the memory fragments of the original Klein? Oh my, we're seeing something from the original Klein. It's been so long. The gods are saving Izugiki from Redacted. Thank you. You guys are saying Redacted? Oh, there's a big Redacted spoiler. I shall now see. I shall now look. Back then, Benson Melissa himself had gone to somewhere similar to repair the silver pocket watch which his father had left behind. You don't gotta remind me. I remember. But despite repairing it several times, it would quickly break. This continued until Melissa fiddled with it and ultimately fully repaired it. It became the most decent thing on Klein's person during that period of time. After Klein's death, the pocket watch which had both monetary and sentimental value, was not buried with him. It should now belong to Benson, right? Melissa has it, because she's the one that repairs it, right? I wonder if he will think of me every... I'm gonna cry. I wonder if he will think of me every time he takes out that pocket watch. Damn. Like, damn, man. I missed them, dude. I miss Benson and Melissa. I'm crying, dude. I missed them. I'm actually a little emotional. I literally missed them. I felt so bad for them at the end of season 1. Like, bro, I've never experienced that, man, but it must be heart-wrenching, bro. That is crazy. I got so, like, attached to those characters, and now we're just gone from them because they think we're dead. Damn, that is sad, dude. Probably Mike wasn't sure. I skipped a line, man. Damn. It should now belong with Klein suddenly blinked and curled the corner of his lips. He's smiling. Is he hiding his feelings? Probably. Mike wasn't sure. If anything went wrong with his pocket watch, it was usually sent to the original watch store he bought it from. The store would then send it to a repairman or a craftsman who had partnered with them. As soon as they entered the apartment, they saw a middle-aged man with a messy beard. The gentleman had just come out of the bathroom and was about to return to his room. When he saw the 3 strangers come in, he hurriedly asked, "Do you want to repair something?" What a coincidence. We actually meet the craftsman immediately. Klein slightly puzzled. Mike took out his pocket watch, smiled, and said, "Yes, my pocket watch has recently not been keeping time well. Can you help me take a look?" He didn't reveal his identity and planned to interview him over some casual chit-chat. The middle-aged man immediately revealed his smile and let them into a 2-bedroom apartment which had its door half-colored, concealed. I just realized, did I update my timestamp? What chapter are we on? Wait. Yeah, we did put 354. Okay, we're good. Oh man, I got a little emotional. I forgot if I updated it. Yes, my pocket watch has recently not been keeping time well. Can you help me take a look? He didn't reveal his identity. I think I skipped a line. I'm sorry. He didn't reveal his identity and planned to interview him over some casual chit-chat. I lied. I just reread that. The middle-aged man immediately revealed his smile and led them into a 2-bedroom apartment which had its door half concealed. He pointed at a chair beside the table and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go get my tools." "Your tools are not at home?" Mike asked in surprise. The watch craftsman shook his head and laughed. "How is that possible? A set of tools is very expensive. There's no way I can buy them on my own. The only way is to pool everyone's money together to buy 3 or 4 sets, and whoever has business will use them. So we moved in together." It's more convenient this way. If we live too far away, we will have to spend extra time and pay for the public carriage to borrow the tools. Sorry. As he spoke, he left the room and walked to the side. So it isn't a coincidence that we met a watch craftsman. Many of the residents here are of that profession. Klein was suddenly enlightened. What a coincidence. Dude, imagine we run into like Benson or Melissa, like at a watch repair shop. Like they're both there and Klein has to Klein is like a faceless and like they don't know it's him, but like they feel it, right? Damn, bro. Did I cook or did I not cook? Damn. All right, let's keep reading. As he spoke, he left the room and walked to the side. Damn, that'd be so wild if it happens, dude. Damn, how much easy gonna read today? I'll be honest, man. I have no idea. We about to find out, though. We about to find out. So it isn't a coincidence that we meet a watch craftsman. Many of the residents here are of that profession. Klein was suddenly enlightened. Old Kahir looked around the room and enviously said, "Before I fell ill, I lived in such a place as well. My wife would help others sew clothes at home, and my two children. Mike sighed and lowered his voice. I thought watch craftsmen were rich. Me too. Klein covered his mouth. After a cordial exchange with several of the apartment residents, Klein and the others once again embarked on their adventure. They had walked about 100 meters when they heard people quarreling along the street. The two women were using all sorts of obscenities against each other, allowing Klein to learn many words he had never heard before. The reason for that argument was about the one on the left accused the woman on the right for making the apartment they lived in dirty and noisy. The woman on the right was scolding to the woman on the left, thinking that it had nothing to do with her. After all, no one asked her to recruit guests at night and sleep during the day. Is this a laundry maid? Mike asked, frowning slightly. Yes, I know her. She's a widow helping people wash their clothes with 2 daughters. Old Kahir answered certainly. Mike thought for a few seconds and said, "Take me to their place." Old Kahir nodded and led the two of them around the argument before they entered the dilapidated apartment building that was obviously inferior to the one they had just seen. As soon as he arrived outside the laundry maid's room, Klein immediately felt the dampness. In the room hung dresses that were not dried yet. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was squatting in front of a large basin, scrubbing clothes that were covered in bubbles. A girl that was younger than her was holding a hot iron wrapped in wet linen cloth. She was certainly ironing the clothes that were done washing and drying. Her careful actions imply that she had been scalded by the steam several times. Ooh, that's bad. This was both their workplace and their place where they slept at night. Literally sleeping where they're working? The way he pronounced Colir? Is that not how we pronounce it? Wet moisture permeated the room and seeped into their bodies. In addition, the stench of all kinds of smells was very distinct. Doesn't it feel terrible? Mike pinched his nose. Klein replied in a muffled voice, "I've got a cold." There was no humor in his words. Mike released his fingers, walked into the room, and said to the two surprised girls, "I'm a reporter. I would like to interview a laundry maid." The girl who was scrubbing the clothes shook her head numbly and said, "We have a lot of things to do and cannot afford to waste time." Mike's request for an interview was rejected. He came out with a heavy expression and suddenly walked back across the street. After taking a look, he pursed his lips and said, "Let's continue." City of Silver, after a thorough examination of Derek Burge, who had experienced hallucinations both visually and auditory. Oh, the one Klein helped. He was brought to the bottom of the spiral. Sorry, I feel like my mic is spiking when I do that. This place took in residents who showed signs of losing control, and various methods were used to save them. Walking in the gloomy and creepy corridor, he suddenly felt a strange chill. Help. A sharp, shrill voice suddenly sounded from a sealed room. Help. The voice came to a sudden halt, and then there was silence. Is that Derek screaming help? Or is this somebody else? Update? I was already about to forget. I'm so sorry. Let's update and let's keep reading. Peek it. Did you just say peak incoming? Bet. Better not be disappointing, man. This chapter better be peak. Let's keep going, dude. All right, let's keep going. Let me update this and eat some hot Cheeto Puffs, man. My fat ass is gonna finish that big ass bag today, huh? Woo! And as I say, I want to lose weight. I'm eating a big ass bag of hot Cheetos. Look what you guys are doing to me. I blame all of you. No, I'm fucking kidding, dude. It's me, man. I should have made something healthy on the side. It's time for Redacted. I like that you guys are saying Redacted. Is it a long stream? The plan is to do a long stream. I'm sorry, Romero. We've been live for like an hour. But luckily, with the power stalling, we only read 4 chapters. So, it's good. Alright, hold up. Romero, the plan is to go until I'm tired. Alger can cook like easy? I don't know, man. How good of a cook is he? Because I've been bestowed the title head chef. Guys, one more chapter. Hold on. But buckle up. I just keep going. He said, help. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited to help someone. Let's find out. Let him read this chapter. All right. After this chapter, I'm going to go get more ginger ale. Let's keep going. Everything's good. Everything's updated. All right. Let's keep going. All right, next chapter. Chapter 305. 355. Hopefully something redacted. Bet. Well, we're going to find out. I'm telling you, we're going to go till we get tired. Chapter 355 is called Outsider. This and the airy silence, the first thought... Oh! Derek? This... Oh, I'm so dumb. I was... never mind. I got a little excited. Hold up. Sorry. This and the airy silence, the first thought of Derek Berg had when he came back to his senses was to rescue that person. However, the two guards that held him in the middle didn't show any reaction to it, as if everything had just happened was just his imagination. Someone is calling out for help. The young Derek informed the two Dawn Paladins. They're Dawn Paladins? Oh, snap. His bodyguards are Dawn Paladins? That is crazy busted, okay? On his left, a tall knight clad in silver armor calmly replied, "Don't be fooled." Wait, are we with... Wait, hold up, I'm not wrong. Are we with Little Sun? Not to be rude. Observe it? Yeah. No. I'm trying to not get anything. No, it's okay. You're not being rude. I know. I have bad tunnel vision. We're back with Derek, right? Oh my god. No wonder you guys were mentioning Alger. Alger told him to stay behind. Oh, okay. That's why they said City of Silver last chapter. I'm sorry. Little Sun. I know Little Sun is Derek. I forgot his last name was Berg. When I read Derek Berg, I thought we were with the guy Klein cleansed. Remember how he was like, someone's gonna kill me? I thought it was him. No, go to class, Romero. I'm sorry. Go to class. I'm screaming at you like a dad. Go to class. No. I actually started tweaking. I'm sorry. My bad. This and the airy silence, the first thought of Derek Burt. I'm so dumb. I am really... Look, when I read off stream, I'm not this bad at recalling info. When I read in silence to myself in my head, I can recall everything. But when I'm reading live, I tend to miss some things. I miss a lot of things. But you know what? That's half the fun, you know? It makes it engaging. This and the eerie silence, the first thought of Derek Burge, I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry, had when he came back to his senses was to rescue that person. However, the two guards that held him... Oh! This is how he's going to say, like, this is how we came up with the info. However, the two guards that held him in the middle didn't show any reaction to it, as if everything had just happened was just his imagination. Someone is calling out for help. So he's playing the part that he's possessed. The young Derek informed the two Dawn Paladins. On his left, a tall knight clad in silver armor calmly replied, "Don't be fooled. That's just a normal behavior of those beyonders who are on the verge of losing control." Is that so? Maybe he cried out for help because he just isn't willing to give up and lose control and become a monster. Derek thought sorrowfully. Following the changes in his mood, the illusionary buzzing sounds in his ear became more distinct. After silently taking a few steps forward, the Dawn Paladin from before pointed to a door. A door? A door? Did we just get a door? A door reference? Mr. Door? "You will be staying here for the time being. We will bring you food and medicine on time." As he spoke, he took out an iron black bottle. This bottle was constructed from the remnants of the straw-like objects left over from the City of Silver staple food, black-faced grass. Upon encountering a liquid, it would produce a thin film, thereby achieving a waterproof and sealing effect. Derek took the bottle and gulped it down, feeling a cool sensation sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. His entire being rapidly became quiet. The swaying scenes before his eyes stabilized and the auditory hallucinations in his ear gradually weakened. Creak. Oh god. At the sound of the iron... What's happening, dude? How did we even get to this point? I thought he was going to stay behind. At the sound of the iron door closing and locking, Derek entered his own room. Okay, he's in his own room. The first thing he saw was a candle flickering with a faint yellow light. Then he made out a low bed, a chair, and a square table. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, the walls, including the doors, were all engraven with complicated and mysterious symbols and labels. They seemed to form a complete seal. Derek's emotions were also suppressed by the medicine. He sat down on the bed without the slightest hint of curiosity before lying down. After a known period of time, he suddenly heard the sound of someone banging on his door. However, this didn't come from the outside of his room, but from his neighboring cell. He did stay behind. That's why he's acting like he lost control. Okay, I understood this part. Okay, it kind of just jumped into him acting as he was losing control. He did stay behind by acting like he's losing control, so they're locking him up from the others that can endanger the city. They're keeping him in a cell in case he starts losing control. Got it. Waiting for Easy Geeky to read 363. We might get there. We might not, but we might get there. Yes, no, maybe so. We'll find out. I lost my place. Derek sat up and listened. He heard a sharp, high-pitched wail from the knocking. His hair stood on end, and he abruptly stood up, taking an extremely defensive stance. At this moment, thumping sounds spread to the metal walls that were separated by two rooms, slowly smashing a protrusion. Derek was about to pray for the holy light when the scene before his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems as if the entire space around him had been moved to the outside world, just in time for the lighting to strike past. The sound of the wall being smashed beside him had vanished, and the bottom of the spire regained in silence. It wasn't an absolute silence, rather the sound of light footsteps echoed for a long distance. It only turned silent about the echoes continuing after a long time. Derek was wondering what happened to the Beyonder in the neighboring cell when someone knocked on the metal wall of the other side. Tack, tack, tack. It was as if someone had bent their fingers and was tapping lightly. Who is it? Derek asked, raising his voice in slight alarm. The knocking immediately stopped, and after a few seconds, a deep yet rather old voice was faintly transmitted. So it turns out to be a young fellow. You are? Seeing that the other person could communicate rationally, Derek leaned against the wall and pressed his ears against the cold metal. The elderly voice chuckled and said, "The person next to you almost lost control several times. He ultimately couldn't be saved today." He completely lost control. Derek asked through the metal wall, so he's become a monster now. No, not a monster, but a corpse. He was finished off by the items sealed in here. The elderly voice sighed. I've been here for 42 years? What the? What? He's been on the brink of losing control for 42 years? Damn! I've been here for 42 years. Yes, those guards told me that they've seen too many similar incidents. Derek was surprised and returned with a question. You've been here for 42 years? Normally speaking, losing control could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was warning signs, such as auditory and visual hallucinations. In the second stage, the person's body and mind were already out in control, and from time to time, they would display either terrifying or strange states. As for the third stage, it was a complete breakdown, transforming the rampager into a terrifying monster. But 42 years. Damn. The time it took for the second stage to the third stage was rather quick. Perhaps just after discovering the symptoms, one would witness a seemingly ordinary Beyonder turning into a monster which would be found deep in darkness. In other words, after a second stage Beyonder was sent to the bottom of the spire, they would either be treated with medicine, rituals, and other methods, slowly stabilizing themselves and allowing them to leave within 18 months. Otherwise, they would quickly lose control and be purged. It was impossible for anyone to be locked up for 42 years. As a first stage Beyonder, they would only take between a few days to less than 20 days to eliminate all the symptoms and leave. Fully treated. I think I know what's happening. The elderly voice immediately chuckled and said, "That's right, I also didn't expect that I would stay here for 42 years. He's the thing that's ending people losing control." He's the one in charge of taking him out. Derek frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" At that time, neither of his parents had been born. They died so young. What? Dude, his parents died at such a young age, man. That breaks my heart, man. And he had to finish him off. At that time, neither of his parents had been born yet. The elderly voice was silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team. We found a destroyed city about half a month away from the city of Silver. A 2 weeks walk, right? From the city of Silver. This was calculated based on our speed. That city was similar to our city of. Hold up, theory crafting. That city was similar to our city of Silver. It clearly has traces of it being ruled by giants, and it was believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Unfortunately, they were destroyed countless years ago. Derek wasn't a stranger to such matters. He merely guessed, because you encouraged some strange incidents there, you were determined to be at the risk of losing control. More or less lore. I think City of Silver probably isn't that specific place. Maybe the City of Silver can be whatever new city in this area, right? Maybe they moved. More or less, the elderly voice chuckled. After we explored the core area, we discovered that the city was attempting to change faiths. They created what? They created deity. What did I say? They created deities that they imagined would save them. However, it was useless. Even the statues of those deities were destroyed and spilled all across the land. At this point, his tone suddenly became heavy. However, we met a person. Who did we meet, bro? Like, describe this person. This was the first time in the past 2,000. This is hype. This was the first time in the past 2,000 years that our City of Silver had met someone who didn't belong to our city. Yo, outside. Yo, who is it, bro? What is it? Outside the City of Silver and the depths of the endless darkness, there really was someone still alive. Derek subconsciously asked, "You brought him back to the City of Silver." The elderly voice said after 2 seconds, "Don't you feel shocked? The reason why our City of Silver works so hard to explore the surroundings is to find humans like us. We finally found them 42 years ago." I'm seeing a message being unsent. Wait, hold up. This is indeed rather shocking news, but I often see Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, and others. I often hear of the Lowen Kingdom and the 7 Orthodox gods. Isn't it very obvious that there are people outside the City of Silver, with cities and countries? Derek scratched his head, and without much experience, he pretended to be shocked. He's like, "Oh, no, what? Preposterous." I didn't notice this point. This is truly... Wait, did we just blow over the fact that the person come back to the City of Silver or not? And this is truly unbelievable. Other than the oh, maybe he's the person. That's like the only thing I can think about. The person that was the first person discovered is the one that's been locked up for 42 years, the old man. This is truly unbelievable. Other than the residents of the City of Silver, there are actually other people. And he knows it took 2 weeks because they walked him back, right? And it was like a 2 week walk. 2-week walk. This is truly unbelievable. Other than the residents of the City of Silver, there are actually other people. The elderly voice remained silent for a while before saying, "Has the City of Silver education become so terrible?" Without waiting for Derek to speak, he said and said to himself, "We very rarely invited that person to the City of Silver as a guest. After some consideration, he agreed. We monitored and escorted him along the way back, but when we had almost arrived at the City of Silver, he suddenly disappeared." Who phases in and out that we don't know? "We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him." This is so cool. This is you walk. So whoa, you need. Oh, hold on. I don't know what we're. I'm gonna be careful reading chat. There's a lot of unsent messages. Some people are getting a little too excited, and I know I cannot read this chat over here because messages don't get unsent here. So I gotta be away from that top side of the corner. "We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him. After we returned to the City of Silver, my team members went crazy one by one. They lost control, all of them. Not a single one was spared. The 6-member council suspected that they were all contaminated by something, that the person was not human at all, but an evil spirit, a monster. So they locked me up here, and every so often they would come over to confirm my condition, but they would never tell me what the problem is, nor would they let me out." He's hiding in him. It's like The Thing, bro. Have you guys watched The Thing? I want to send an emoji. No, don't send emojis. Wait, no hints. No pregnant belly hints. No. I don't want to see what's going on right now. Hold up. Hold back. Resist the emojis. Derek exhaled heavily and asked, "Do you remember what that man looked like?" "He looked like me." "He looked very ordinary, and nothing about him stood out. He was dressed just like us, an expert for me remembering that he was a man. I can't remember what he looked like. However, the elders should be able to use beyond their means to directly see him from my vague, forgotten memories." The elderly voice recalled for nearly a minute and said with a bit of pain. Derek pressed him casually. did he say what his name was? Did he name reveal? Did he tell you about his origins? Okay, origins. The elderly voice acknowledged tersely. He told us what his name was. He paused for a moment before saying, Ammon. Oh! The true creator? Wait. Oh! Fanfiction spoiler? Maybe. Because it would be indirectly spoiling something, maybe? Maybe. Wait. We got Ammon. Ammon. Yeah. Okay, so it's the true creator. Settling morning and factory. Well, not like the true creator. The true creator. Ammon? What did I say? That's how you pronounce it, right? Bruh. What's going on? Bruh? Wait. Google. First and foremost, Google Translate. Okay, Google Translate. Google Translate. Chan, I need you. Oh, wait, hold up. We're gonna keep recording. It's Ammon. Nah, keep coming. Hold up. You see, hold up. We're going somewhere. Purge that, Romero. No. Hold up. What's going on with this true creator propaganda? Did it work? First and foremost, Google Translate. Ammon. All right, here we go. Gotta pause the music. No, we'll keep it going.
Amen.
Amen. What the fuck? Amen? It's fucking Amen?
Amen.
It's fucking Amen? I've been fucking saying, you guys have been making me fucking say Ammon for almost 400 plus chapters. Isn't... Oh! The Ammon family. The fuck is it, Amen or Ammon?
Amen. Amen.
Oh, the family name. Okay, my bad. It's not the true creator. Hold up. Walking it back. It wasn't the true creator. It was, the original one. Pokemon Among Us. Rani? it's Pokemon. Okay, so Amen. Wait, Amen, Ammon?
Amen.
Mr. A. Oh, Mr. A. I say Ammon. Ammon? Not yet. Randy, we gotta be careful. Okay, we gotta be careful. Okay, we're good. Network is reconnected. Ammon? Bro, I don't even know how to use that asterisk. I don't even think I've ever used that symbol in my life. Like, Among Us? Among Us. Umnus? Hummus? Ammon. Yeah, I like that. I like it. Ammon. Ammon. Pokemon. Say Ammon. Hummus. Hummus. Ammon. Romero, you have destroyed easy theories. No. Hold up. My bad. My bad. I thought the true creator... I thought his name was... As I've said it before, Ammon. So it's Ammon. Got it. Okay, we're good. I got it. We're good. Awesome. Perfect. All right, let's keep going. So this would be the original guy from the family. Oh, that is so hype. So the family name, this is the original dude. So the original dude somehow ended up in the city of Silver? No, he didn't corrupt me. Easy taking his language lessons as usual. Wait, guys, check spoiler Discord. Okay, I'll be away from the... We have destroyed easy language. Stop listening to Google Translate. Mon. Jamaican Mon pronounced Ja? Ja. Ammon. No one in the YouTube community on how to... You know what? We will wait for the anime. We will wait for the Dunkwa pronunciation. It's like people that said... Wait, I should pause it now. It's like for people that played... fucking, what was it, Final Fantasy, right? Yeah, it's like people that played Final Fantasy. Titus, people are like, what? That's how you pronounced it? It wasn't Titus. Who was it? It was someone from, I think it was a character from FF9. People pronounced it one way, but then it was pronounced the other way. How did you connect the name to a god? I have no idea. I think the MON looked like, I don't know. For some reason, I thought that was a true creator's real name. Maybe it was. I thought it was brought up. It wasn't brought up. Let's keep going. Like nothing happened. Like we did not burn the kitchen. Sunday morning. It is almost Sunday morning. What did I start doing? Anime Wiz. Oh, what's up? Oh, is that you, Anime Wiz? What's up, dude? Wait, I thought you were like chapter 100. Isn't this spoilers? Whoa, careful. You're treading You're treading a very dangerous. You're treading a very dangerous line, Anime Wiz. Careful, be careful. Is it because Olger mentioned the name? I think that was why. Right? Go away from corruption. Was it not mentioned that the true creator's name was Ammon? Amen? Right? I think it was. I'm never gonna bring up the true creator again until it gets brought up. Okay, we're done with the true creator. I hate that guy. All bad things happened because of that fucking man in volume 1. So much misery happened because of him. It's just my alt account. I got you. That'd be funny. No true creator. Like Romero's like, I will ban anybody if there's true creator slander in here. Okay, let's keep going, dude. Hey, you just popped in to say hi? Oh, no, for sure, dude. Thank you for tuning in for a little bit, dude. Thank you. Sunday morning in the factory district. In the past 2 days, Klein and Mike visited many places in East Borough under the old Cohere's guidance. As a result, Mike witnessed 5 or 6 people huddled together in a single room. I think I just skipped a whole paragraph. No, we're good? Wish a good stream, buddy. I'm gonna see how long I can go, man. I got nothing better to do today. I am ignoring all social responsibilities. So we'll see how it goes, man. Have a good day, man. Thank you. Please join mod voice chat even for a second. No, I get you. 30. We're almost at 40. Start 40. We're at 30. We're almost at 40 people hearing me fucking mispronounce a name. But it's cool. It's cool. We're good. Wait. Voice chat. Mod. I forgot there was a fucking mod voice chat. Is it Shadow Realm? I don't think I can hear. I think I have to change my settings. Why the fuck did I mute myself? Wait. I don't think I can hear you, Romero. Hold up. I have to go into... Oh, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. You're good. Wait, it's a little lag. It's a little staticky.
Okay, so you literally know nothing about the Ammon exactly.
No.
You don't know he's connected to any god. You don't know if he's connected to anyone. You just know that he's a prominent family. He was a prominent family name in the 4th epoch. That's all you know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was the family name. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. I remember. That was brought up in volume 1. Okay. Got it, Romero.
Yes. Only specific thing that you know is he supported the Tudor dynasty.
Yeah.
That's all you should know.
I think that was in my original notes.
Yes.
Got
Just
it.
clarifying.
Got
Just
it.
hearing what you said made my brain explode.
Okay. Got it. So all we know was that it was his name. Got
Yes.
it. He's from the Ammon family. Yeah, he's the Ammon family guy. Well, I know I'm saying it wrong. Got it.
If you have any confusion and stuff, just text me.
Got you.
Okay.
Hey, they said your voice is beautiful, by the way. That's cool, dude. Awesome. Oh, he left. We just got like a consulting. Yeah, received a consulting service. He's a cool guy, Roy. He's a pretty cool guy. At the end of it, he's a pretty cool guy. Got it. Okay, we got it. All right, let's keep going. All right, here we go. We heard the mad ravings. Those are mad ravings. Okay, let's keep going. Sunday morning. That was cool, dude. That was a cool little chat. Sunday morning in the factory district. In the past 2 days, Klein and Mike visited many places in East Borough under the old Cohere's guidance. As a result, Mike witnessed 5 or 6 people huddled together in a single room, and that wasn't the worst case he saw. In the poorest areas of the East Borough... Wow, my nose is so itchy. I was eating hot Cheetos and I scratched it. Ooh, that burns a little. In the poorest area of the East Borough, an ordinary bedroom could accommodate 10 people. The precise division of the right to use the floor and the time of use, day or night, shook the reporter. Moreover, poverty didn't discriminate between men and women. In those places, people of different genders squeezed in tight spaces without being able to abide by societal norms. Certain incidents which deserved time in court happened all the time, whether it was men or women. All of them were always facing the threat of violence. Squalid, crowded crowded, smelly. That's the most subjective impression. I suspect that every one of them has a serious problem of having parasites. Because of the houses were that's scary, dude. Because of the houses were built a long time ago in the most rundown districts, they aren't connected to the sewers. Feces, urine, vomit, and other things can be found everywhere. Every house here only has one public bathroom, or worse, every street only has one public toilet. They're extremely busy every day, but they can only barely fill their stomachs without any saying. As they're unemployed for a few days, they'll fall into an irredeemable abyss. I don't think they would ever be afraid of death if they were given even a little hope. Mike wrote in his investigation manuscript. In addition, the reporter was imprisoned by the tramps who were wandering the streets in the middle of the night. The girls who stood numbly by the street or in the bars, as well as the drinkers who completely let loose with their drinking. They didn't hold back on using violence, and they didn't consider the future. All of this left a deep impression on the reporter. He grew more and more silent, and we will update. Dude, so much just happened. One, I completely mispronounced the name. Two, we met potentially a descendant of like the Ammon family. I think I'm mispronouncing it again. I'm sorry. Like, there, so much happened. So much happened right there. But that's kind of hype. I saw chat. You guys were getting a little too excited, but it's cool. That's cool. All right, let's pause and let's keep going. Romero, you fucks. Romero's a little vulgar sometimes. That's funny. No. All right, let's update and let's keep going. 119. So because I scratched my nose after eating hot Cheetos, I need to wash my face. My nose got a little sniffy. What the fuck am I saying? It got a little stuffy. Let me clean my nose. Let me get some more ginger ale, and we'll keep reading. I'll be right back. Everybody, go take a pee break. Pee break. If you have a puppy, go hug your puppy. If you have a cat, parrot, go hug them. All right, let's keep going. Let's pause. Bear with me for 2 seconds. Let me just go clean my nose. I'll be right back. You want to come hang out with your old man, Ellie? Yes, a good girl. You want to come hang out with me? Come in. Yeah? I fucking scared her.
That was pretty funny. Oh, are you rolling over? Here. I don't know if you guys can see her. Wait, hold up. Let me turn this off. Give me 1 more minute. Let me pet her. We also can't neglect Ellie. Hold on, let me pet her for a minute. Hi! You're so funny. Look at you rolling over for attention. How you doing? I love you, Ellie. I love you. Look at you. Look at you. You're such a beautiful dog. Oh, I'm sorry we didn't go out for a walk. You better update chapter? Of course. Of course I was going to update it. Y'all? What's going on? Did you know Romero's from... Are you from Italy? Wait, it's unhinged. Hold up. Unhinged. You got me. Misty getting ignored? No, never. Never have we ever. Update. And we're good. %30% conversations how much he hates his country. Oh, careful, Ellie. Oh, Ellie, do you want to hang out with us? Oh, 1 sec. Okay, we're good. Let me eat a few hot Cheeto Puffs, and we'll keep going. Sorry, Ellie, you can't eat this. This is not dog food. Hi. Give Ellie a kiss for you? I got you. Wait, hold up. If that actually gets him, if that's actually upsetting him, we should probably chill. Just in case. Cause otherwise he's gonna start banning you guys. He has full control. No, I'm kidding. Hey, are you growling at me? I'm trying to stream. Cool? I love you. I gotta keep streaming, okay? Hi. Yeah, we also can't be mean to each other. Huh, Ellie? We gotta be nice. We gotta be kind. We gotta be kind to our friends. You know, Ellie? Hi. What's up? Wait, don't lick me. I'm eating hot Cheetos. Sorry if it upsets you. Mod abuse. I can turn chat into emoji chat, just telling you. No. It's not mod abuse. No. Okay, yeah, we'll take a little breather. It's okay. We must respect Romero. All right, hi Ellie. What do you want to do? Cause I'm still streaming. You gotta head out. I'm sorry. Go hang out with your uncle. Come on. Fucking Ellie, I'm streaming. We're reading. No, I can't play right now. I love you. No, I fucking love you, Ellie. You know I fucking play with you every single day I can get. Okay? You know I want to play with you every single fucking waking moment, but I'm streaming. You gotta take this, all right? All right. Cool. Is it looking? No, she's better. Yeah. She's good. She's good. No, yeah, she's okay now. She's a lot better. She got a little sick, but she's good now. Hi. Okay, cool. Cool, Ellie. I'm sorry, but you gotta go. I'm streaming. I know it gets you mad, but you gotta go out. Hey, I'll play with you later, okay? I'll play with you when I'm done. You're so fucking needy. I love you, Ellie. Oh, we'll play in a bit, okay? Go play. Alright, now we're good. We can keep going. Yeah, she's good though. That was the Ellie tax. You guys got your Ellie tax. Alright. So I think we're good with this track. I think we'll pause it now. I assume the music was for the name drop. Oh. No stalling. Hold up. Any moment with Ellie is never stalling. That is quality time with my daughter.
I know it might be weird for some people that I'm calling her my daughter. Okay, I mean, ice cream, leave me alone. All right, let's keep going. Let me pause this music. Resume this. Holy shit, flashbang. We're good. Let me just check any messages from Miss Easy Geeky. We got a missed call from her an hour ago. We're gonna pretend we didn't see that. Okay. We're cooked. We are fucking cooked, bro. I have my phone on do not disturb and I see a missed call. We are definitely fucking cooked. We are gonna pretend that didn't happen, and if she's watching the stream, I'm sorry, I love you. Was there a spoiler? I don't know what. Okay, but I'm not gonna read before just in case if there's a spoiler. Please spare. If there's a spoiler, I won't read. It was deleted? Okay, no, it's okay. It's alright. I didn't read whatever just happened. GG? No, I didn't read anything. We're good. All I saw is we're cooked. I thought you guys were referencing Miss Izzy Geeky. But I didn't read anything. We're good. Let's finish the volume? Yeah, let's finish. Let's finish the volume. Alright, chapter 356 is called Informant Fees. As I say that, are we updated? Yes, we are good. Cough. Mike Joseph took out his handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed several times. The smog in the factory district was thicker than anywhere else. The air was gray with a yellowish tint, as though it was floating dust. Occasionally, a pungent, suffocating odor that even Mr. Reporter, who had long used to the backland air, could not bear. He turned to Klein, who was also coughing softly. I've always been a huge supporter of the government's establishment of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and the Alkaline Industry Inspector, but only today did I learn the problem that has become so serious. If we don't take effective measures, it may become a tragedy in the future. Klein tried hard to clear his blocked nose. Perhaps the whole backland would be shrouded in smog that results in one's vision not exceeding 5 meters. Does that sound like foreshadowing, or does that not sound like foreshadowing? And it's possible that an evil god would descend or be born in such a backdrop. He added silently. Okay. So we want... An evil god wants to spread the reach of East Borough into all, right? I got it. I see what's going on. Old Kahir didn't quite understand the conversation. He cleared his throat that was filled with thick phlegma and led the reporter and the detective around the watchman and into a lead factory. Most of the workers were women. They were working busily without any protection, and the factory floor was filled with dust. Looking at the tiny particles floating in the air, Klein felt like he was looking at toxic gas. The young ladies without masks were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. For a moment, he felt as though he was back in Taken, back to the time when he had helped Sir Deweywill deal with the grievance haunting him. Use Google Translate for Old Collier? Let's see. Hold up. I accidentally took that off. Go back to Google Translate. Let's continue here. Old. Wait, I don't need to type old. I know how to pronounce old. Old. Shit, how do I pronounce it? How do I spell it? Kohler? Goller?
Kolev.
Collar? Collar. Oh, like a collar.
Kolev. Kolev.
Kohler. Kohler. Oh. Was I not saying Kohler?
Kolev. Kolev.
Or I was saying Kohler. Good day,
Kolev.
everyone. Was like, no, you're okay, Vec. We've stalled for like 10 hours, man. We've only read like 2 chapters. You're good. You didn't miss much. It's cool. All right. All right, let's keep going. Let's take the meds. No, we must respect everybody. We must respect everybody. Let's not be mean to each other. All right, let's keep going, dude. All right, Kohler. Why your Google translation sounds so a little bit? What? The language it picks up is called Bangla?
Kolev.
Chapter 400? Bet you guys better be ready, man. I got a free schedule. At least until, like, Miss Easy Geeky comes knocking at my door because I'm not picking up. But I think we're good right now. Until I hear her knock on this door, I think we're good right now. Alright, let's keep going. They found my place? Filled with dust, looking at tiny particles. They can be spot. Okay, right. Found my place. I found my place. Wrong pronunciation. For a moment, he felt as though he was back in Tigan, back to the time when he had helped Sir Deweywill deal with the grievance haunting him. He seemed to have already witnessed the future of each and every female worker. Some of them were with throbbing heads, some with blurred vision, some turning hysterical, some with gums with a blue line, and finally they either went blind or fell dead. It's like a large-scale bloody sacrificial ritual. The only difference is that the target is that flashing symbol of money. If the Aurora Order, Rose School of Thought, and the other evil sects could make good use of similar situations, just like what Lenavus did, there would be a huge problem. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he quietly watched. Mike Joseph muttered in surprise and anger, "How can this be? How can they be like this? A while ago, all sorts of newspapers and magazines were focused on the issue of lead poisoning. Why aren't they using any precautionary measures at all? They can't even bear to use the mask. These factory owners are murderers." He truly is a reporter with a sense of righteousness. Even though he isn't young, he's rather stingy and his acting is pretty outstanding. He still retains his original pure motives, but how is he so aware of lead poisoning? Right, I forgot. I had gotten Sir Deweyville to advertise the dangers of lead poisoning on the newspapers and magazines. It seems like he did it well, but for some people, what does it matter if one or two of the lower class commoners die? There are plenty of people waiting for jobs, Klein thought with a heavy heart. As a senior journalist, Mike didn't lose his reason. He quietly observed and asked a few workers who had changed shifts. Then he left the lead factory. Subsequent, they entered one factory after another, but lost their mood to discuss anything when they saw the squalor of the place and the intensive labor involved. It was almost noon when Klein suddenly discovered that there were lots of people gathering outside the factory. They were mostly women, and they were excitedly shouting something and were trying to rush in. What happened? Mike asked Old Cooler, puzzled. Old Cooler was also puzzled. I'll go over and ask. I almost mispronounced it like we did last time. I'll go over and ask. He jogged to the outside of the factory and blended into the crowd. It took him several minutes to get back to Klein and Mike. They're going to smash those new machines. Old Cooler took a breath and got to the point. Why? Mike hadn't been in charge of similar news before, so he didn't know much about the situation. As for Klein, he had an inkling for reason. Old Cooler pointed to the factory and said, "This is the textile factory. They wish to use the latest textile machines, so the number of people in charge of controlling the machines needed will decrease. It seems like they're going to fire a third of the workers. The female workers want to smash the machines and get their jobs back, or else they'll probably not survive. Perhaps the only choice is for them to become street girls." Mike opened his mouth. From the shape of his mouth, he looked like he was going to say fools, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just looked in silence, and he didn't even move closer. Let's go back. I've pretty much finished my investigative interviews after a long time. Mike sighed. All three of them turned around and began to walk out of the factory district. No one spoke as well. I see you guys added me. Hold up. I'll read your messages right now. My bad. Sorry, missed your message. I see you though. As they were about to park, Mike glanced at Klein and Wow, I am stuttering. How deep into the video? Oof, it's not that deep. It's all right. As they were about to part, Mike glanced at Klein and spoke in a low voice. "Do you think those women can still find anything else to do if the lead factories who do not provide protection are shut down, or if their bosses are sent to court?" Klein gave it some serious thought and said, "It's just a few factories. There won't be much of a problem, but some female workers might suffer from the hunger and cold while looking for their jobs, and they would gradually lose their strength, and because they don't have any savings, it would be a disaster if too many factories are shut down in a short period of time, not to mention the people who lose their jobs or the new textile machines are used. The Backland factory district alone might have thousands or even tens of thousands of unemployed workers who have no food or clothing, roaming the streets like zombies. They might lower the conditions of their pay in order to snatch the jobs of others. Who knows how much people in East Borough will lead an even more difficult life or die as a result. It would be a hell-like scene, and even if this world doesn't have beyonder powers, it would still bring about a huge disaster. And now the various evil gods are looking in the darkness, waiting." Klein swallowed all the words in his mind. Mike fell silent again, and after paying 10 pounds and 6 soli, he left the smoke-emitting... Mike paid him? Oh, he was paying him for his work. He left the smoke-emitting factory district in the carriage. Klein looked at the carriage right in the distance, but didn't say anything. Back when he was a Nighthawk, he had known and come into contact with the lives of the poor, but the impression left on him wasn't as deep this time. Look at him reminiscing, man. A multi-dimensional observation revealed a human abyss in front of his eyes. A multi-dimensional observation revealed a human abyss in front of his eyes. East Borough is truly filled with hidden dangers and Tinder-like threats. If one isn't careful, it can be ignited by a cult. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, Cooler, I'd like to ask you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough. Oh, only when you're not bogged down by work. I'll pay you, give you the... He paid him and now he's paying him back. I'll pay you, giving you the money to build a relationship with the other workers. Every week, we will set a time to meet at the coffee shop from before. Look at that. Old Cooler's eyes lit up. No problem. He made no mention of the price. He really trusted the good detective. Klein weighed his options and said, every time we meet, I'll give you 15 solely as funds and compensation. If you provide me with information that I'm satisfied with, if you provide me with information that I'm satisfied with, there will also be an additional 5 solely as payment. A pound. Old Clear blurted out in shock. In his warmest and happiest days, he was only paid 21 solely a week, or 1 pound, 1 solely. Yes, Klein nodded. You have to pay attention to your words and actions. Don't be in a hurry to gather information. Maintain a state of speaking less and listen more, otherwise you'll be in danger. Informant, the best reporter is one who listens, yeah? Informant fees such as these can theoretically be reimbursed, but now I'm a self-sponsored 50 pence party. Klein sighed as he gave his self-deprecating laugh. Empress Borough, we're switching POVs? Empress Borough, Miss Audrey studied with Count Hall's luxurious villa. The blonde was listening to Miss Escalante, her psychology teacher. She occasionally stroked Susie, the big dog who was sitting beside her. With dark hair that went all the way down to her waist, Escalante Ocele, I cannot pronounce her name. We will make it to the next meeting. It is like, it's Sunday night or Sunday morning from his point of view, right? Oh, I got, what was it, Romero? I know you guys said it earlier, right? It's really hard for an evil god to descend in Backland due to all the really big shots of the churches being there. You know what's crazy? If it's that hard, sorry, my nose got a little sniffly for a sec. If it's really that hard for like an evil god to descend, it's probably not that hard for like one of the Orthodox to descend. The same spelling mistake is crazy. Was there a spelling mistake? I don't know what happened. But the thing I find crazy is if it's that hard for an evil god, like the true creator, he shot his shot, he almost got it, but it didn't work out. But if it's that hard for them, I wonder how easy it is for an Orthodox god. Bro, use Google Translate for cooler? I thought it was cooler. Cooler. Wait, I still have it open.
Kholer.
You guys said it was like cooler.
Kholer. Kholer.
Then why haven't descended all the time? You know what? That's a good point. I think they're in hiding for whatever reason. We will find out. Google Translate didn't help him. I'll just say Mr. Cool. I'll just say the cool guy. I checked the next meeting. Okay, wait, don't say what meeting number. But I'll just say Mr. Cool Guy. I'll call him Mr. Cool Guy. We'll say Mr. Cool Guy. With dark, I read this part. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Well, with dark hair that went all the way down to her waist, Escalante Ocele noticed that the dog also seemed to be listening intently. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Following that, she continued with her introduction. There are currently no completely orthodox theories in the field of psychology. There are several schools of thought, such as psychoanalysis, personality analysis, and behavioral psychology. Of course, research on the mind is not only performed by psychologists and psychiatrists. Many professionals in the field of mysticism are also doing similar works. Among them, the most famous one is... Sorry, I've deviated away from curriculum. She's trying to bribe her in. Let's return to the topic just now and talk about psychoanalysis. Right? Psychoanalysis? Audrey could clearly notice Escalante's intention to guide the topic, therefore she feigned ignorance and asked curiously, Teacher, I'd like to know more about the research situation for the mind in the field of mysticism. As you know, I'm very interested in that. Escalante Kohler. Oh, Kohler, not cooler. Kohler. Wait.
Kholer.
Kohler. I'll just go Kohler.
Kholer.
Kohler. Okay, we'll go Kohler. It's Kohler. Got it. We got it. Kohler. Yes. It took a few chapters. Finally. Guys, I've been Come on, man. I knew how to pronounce it this whole time. I was just messing around with you guys. Finally, I was just trolling you guys. What's the word people say? I was just rage baiting. Colarp. No, okay, let's keep going. As you know, I'm very interested in that. Escalante pursed her lips, frowned, and said in embarrassment, but there are vows of secrecy. I mean, these theories and research are part of the secrets of the mysticism circles. They're privy to those on the inside. Is that so? Then I can join. Audrey asked expectantly. They aren't involved in anything evil, right? Huh. How is that possible? It's just a seminar organized by enthusiasts. Escalante diverted the topic after mentioning it. Let's talk about this later. Let's continue with the lesson first. I've got to know where to draw the line. I'll do it one step at a time. If this is a general trait of the members of Psychology Alchemists, then I don't have to worry too much about it being filled with lunatics and perverts like Mr. A. Audrey deliberately put on an expression of reluctance when skipping the subject, but she politely listened to the theoretical foundations of psychoanalysis. When the class was over and after sending Escalante off, she returned to the study, carefully closing the heavy wooden doors, and said to the huge golden retriever, Susie, what do you think of her? She's not sincere. Oh. Bro was cooking the chat? No, I'm kidding. You could say he was tricking. You can say I was acting. Oh my god, I just butchered it, man. Oh my god. Let me try that again. One would say I was acting as a streamer. Was that not cool, or is that not a cool quote? I think that was a pretty cool quote. I'll shut up, dude. Audrey deliberately put on an expression. Did I not read this? She's not sincere, Susie answered flatly. Then she tilted her head and said, however, what she said is very interesting. I think it's even more interesting than meat and biscuits. I'm just a dog, bro. Susie, do you wish to be a psychiatrist in the future, specializing in the treatment of mental illness in animals? For example, that horse which is suspected to suffer from depression at the Glades. Audrey suddenly fell into deep thought, wondering if she should prepare a special white coat and golden rimmed glasses for Susie to look a little more professional. Wait, that's the profile picture for the Lord of Mysteries for the website. Susie was wearing golden glasses. I remember that. Dude, this is so cool. I like this. All right, let's pause, update, and let's keep going, man. I like it. We learned new word pronunciations. We trolled chat a little bit. I lied. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't lie to you guys. I've been actually mispronouncing it this whole time. I literally did not know how to pronounce it. But thank you. Another common win. Wait, I don't know what happened. But let's pause, and let's keep going. Wait, hold up. 357. Let's update 357. Let me do my timestamp. Let me eat some hot Cheeto puffs. You know what's funny? I originally just bought this fucking giant bag of hot Cheetos to eat with my bro when we watched One Piece today, because I know One Piece comes back today. So the plan was to watch it with him and eat that bag. But I'm eating it on stream with you guys. Nah, I can't lie to you guys. I actually didn't even... I thought I was pronouncing it right. Are they chapter? No, we got it, Mysterious. Butchering the words is necessary because you're always cooking. We're always cooking. There's a new fucking One Piece opening? Really? Oh shit, hell yeah. One Piece is the GOAT, bro. I'm gonna become a One Piece streamer now. I stopped reading the manga. No spoilers for anime only. But where we're currently at, now that we're back from the break, I've read up until the end of this fight. But I haven't read the newest arc, but I've read up until the end of this arc, and then I kind of just stopped. And I was watching the anime with my bro, because he's anime only. I've been reading the manga for like a decade now at this point. But yeah, One Piece of Speak, I know. I stopped reading every manga arc till it's over so I can binge it. Yeah, I've noticed recently I read in bulk. A little bit easier. With me and enemy competing well this arc with OTM. I think it's gonna be a good competition, especially with the next arc. Maybe I'll do like an episode review, because I might go anime only. I might. LOTM and One Piece. What more can I ask for? We play gacha games together. Okay. There's no way I'm mispronouncing Audrey's name. Get out of here, Bullseye. Stop. Don't lie to me. Don't hit me with a late April Fool's joke. It ain't gonna work. But it'd be funny. I always keep up. Maybe. Well, that'd be fun. I privated my original One Piece reaction video after I got my first strike on the channel. It was before I started doing Lord of Mysteries because I was scared. I still privated, but... Dude, Dandadan Season 2 is gonna go so fucking crazy. Unironically, I fucking love Dandadan. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I'm eating all this shit like a fat ass before we read it. I'm really not stalling. Dandadan can't wait. I'm excited for Dandadan. Episode 7 had me fucking crying, bro. I teared up watching episode 7. Yeah, LTM is in June. Yeah. Chainsaw Man Part 2? Oh my god. Wait, don't spoil Part 2. No. I haven't been reading Part 2. You're allowed to eat? Thank you. Alright, don't worry. I'm really not trying to stall. Audrey is pronounced Adriana? Who would have fucking thunk? Yeah, I like how it can be very funny, but it is very serious. I kind of just randomly watched episode 1 with my bro, and I fell in love with it right away. It was so crazy and weird. There were some really weird scenes in there, here and there, don't get me wrong. But it's like, overall, such a good show. Free Ren was like one of my favorite animes, bro. You know what's funny? Last thing I'll say. Well, no, two things. When I was watching Free Ren, my brother made the funniest comment ever. We finished season 1. I'm like, damn, man, that's it. We're never going to get season 2 again. Like, it's over. Free Ren is over, man. Shit, it's over. It's been fun. It's time to read it. And then my brother was like, you know what would be so fucking funny, bro? If they put some crazy ass like Marvel end credit shit where it's like Free Ren will return in season 2. And then it literally says Free Ren will return in season 2. And we started fucking laughing. I was like, what the fuck? We started laughing, dude. It was like, what? It was like a Marvel end credit scene. Oh shit, it was so fucking funny, dude. Like, I'm crying, man. This shit was so funny when he said that. I'm like, and I was like, imagine. I was already looking up what chapter to read, pulling it up, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? I closed the tab. I was like, I'm not reading it. I'll wait for season 2. Would you consider Dandadan to be around Mob Psycho level weirdness? Or Momonoke level? I think it's more Mob Psycho. Actually, I haven't finished Mob Psycho. I never saw season 3. The studio lampooned inwardly. What studio? But I didn't finish Mob Psycho. I've never actually watched Momonoke. I know you're not talking about Princess Momonoke. I know you're talking about the, like, that one horror looking anime. Your brother might have clairvoyance. You need to watch Mob season 3. I know people said it's really good. The Apocryphy Diaries was so gas. I've seen some gas anime, man. Okay, this is the last anime bit I'll say, and then we'll read. I'm gonna talk about the one and only gas anime. Okay, now read. Okay, last thing before I read, I'm gonna cause some controversy here. There's gonna be one person in chat be like, but I like that anime. We need more? Okay. There's only one fucking gas anime that exists, okay? And if you like it, hey man, it's cool. I'm not gonna disagree. Or agree, it's cool. We're all entitled to our opinions. But the only fucking gas anime I've ever watched in my entire life was fucking School Days. Holy shit. That fucking oh my god. It was so ass, bro. Wait, look at me to start some more? Bet. School Days was so fucking ass. Fuck no, School Days. Actual garbage, bro. But it was so funny to watch. This dude could not keep his in his pants, bro. He'd be with one chick and then another one. And then he got with like 3. And then he kept going. And then this, like, he literally reaped what he sowed. It was very unexpected. I enjoyed my trauma. I don't think School Days Defenders exist. No. You're thinking of another. Or no, you're thinking no, it's not another Kami. It's that one's I liked another. That shit grossed me out, man. It was like one of my first animes I ever watched, like way back in the day. After like after all my shonen fix, I saw like Angel Beats, and then I saw another. It was such a random change. That's my favorite anime. We go way fucking unhinged. You're gonna get timed out with that message. Oh, this is such a fucking ass one. And then I saw Planet. I'm like, this was the most beautiful. Then Planet was like, this is the most beautiful thing I ever watched. It was at one point in my life where I was just watching everything I could watch, and I'd watch good ones and bad ones. Yo, Easy, have you watched Your Lie in April? I've watched Your Lie in April like 6 times, bro. Planet After Story. If that, man. I can, dude. Guys, you guys gotta make me stop talking about anime. You guys gotta make me. I can talk about anime all day. Like, you guys don't know. You name it, I've probably watched it. I've watched a lot of anime. I don't have that much time anymore, especially since I'm streaming. My time is so limited. But like, I still try and watch some weekly. Planet After Story was like one of the most beautiful things I've ever watched. It was like midnight when I was like in season 2, and I was like, fuck it. I stayed up. Easy lexicon. I like a little heartache here. I like tragedy. I don't like tragedy. But I like the emotions you experience with tragedy. Get back to reading when you get to 400. Did you watch Kaguya-sama? I couldn't finish it, man. I'm like, there's no way there's 3 seasons of these 2 people like falling in love and not acknowledging each other's love. Like, there's no way it goes for 3 seasons. But I hear it's really good. So I know I'm gonna finish it. I know everybody preaches how good it is. I know I have to go back. But Your Lie in April, bro, it's like one of my comfort animes. Okay, I don't reveal too many personal things, but there was one time where I told a specific teacher to like, yo, hold up, man. I need a minute. I'm watching Your Lie in April, and I'm getting really emotional. And they were like, it's cool. Take all the time you need. Like, we're here for you. Because we were trying to make them watch Your Lie in April. And then I saw the last episode, Your Lie in April. I'm crying like a little bitch. Like, you okay? What happened? It's like, the last episode was so sad. And like, really? I'll watch it later tonight. Yeah, people say it's really good. I know the Chica dance. I don't know the Chica dance. W teacher, literally, it was like such a W moment. They started writing all the music. They're like, yo, man, they're playing like Beethoven, like Beethoven's Moonlight, like, oh my god, the fourth, this and that, and they're like, oh my god, they're like a music junkie. It was beautiful. It was a cool anime experience. Okay, last popcorn and we're going back. Sorry, I stalled enough. Wait, all those animes are goated except for fucking School Days. Actual garbage. Don't talk about isekais, or I ain't never gonna talk about it. Don't get me started with isekais. I've watched a lot of isekai. It's peak, right? You know what's a peak fucking isekai? That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Where the fuck did I have my figure? I don't know where I put it. Such a good one. Speaking of Chica dance, Izukiki, what is it? I don't know what I'm talking about. Romero, abandoned. No, I'm fucking kidding. Let's keep going. I stalled enough. Okay. I had an isekai phase. Best isekai, Sword Art Online. You die in the game, you die in real life, bro. Wait, hold up. I've said it before, but unironically, I like Sword Art Online. I fuck with Sword Art Online. No, Romero, you're so facts. Slime was enjoyable, nothing crazy. I watched season 1. I did not like it. And then before season 2 came back, I went back and I rewatched it, and something just like clicked in my brain. And I'm like, this is amazing. Season 2 was goated. Is a little controversial. I did not like season 3. I Am a Saga of the Tanya, the Devil Enjoy. I like it. I like the setup when I was setting up the movie with the daughter. I thought it was pretty cool. ReZero, I have not gone back to season 3 since it was on that random fucking break. Base isekais or ReZero. ReZero was, I think, one of the first light novels I ever read. I was reading what was a website called? Translation Chicken. It was like some high schooler just translating it on his own free time. Light novel goes crazy. Yeah, I need to go back to season 3. It's great. Dude, what the fuck? We've been talking about anime for so long. Holy shit, I'm sorry. I know you guys want Lord of Mysteries. I'm sorry. But dude, ReZero season 3 is so crazy good. At least up until where I saw when it went on break for like a few weeks. It was so action-packed, man. There's just some anime that I don't like when I first watch it, and then sometimes I'll randomly go back and it just like, it'll click in my brain. That's how it was for Slime. I originally didn't like ReZero Season 2 because I thought we were going to get to this point in the story, but we didn't get to this point. And like, I thought we were going to save Blank by the end. That didn't happen. But it was more like of a mental battle, right? For Subaru. The stalling is crazy. One take and we start reading. It's good, but they look out so much it annoys me. But they took out so much. My only problem with regional season is that they're so really, dude. Don't even tell me what's been cut. I'll go back. I'll read it exactly. Bullseye. Really? Is Izigiki still chugging his stalling? Not, dude. I literally said one more take and not reading. Okay, I still like ReZero, but sometimes I really have the urge to punch Subaru, even though I respect them. Holy fucking shit, Romero. Exactly, dude. That's the... Oh my... We missed almost an entire backstory? Really? Hold up. I don't want to know. Let me go back in my own headcanon and finish season 3, and then we can talk about that. Can't tell if reading the source material and experiencing the show as anime series is low-key a curse. Let me just say, Regulus didn't get justice. Oh, there. You know what? What was his backstory cut? Well, you can tell me that, Bullseye. Was his backstory cut? Wait, without spoiling. I remember they mentioned his they revealed it. I was like, what the fuck? That was Regulus, bro. Please start reading, or I'm gonna lose control. I know. Can we get? Okay, let's go back to reading. I'm hard stopping the anime discussion, but dude, I can fucking talk about anime all day, man. I've watched so much anime. My fucking first ecchi was Food Wars. I fucking said it. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, this isn't Naruto. He went from Chad to Beta. Okay. We'll leave it there. I've watched a very wide spectrum of anime. But okay, let's continue. In the animes field, you know, one would say I have a bachelor's in animes. Let's talk in Discord after stream. But wait, hold up. Maybe I might go to bed after stream. Or I think I have to go hang out with Easy Geeky. Okay, we've only had one missed call, so we're good. His monologue was cut. Aw, really? Okay. I was interested about his backstory. Okay, but let's keep going. Everything's updated. His monologue was cut. Okay, let's continue. Hell no, he's going at it again. No. We're stopping. Mine was Ichigo. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm hard stopping. Okay, hold up. He was him before. Okay, I'm gonna start reading. I get distracted easily, as you can see. Holy shit. I think we just digested another fucking sequence, man. Whew. Alright, let's keep going. All of you. It's like, all of you, shut up. All of you, let the fucking man read. Alright, let's keep going. Let me continue with the near music, because I love it. All of you stop. Okay, we're stopping. Hard stop. So, with the power of magic, we have resumed play on the VOD. Timestamps? Shh, timestamps are wrong. No, timestamps are right. Everything is good and seriously. With the power of magic, we have resumed recording. We have not been talking about anime for the last 30-40 minutes. Chapter 357 is called Happenings. Easy as in is demigod installing. Chapter 357 is called Happenings at the Banquet. Look at that. It's like we never left. When he got back to Mink Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch at the tuck a nap. He didn't wake up until the evening when the sky had darkened, but even so, he still felt exhaustion that stemmed from the depths of his heart. After quite some time of being lost in thought, Klein went down to the first floor and lit the gas lamps. He prepared to sit on the sofa and read the day's newspapers, but when he glanced around, he saw the invitation letter on the coffee table. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was an invitation letter from Miss Stalin Samir had sent her maidservant to deliver a few days ago. Oh yeah, for the blind date, right? I almost forgot about this. The disguised matchmaking banquet. Klein put down the invitation letter and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He used cold water to wash his face, spurring himself up to look much more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived at Backland, there was a much thicker black stubble around his lips and under his chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly bearings, it made him look more mature and rugged. Someone who doesn't really know me well wouldn't be able to recognize me in person. Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and put his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break and changed into a shirt with a starch collar and a black tailcoat, and then, quite formally, he put on a silk top hat and picked up his cane stick and invitation letter before leaving the house for the unit beside his. Amidst the tinkling of the door, he saw Julian the maidservant open a door and Stelline with her blonde hair coiled up high, and her ears adorned with silver earrings. Klein took out his hat, bowed, praised politely. Miss Samir, you are very beautiful today. Although his words were extremely perfunctory, it was true that she was much more beautiful than usual. It appeared that her ability to doll herself up meticulously had experienced a significant breakthrough. It seems like the adultery case made her besties with Mama Mary? Wait, ma'am. What the fuck? What'd I say, Mama? Ma'am Mary. Ma'am. There you go. It's ma'am. Ma'am Mary. Besides, Mary is now a tycoon with a wealth of tens of thousands of pounds. And she has been admitted into the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, allowing her to acquaint herself with many people in power. She must have had sufficient experience in the areas of making clothing, accessories, and so on. Klein nodded in understanding. The corner of Stelline's mouth couldn't help but curl up. These are my new earrings that cost 8 solely. Lady, you haven't changed in the slightest. Klein smiled and handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maidservant. The fireplace and the pipes in the room brought the warmth of the early summer. Many women and young ladies were not dressed that conservatively. Some of their fair arms were exposed while others bared their creaming chests. What? Perfunctory. Bro invented a stalling pathway and became the god of it. Loki Nagito. Loki. Oh, I lost my place. Some of their arms were exposed while others bared their creamy chests. Luke is talking business with some friends. Let me apologize on his behalf. Stelline played her role as a female host to its fullest. Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few well-educated ladies later. Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace. Klein smiled. I can already smell the fragrance of the food. Since there was quite a lot of guests, well over 20 of them, the dinner was in the form of a buffet. Klein took a plate and walked around, and he found that the food was a lot more varied than before. Cold trout, chicken pie, mutton stew with peas, salted breast, curry, roasted beef, turkey, beef tongue, pastries, ham, salad, and cream cake. The alcohol provided was still champagne and red wine. This suited a carnivore's plate very well. Klein, with his large plate, didn't make conservation with anyone. He hid in a corner and slowly savored the food. It's not as good as the chefs at the Quillen Club. From time to time, he would inwardly make comments on the food. He was about to go for second helpings when he was finally discovered by Stelline Samir. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance besides the lady. He was none other than Lawyer Jurgen. Look at him pulling up to the party. Then Lawyer Jurgen with his serious expression. Right, Jurgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to ask, how is Miss Doris' recovery? Jurgen uncomfortably tugged at his bow tie. She'll be discharged next week. When you finish LOTM, I'll re-watch all the streams and count how many times you lost your place. I will love you if you do that. I will love you forever. That'd be such a funny highlight. Oh, I got lost. Oh, I got lost. Oh, I got lost. He got lost 1,500 times. Right, Jurgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to ask, how is Miss Doris' recovery? Jurgen uncontrollably tugged his bow tie. She'll be discharged next week. Thank God I didn't say lost my place, because I just reread that. She'll be discharged next week. That's great. Klein sincerely said with mixed emotions. At that moment, Stelline had already brought a few young ladies over and introduced them. This is Miss Jurgen Cooper, a senior solicitor, who earned at least £3 a week. He often gets a commission from the cases he handles, and he definitely earns more than £200 a year. Furthermore, he is young and capable. He will most likely become a great lawyer in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a well-known detective. His income is unstable, but he is paid handsomely for every mission he receives. For example, £10 or £50. Lady, isn't this too direct? It's like, can you like shut up? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Jurgen, who was standing beside him, evidently frowned. Without feeling that she had made a fox pause, Stelline continued with introductions. Miss Sarah Taylor, her parents are teachers at a grammar school. Miss Angelica Watson, her father is a civil servant at the Buckland Police Department. Klein smiled numbly and greeted each other. After Stelline was done, Jurgen said in a deep voice, Miss Samir, it's impolite to mention the income of others in front of others. Stelline wasn't mad. Instead, she replied very seriously, no, it's very important. If you end up liking each other and decide to start a family, then income is essential. Thinking about it, there must be meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, butter, cream, and other foods every day. Every day? What? Hold up. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can have that every day. Yeah. It costs at least £1.05 solely a week on food alone, not to mention the alcohol. In addition to rent, a better house is nearly £1 a week. Yes, there's also the need to purchase water, gas, charcoal, soap, and the like. One still needs to consider transportation expenses. This adds up to about 10 stoli. This is just the most fundamental expenses. Are you not bringing your wife to a musical concert or go to watch a play? Don't you need to get new clothes every year? Come on, I'd be rocking my same Vans for like 5 years, bro. And they're still good. Don't you need to get new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family must spend at least £30 a year on in order to be considered living a decent life. In addition, there is the salary of the maid, the cost of education, any children, the emergency monies there needs to be set aside for medical treatments, as well as the expenditures of some necessary decorations. Only with the income of more than £200 a year can those needs be met. Only then can a happy family be achieved. Thus, in order to not delay everyone's time or cause any misunderstandings, I believe that it is necessary to include this in the introduction. As Lord Jurgen was momentarily unable to provide a rejoinder. Fortunately, he always had a serious and stern expression on his face. How big-hearted, but the basic etiquette is to tell the two parties this information in private. And of course, I know exactly why you're making the introduction straight to their face. Klein smiled. Yes, income is very important. Only with an income of more than £400 a year can one host a dinner at this level. Only with that much can one afford to have his wife be dressed in beautiful dresses and exquisite earnings. Stelline raised her chin slightly as she tried her best to suppress her smile and said, £430. I mean, that there must be some savings each year to prevent any accidents or to spare. Damn, man, she's just bragging over here. Or to prevent any accidents or to have spare cash to invest into stocks or bonds. That was her husband's approximate annual income. After finding a common topic for the two grounds of strangers, she left and greeted the other guests. Klein could also clearly sense that Sarah and Angelina and the other ladies were more interested in Lord Jurgen. After all, he was a good-looking man, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who might be locked up in the police station at every time, they were not the first choice for the middle-class women. Besides, Klein now looked rugged with his beard. It wasn't a surprise that the girls would remain a little apprehensive towards him. After a short, casual chat with them, he found an excuse to leave before hiding in the corner and eating while he enjoyed watching Jurgen's awkward and helpless performance. He's just watching him suffer. At this moment, it was a wonder where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone to. A few minutes later, the two children of the Samirs ran past Klein while playing. They noticed a gentleman in the corner, stopped, and with widened eyes asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, we heard that you're a detective." "Yes," Klein smiled in response. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the case you've cracked?" Her twin brother nodded immediately. "The cases I cracked. If it doesn't involve wraiths, puppets, or devil dogs, then it's about finding cats or catching adulterers. There's really nothing suitable for children." It's like, I found a cat. Klein thought for a few seconds, then chuckled. "All right, this is a story about treasure. An officer who had just returned from East Borough was suddenly murdered." You can't tell this to a child. "Pretty tired, but I'm doing fine." "Yo, what's up, Sam? What's up, dude? Welcome. Look, we're still going. It's been almost 3 hours. But the recording is only an hour and 40. Whew, we stalled for quite a bit. I apologize. He had mostly forgotten that Detective Nautilus had to read. He had read in his previous life, so he could only make them up based on a vague impression. The two children didn't care about the irrationality of the plot and listened very seriously, even leaning to ask what happened next. Without realizing it, Klein was a lot more relaxed. When the banquet was almost over and he was about to leave, he saw that Stelline's face was filled with joy. Oh, Stelline is fallen in love with Klein. Are there any Stelline Klein shippers or nah? Stelline's face was filled with joy. "What is the cause for celebration?" Klein casually asked. Stelline raised her head slightly and replied with a reserved smile. "Mary, oh wait, never mind. Mary has received a luncheon? That's what I'm saying." I was like, no, I thought she was like, I thought she was gonna like, you know, she married. I know that's bruh. No. I'm not saying go for it. Hi, hello, what's up? I am. You shipping affairs. Hey, I'm not saying do it. I thought she's like, that's what she's. Okay, I lied. I forgot she was married. My bad. You are the worst shipper ever. I'm a pretty good shipper. All right. It's just in Lord of Mysteries. Easy pushing. No, we're gonna stay away from that. Oh man, I hate the easy shippers. Demoness is the only option for Klein. It ain't that bad. I'll tell you that. Klein X Trissy? Huh? Get out of the kitchen, or we will get out the kitchen. Without realizing it, Klein was a lot more relaxed. I skipped the line. Stelline raised her head slightly and replied with a reserved smile. Mary has received a luncheon invitation from the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hybert Hall, on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son. Wait. Oh, wait. Klein is finally getting a connection to Audrey. Like, their personal lives are interweaving. Like, he's not seeing her directly, but he indirectly heard of Count Hall. Mary has received a luncheon invitation from the chief's... This is so hype. Hold up. This is so cool. This is the hypest invitation I've ever seen to lunch. From the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hybert Hall, on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Count Hall, a true nobleman. They were talking about this before. This gentleman is the eldest son of Count Hall, a true noble. He has invited all the members of the council and has allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends with them. You come with us. Luke and I were invited by Mary. We can bring 2 or 3. Klein is the 3rd person. Oh, it's gonna be so crazy. Monday afternoon. Wait, no, they didn't invite him. Wait, hold up. Wait, they didn't invite him. Never mind. Monday. Oh, we're so close to a meeting. Imagine we just ended stream on the meeting. No, I'm kidding. No, we're not gonna do that. Monday afternoon, dressed to the nines, Stelline Samir, who was accompanied by her husband Luke Samir, followed Mams Mary's to Empress Borough, where they saw a large building. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, and lawns reflected themselves in her eyes, making her feel nervous even before she entered the villa. Luke, does my necklace not match my dress? She asked her husband as she tilted her head. Luke shook his head and laughed. Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry about that. The nobles only live in a place that's slightly bigger than ours and eat a little better. We aren't lacking in any way. Stelline nodded when she heard that, as though she had found her confidence. Entering the villa, they saw the gorgeous crystal chandelier, the hall which could accommodate many dancers, and the plates of delicious foods. I cannot pronounce this food. Foie, grass, pan-fried dragon bone fish, baked lobster, armure, grape wine, misty champagne. It's exactly the same as the magazine's description. Stelline looked at the food with curiosity, thinking that she could have such a meal on a holiday. I got a better meal right here. Thinking she could have such a meal on a holiday during a new year. Hot Cheeto Puffs and some ginger ale. Come on, get out of here. Holiday or during a New Year's, as they scrimped a little. Except for the armure wine and the misty champagne, she finally added in her mind. At this moment, her gaze suddenly straightened as she saw a young girl. Who could this relative be? As she saw a young girl wearing a beige palace dress walking over. It has to be Audrey. Blonde hair. The girl had blonde hair and green eyes, and she was abnormally beautiful. She wore a pair of white silk gloves with a pair of small, beautiful emerald earrings. It's Audrey. She excluded pureness and elegance. She's just like an angel. So, the older brother's gonna marry this person, and then they're gonna invite his whole family over for one of their banquets. And that's where Klein is like, oh shit, I gotta hide from her. Oh, she can't see me. She's just like an angel. Even though she has always been proud of her appearance, Stelline couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority at that moment. Hello. She clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. Hello. The girl returned the greeting gracefully. After they had passed each other, Stelline accompanied her husband and Mary to meet the distinguished guests at the noble Mr. Hybert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony by herself, intending to ease her mood. However, she unexpectedly saw the angelic girl from before. She was looking over the landscape. A large golden retriever obediently sat beside her rose ribbon-rimmed shoes. It's so cute. Stelline made an attempt to make conversation. The young girl... Oh, what if she mentions Klein? The young girl replied with a faint smile. Let me thank you on... There's no reason for her to bring him up. Never mind. Let me thank you on Susie's behalf for your praise. As she looked at the duo, Stelline suddenly felt that she should own a similar pet for herself. This was the... only way to showcase the Samir's dignity. She asked in a measured tone, I heard that the nobles rear a lot of hunting grounds. Is this one of them? What? Yes, the girl whose emerald green eyes looked more enchanting than her earrings, gems, lightly nodded. May I know how much money is needed to buy one? Stelline asked with her smile. Oh, she's gonna be mad when she sees the price. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the huge golden retriever and without minding the question, answered with a slight smile. 450 pounds. Damn! That was her whole income, right? Samir's entire income, or like her husband was paid like 430. She's like, what the fuck? Like, damn, that's fucking expensive. He's like, never mind. She's like, never mind. I don't want it anymore. All right, let's keep going. I'm liking the next chapter title. The sun's wary. I'm hyped. Susie's worth a lot. She is worth a lot. Definitely worth a lot. Man, I still think about my golden retriever. I wonder whatever happened to my dog. I only had that dog for a few months. I wonder whatever happened. Like, in my headcanon, that dog lived a beautiful life. A beautiful, happy life. 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 14 seconds. Oh, wait, saddest stuff? Is that a spoiler? Hold up, Beck. Hold up. That was a little careful. Woo! I started reading after I read the saddest something LOTM. I'm like, whoa. And like, I was like, bro, spoilers. I was like, I was auto reading for like a few seconds. Woo! I'm not looking up there. Oh my God. Woo! That was, hold up. I flew too close. Don't spoil. Stall some more. I gotta do something to eat. Bad. I am the king. So anyways, guys, we were talking about Yula in April. No, I'm kidding. Woo! Beck, I know you weren't doing that on purpose, Beck. I know it was an accident. We just got a little excited. Okay, that is not a spoiler. Okay, no, it's okay. I know. It's okay. It's okay. No, you're good. Well, I'll stop reading just in case. It's okay. No, we're cool. We're cool. We're chill. It's all good. You're supposed to be disciple. Easy is at 450 pounds? Hell no, I ain't at 450 pounds. Are you talking about chapters? Yeah, here. Let's keep going, man. That fucking Susie's an expensive ass dog. No money can buy her. Still a long time before he knows. I don't know what. I don't need to know, but we're good. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. I flew too close to the sun, huh? With that comment. Look at that. The sun's where. Nah, it's okay, Veg. I'm only trolling. No, it's okay. No, you're good though. Let's keep going though. 3:58 timestamps. Let's update here. 3:58. Shit, I farted. Did the mic pick that up? I think we're good, right? No? We can't talk about redacted? I like that. Thank you, Unhinged. Okay, let's keep going. 3:58. We're good. 1 hour, 52 minutes. Copy, paste. Let's eat some more hot Cheeto Puffs. I think the hot Cheeto Puffs kind of hit me for a sec, but I think we're good. I heard it. You guys didn't hear anything. Anything, even that emoji is still considered spoiler here? I don't know what emoji you guys talking about. I've seen all the emojis. But it's cool. Alright, let's keep going. This fucking bag is bigger than my head, bro. Holy shit. Stop chatting. I gotta ask something for music. No, you're cool. Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo is a comprehensive sentence. Bros keep making me hungry. Dude, Ben Valley's a goat. I know. I know he's a goat. Wait, don't mind me. I'm eating like a fattest. Sorry. Bro, I get the spicy bork grinds. They're a fire. I will Google that. I will look that shit up later. Okay, tomorrow morning we hit the gym. We're back on the grind tomorrow. But for now, we eat. Please, I beg you on my knees. Stop looking at the comments on old vids. I will. Well, it's not. It's like. Let me show you guys right here. Actually, no, I don't want to turn on my screen and then show the chapter. I tend to respond to new comments, but whenever like if it's like a short sentence, I'm like, okay, it's chill. But whenever there's like a long text, I have to read very carefully. And if I think it's a spoiler, I don't read the whole comment. I'll be like, okay, cool. I'll respond back. But I try to not read the whole, when it looks like a spoiler, I try to not read the whole thing. Nah, bro, easy response to my comments. It's cool. Yeah, but I try to respond to at least new the one thing I don't look at is I don't hit respond to comments with new replies. So like, say if I reply to like a comment and then they respond back, I don't look at those. The anti-spoiler sequence. Yeah, I do like the blurry eye vision thing. You know when you like make your eyes blurry like that, you go like that. We actively go on old vids to do. You guys really? Oh shit! I didn't know that. I forgot you can delete messages, Romero. Holy shit. Okay. The mods added a new emoticon on the end of a spoiler comment, so just check to make sure. Wait, hold up. I don't even know what that is. Emotion. You're fucking trolling me, bro. Emoticon. I woke up today being flabbergasted by the sun. Clown, as you say that, the next chapter is called The Sun's Worry. That's actually kind of fitting. But yeah, usually whenever I see a long text, I try to be careful. Can never be too careful, or something you won't understand until you after it. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going. Next chapter. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're gonna turn that worst day to a good day, Clown. I got you right here. One more chapter. Let's keep not one more chapter. Let's keep going. Shit, man. Did I get another missed call? No, the missed call stuff from 2 hours ago. Oh, she mad. She mad because she ain't calling back, but it's cool. Worth it, right, guys? We've read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 chapters. Bruh, easy? Bruh. What happened, bruh? Veg, that as well as considered a spoiler. I don't know what happened, Veg, but we'll be careful. Get me some Wuthering Wave music in the background. We've seen that emoji before. That's not a spoiler. You guys can spam like the chef emoji. That's cool too. Alright, let's keep going. Next chapter. Well, LOTM before... Let's keep going. Let's do another chapter then for now. Let's see if we can get to a meeting before we change the music. 358. Updated. Timestamp. Check. Let's go. Chapter 358. It's called The Sun's Worry. On a luxurious carriage on the way leaving Count Hall's villa, Luke was chatting with Ma'am Marys about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and the chief of the National Weather Service, Sir Dear Shaws, or the council members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and the president of the Royal Meteorological Society, House of Commons, members of Parliament, Mr. Cave or Mid-Sear Shire, medical health direct in charge, and renowned doctors, Mr. Hawkesley. Every time I read Mid-Sear Shire, I'm thinking of the Shire from Lord of the Rings, but I know it's not that. It's just the word Shire just makes me think. When LOTM drops, don't open an enter for at least 6. I know I'm gonna have to be really careful. You know, when season 1 comes out, everyone gonna be like, blank. Wait, no, I was about to spoil season 1. We've read Clown. Klein dies at the end of season 1. It's like, whoa, why are you spoiling that? But I already know that. I'm one step ahead of them. But yeah, trust, I don't. The only time I've Googled, like the other day, I tried Googling. I typed Lord of Mysteries Jason fight, or like Lord of Mysteries Rafe, just to see if there's artwork. And then I was like, okay, I was like, chill. And I was like, put that spoiler volume 6 and volume 1 is crazy. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna just close my eyes. I use blurry visions when I'm trying to find like picture ending, but we're good. It's all chill. I'm telling you, the blurry eyesight is like the strongest game when it comes to avoiding spoilers. Facts? But yeah, facts. Yeah. After spoilers, yeah, you see those a lot. Yeah, I know. All right, but let's keep going. Oh, I thought I paused the video when we were talking about that, but it's cool. All right, they were all influential figures in the government and the royal family of the parliament, and the council's final report would be the most important basis for the planned Anti-Pollution Act and Smoke Emission Act. The coin company was specialized in the anthracite and charcoal, was trying to promote and expedite the development, distributing older but larger competitors from handling the changes. They will certainly not be stingy with their money and will certainly lobby the heavyweight members of parliament to interfere with our investigation, we must have a clear solution, just like what Mr. Hybert Hall said. We need to take hold of public opinion and let the newspaper magazines repeat the horrors of the smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager in Coim, a key assistant to Coim, major shareholder in the person in control of Marion, has himself quite capable. I think I butchered that. I'm sorry. If I would generally piss. If we see spoilers, yeah, it's gonna happen. As they chatted, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting next to him without saying a word, as if she had lost her soul. Stelline, what happened? She lost her soul when she heard the price. Stelline, what happened? Luke asked with concern. Stelline jolted back to her senses, forced a smile, and said, "Nothing. I'm just a little tired." "That's right. You must be extremely sad seeing so many important figures. Now you can finally relax. Exhaustion is a very normal thing. Actually, it's the same for me." Luke smiled. Stelline didn't respond. Instead, she looked out the window towards the park with a lake. Her ears were still ringing with the casual words of the young noble girl from before. 450 pounds. Many people are going to start reading the web novel, so there's more chance of getting spoiled. Yeah, there's going to be a higher chance, man. Like, more people are definitely going to be reading. So we got to up our game, bro. We got to up our game when that happens, man. We got to be prepared for June. 450 pounds. A trained hound is priced between 450 and 700 pounds. City of Silver at the bottom of the spire, Derek Burge was locked in a small room, eating food and taking his medicine regularly. As a result, his mental state rapidly improved and his visual and auditory hallucinations were no longer present. "I'll be able to leave in a day or two. It's really hard to stay locked up in such an environment for long periods of time. The former captain of the exploration team at the next cell has been locked up for 42 years. Yet he's still very lucid and rational. If it were me, I definitely would have gone crazy. However, the explorations and strange monsters that he spoke of are rather attractive and even terrifying." Attractive? What? What's Derek on? The monsters were attractive? Derek sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the candle that had burned to the end. Before the keepers delivered his next round of the food and medicine, he would be placed in... Bro, people can finish Elotum in like 3 weeks. Nobody save. I know, man. There's some crazy fast readers out there. Some people be like, "I'm done." Is that how? It's wild, bro. Derek sat on the edge of the bed, looked at the candle that had burned to the end. Before the keepers delivered his next round of food and medicine, he would be placed in true darkness. What? At that moment, he saw a gray fox spread. Oh, he's literally going in the meeting. Yeah, Tarot Club meeting as like he's in a prison cell. At that moment, he saw a gray fox spread out in the deep voice of the fool. Prepare for the gathering. Such a change was fleeting. Derek focused his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon realized that he wasn't necessarily, because his current state was one of solitude, and he didn't need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. Would Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling me above the Grey Fog be discovered and detected when I'm within the confines of the seal of the mystical object at the bottom of the spire? That's a really good observation. Oh, maybe they find out. These were two mystical items that had prevented the complete destruction of the City of Silver in the face of several calamities. In his nervousness and uneasiness, Derek, who had been unable to come to a decision, saw endless dark red lights gushing out of the void and engulfing him. The small and enclosed room turned completely silent. Even the sound of his breathing had become extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall between Derek and the former exploration team's captains produced a tapping sound. This was a signal that the two of them used if they wished to talk to each other. Tick. The other person bent his fingers and knocked again. After that, what should have been a third tap that followed in succession didn't happen. After a long while, the tapping sound hesitantly rang out again. Following that, both rooms fell into silence and not a single sound could be heard. After finishing her lunch... Damn, third point of view change, right? It took you 6 or 7 months. We've been reading for like 5 months. You guys are quick. No way you... there's no way you finish in 9 days. 3, bro, you guys are wild, bro. Damn. I've learned so much new. You know what's the new word of the day? Lampoon. 3 weeks? There's no way. 2 weeks on a reread? Bro, get out of it. You guys are fucking lying to me, bro. You guys are lying to me, right? 3 weeks? 4 to 5 months? Okay, that's more reasonable, Mysterious Fall. I believe that one. Less than 2 months? I can believe that one. Okay, yeah. Rereads are way faster. Shit, man, you guys are crazy. Damn, that's cool. I'm reading it live with you guys, so we're going at a slightly slower pace. But you know what? That's the fun of it, you know? You know, at the end of the day, who won the race? Was it a fast rabbit and a slow turtle? Or was it a fast You know you know what I'm getting at. The slow turtle always wins. You're old already. Easy. It's like, I feel it in my back, bro. I feel it in my back. After finishing her luncheon, Audrey practiced the piano before returning to her bedroom while keeping track of time. As she passed her father's study, she saw that the door was ajar and a thick stack of papers lay on the table. Those weren't there before. Curious Audrey slowed down and winked at Susie. As a spectator, Susie often needed only a small hint to understand what her mistress wanted her to do. Of course, she would also occasionally pretend that she didn't understand, only wishing to lie still. Susie, who had received the signal, trotted silently into the study, then stretched out of her front paws, placed them on the edge of the table, and stood upright. She quickly glanced at the front page of the stack of documents, returned to the Audrey side, and said in a low voice, "Survey of living room conditions at all levels in the East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." Audrey, what do those words mean? Audrey, what do those words... That's crazy that she can talk. Survey of living conditions at all levels of East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. Why did Dad suddenly commission this survey? I don't remember ever mentioning anything about this to him. Audrey was confused and didn't bother to answer Susie's question. She looked around and seeing that the servants were at their stations and not paying particular attention to her, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned to enter Count Hall's study. At the desk, Audrey looked down at the report and saw that the title was exactly as Susie had described it. It's a document type of typewriter. The investigator is a reporter named Mike Joseph. Dude, they're like unironically, like their personal lives are interweaving. That is so cool. When Valley is a true OG, he's OG. He's a true OG. Wait, how much of an OG? Hold up. I know he's an OG, but like, how much of an OG? I finished Elotum in 2 years because I follow the novel. Oh, wait, you literally just said it. I finished Elotum in 2 years because I follow the novel when it was still written in Chinese. 2 chapters a day? What the? 2 a day? 2 chapters a day and cliffhangers every day? What the? Really? More Elotum fanfics? Tell me in Chinese what? That's pretty cool if they have Chinese fanfics. Right? That's cool. I'd be down to read that after we finish. That's cool. Man, that's crazy. Like, you guys all started at different points in life. That's cool, man. And look, we're all here together. 36 of you guys. Holy shit. It's the document type of typewriter. That's crazy, dude. The investigator is a reporter named Mike Joseph. There's a goddess sacred emblem at the bottom. Was this... You know what? I'm some of an OG myself. I started Lord of Mysteries before the Dunkquil came out. I'm not trying to brag. There's the goddess of the sacred emblem at the bottom. Was this commissioned by the Church of the Goddess? But why is Father given a copy? Oh, Father is a believer of the Goddess and the Church wants him to provide some support on this matter. That's a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She had originally thought of hiring others to do similar investigation, but she felt that this was not in accordance with her intention of guiding others behind the scenes. It was very easy to be noticed and no longer be ignored by the other notables. Therefore, she had to be hesitant. Audrey reached for the file and flipped through it. She found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one reporting on East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also quite a few people who had made their own field investigations from different angles. Some of them even mentioned the proliferation of cults and how some beyonders... We got a second missed call from Miss Easy Kiki. Let me finish this chapter and we're gonna do a quick 5-minute call. Oh, she mad. But it's okay. It's okay. We're reading Lord of Mysteries. It's cool. Audrey reached for the file, flipped through it. It's cool. Don't worry about it. She found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one reporting on East Borough. Did I just read this? There are also quite a few on East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There are also quite a few people who had made their own field investigations from different angles. Some of them even mentioned the proliferation of cults and how some beyonders were colluding with gangs. Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3. She quickly gave up on reading the report carefully and what did I just say? And gave up on reading the report carefully and returned the documents to its original state. Before she left, she picked up a book and used it as a disguise for her purpose of entry. At 3 o'clock sharp, while the chiming of the hanging clock was still reverberating through the air, Audrey had already appeared inside the majestic palace via the dark red illusionary light and found herself beside the ancient long table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed in the direction of the seat of honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Having received a light nod in response, she then respectfully greeted the hanged man, the world, and company. She keenly noticed that the sun seemed to be a little uneasy. What are you worried about? Audrey asked. This spared Klein's need to ask, having also noticed the little son didn't seem right. Entering this mysterious space ahead of time, he tidied the items on the table, tossing them to the corner along with a Zig's copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, the numinous espicopatate copper whistle, I forget that's the whole name, and other things. He had then covered them with a thick fog. Presently, there was only the Dark Emperor card on the table before them. This was an item that matched the identity of the fool. Derek didn't hide anything and immediately recounted his successful malingerings. Get prepared. We're getting ready. I'm getting prepared for the phone call. Meeting alert. Oh god. Bad cliffhanger while I do a call. Oh snap! I lost my place. Hold up. Derek didn't hide anything and immediately recounted his successful malingerings and how he was sent to the bottom of the spire to be isolated for treatment. Finally, he asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item detect my participation in the Terror Club? How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, there are currently no strange or powerful forces attempting to invade. Even the eternal blazing sun and the other true creator couldn't find this place. Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and replied in a relaxed manner. In his head, he's like, how the hell would I know that? Generally speaking, it wouldn't make any discoveries. But some mystical item possesses special effects. Seeing that Mr. Fool had given an affirmative answer, Derek was immediately relieved. He tearfully gave acknowledgement and said, I'm not sure of its special effects either. It's one of the City of Silver's top secrets. At this point, he suddenly thought of what the former captain of the exploration team had told him. He blurted out a question, having any of you heard of a person named Ammon? Oh, snap. Yeah, right away. Well, I know I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sorry. I already forgot how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Have any of you heard of a person named Ammon? Oh my god. We were on this for like 5 minutes. Oh man, we were on easy stuff for 5. No. You said right. Oh, Ammon, you're correct. Ammon, please. Ammon, my goat. Got it, Ammon. Have any of you heard of Ammon? Of a person named Ammon? After moments thought, Klein remembered the source of the familiarity, but he didn't answer in a hurry. He's like, oh, I know. Instead, he looked at the hangman, knowing full well that the middle-ranking member of the Church of the Lord of Storms also knew Ammon, and perhaps he knew even more than he did. Similarly, I forgot Olger knows about him too, and perhaps he knew more than he did. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hangman. She had also heard the name from him the last time. Force listened with a blank face, feeling that the things discussed here were always outside the scope of her knowledge. Olga frowned and asked in confusion, you ran into a man who called himself Ammon while you were exploring the surrounding areas of the City of Silver? Oh, this is getting interesting. Or perhaps you discovered related records. Derek nodded seriously and asked, yes, 42 years ago, an exploratory team encountered a man claiming to be Ammon in the depths of the darkness. After they returned to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was imprisoned at the bottom of the spire in the cell next to me. Wait. Among Us? Among Us. I'm gonna play Among Us with you guys after stream. Wait, did he just confirm, though, that the guy in the cell was next to him? Wait, the guy in the cell next to him is... Well, that's what I'm saying. The guy in the cell is speculated to be Ammon, not one of the guys on the exploratory team. It has to be them, right? Let me read this. Yes, 42 years ago, an exploring team encountered a man claimed to be Ammon in the depths of the darkness. After return to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was imprisoned at the bottom. Oh, wait, no. One of them was left. Never mind. I lied. My bad. Only one of them was left, and he was imprisoned at the bottom of the spire in the cell next to me. Yeah, he's the guy from the speculative team. Yeah, he was the one from the team. Yeah, you know, they met him. My bad. So, yeah, my bad. I thought he, like, just confirmed, like, oh, wait. I thought he had this... I thought Derek had the same theory as me, where, like, he wasn't on the team. It's him. And that's why he's been there for 42 years, right? Or perhaps, wait, I read this already. Maybe he went mad too, and that was just a figment of his imagination. Sounds like a coincidence. Forrest, with a wealth of novel creation experience, postulated a guess. She has some input? Aldgert glanced at Mr. Fool, who sat at the end of the table. Seeing him appear, stated, and without the expression anything, he boldly said, imagination is possibility, but one shouldn't imagine the name Ammon for no reason. He turned his head to the sun and said, in the fourth epoch, about 1,500 years ago, in the kingdom we live in, there was a family with strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Ammon. Even in an era with the numerous high sequence beyonders, the surname of the clan was taboo. Let's update. Oh, what are you doing on Duolingo? All right, let's update in the meantime. And I need to do a quick call, and then we'll be back. What? Why is the chapter called the Blasphemer? Okay, wait. This is a really exciting quick break intermission cliffhanger. Okay, let's pause, update, and let me do a quick call. Hold up. I do need to do a quick phone call. 2 hour. Look, a 2 hour video. That's a fucking banger ass video if I say so myself. We're over 2 hours. Whew. Damn, we read a lot. Okay. Romero emoji. Bruh, I learned the High Valerian in Duolingo instead of a real language. People stop, you know what you did. Okay, we gotta be careful, guys. Now I know English and Spanish. That's cool. Bullseye needs a trial. He needs a trial again. All right, quick pause. In the meantime, I'm gonna test some random video game music. Hold up. This is gonna be like the test playlist for music that could work. One sec. This is my potential playlist. Bear with me. Let me do this. I can hear Ellie. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna do a quick call. Bear with me. Hold up. Let me put this in the background in the meantime. Bear with me. Hold up. Let me log in. We're gonna have some background in the meantime while I'm on a phone call. Yeah, we'll be careful with specific. If you guys are gonna be sending emojis, just send a variety of emojis, just in case, just to be safe. Just to be safe. Okay, hold up. Before I do a call, I'm gonna give you some background entertainment. Oh heck, I'll just do my phone call. I'm gonna turn on some background entertainment right now while I'm on a phone call. Bear with me.
to victory. Nikkei. Don't you look forward to life in paradise?
Hold up, I'm done on the phone.
I'm so elated, Commander. Just over the moon.
He's not coming. I'm done. Alright. I'm done with my phone call. I was gonna keep it playing in the background, but it's cool. By the time I was able to log into the game and like finish my phone call, it was pretty funny. Did you guys hear that in the background?
The bandages you gave me are my most treasured possession. I won't share them with anyone.
Hold up, let me show my favorite character in the whole game before I turn off. Let me do this. Turn on my Nikkei screen. How do I make it big? Look at that. Whatever I don't see is a big deal, but if you guys think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. No, you're okay, Bullseye. If there's a polar, it's cool. I didn't see it. Guys, I'm back. Got some food. Did Derek die yet? No. Don't never. Hell no. It's a good game. What do you mean? Look. Let me show you some gameplay. This is my favorite outfit in the whole game. And then when you play the game, show some gameplay. It's called Nikkei. This is how you fight, and then you can reload. You reload. Oh no. It's a pretty good game. Okay, we're done. Back to reading. You did April Fool's spoil and Nikkei? No, imagine. Alright, no, but we're done. No, I was actually on the phone. Yeah, so in 1 hour, I'm gonna head out. Like, I'm gonna end stream. No, that's right. No, but for reals, I'm gonna end stream in like 50 minutes. Wait, in like 50 minutes, we're gonna end stream. Unironically, you think that's what it is, but then when you play the game, you find out it actually has like a really crazy. That's what I thought, but like, I'll just play like a casual, trippy game. The music was a little loud. Okay. When you shoot, yeah. I didn't read. Yeah, no, we're back. Yeah, no, but we got 50 minutes. Let me just go back to this music. So that's clear. Well, we'll play that later. Now we'll go back to this playlist. Yeah, let's keep reading. Sad? Bro, no long stream. I know, I'm sorry. What I miss? I know. Technically we streamed for like about 4 hours. Keep reading? Yeah, no, let's keep going. We got some important fucking lore to cover in like 50 minutes. Let's keep going. Everything's updated, 259. Let me do this. Easy end here so Romero loses control. No, I can't do that to you guys. Yeah, we did get the name drop. Alright, let's keep going. 259, updated, timestamp is ready. We're good. Alright, let's keep going. Chapter 259 is called The Blasphemer. Justice Audrey asks instead of the sun, why? The hangman Alger didn't answer her directly as he continued. Abraham and okay, this is big lore. Wait, this is big lore. Hold up. I actually gotta lock in. Hold up. I'm playing. Should I play World is White? Yeah. I think World is White is fitting. I gotta lock in. We're locking in. The hanged man Alger didn't answer her directly as he continued on. Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty, and they were the second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Ammon family is the most mysterious one. They have the least history left behind, and they seem to have been distorted and covered up by some kind of power. There was a cover-up, okay. There was a piece of information that came from the King of the 5 Seas, Nast. The Ammons are a family of blasphemers, and they wield the secrets to usurp the power of deities. Also, the Ammon family calls themselves the descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Burge was left confused, and in his knowledge of myths, there was no such thing as an ancient sun god. Among the 8 ancient deities, Giant King, Armir, Dragon of Imagination, this is a lot of lore. Dude, he would release 2 chapters a day? How, man? That's crazy. Welt, Mutated King Kazvatir, Elf King, Elf King, and then his title, then name. Elf King Sonthrim, King of Demonic Wolves Flagera. There has to be some connection to Klein with that one. King of Demonic Wolves Flagera. Vampire Ancestor Lilith. Phoenix Ancestor Gregoris. And the Devil Monarch Farbuiti. None of them wielded the power of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really need to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, had shown powers in the sun domain. Could the Ammon family be his descendants? Oh, man. Okay. Noticing the sun wasn't saying anything, Olger stroked the stubble on his chin and said, the Ammon family is an ancient family clan from one of the 2,000 years ago. It is almost history itself. I'm very curious. Why did the gentleman that you meet appear around the City of Silver? What is his goal? That's right. How could the Ammon family, which exists in the world of Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice, and company, appear around the City of Silver? So there is a way to, like, interact with them. Okay. Why did he fall to fulfill his promise after accepting the request of being a guest? His what? He mysteriously left and caused an entire team to lose control. Yes. Other than the captain, what did he want to do? What was he looking for? If he's the descendant of the Lord, perhaps his purpose is the same as mine. To find out the cause of the cataclysm from ancient times and to find out the truth of the curse. Derek left his imagination run wild for a moment. After a while, he shook his head and said, Mr. Hangman, I'm unable to answer your question. I'm also trying to figure out this matter. Olga replied, looking somewhat disappointed. Try to communicate with the former captain in your neighboring cell more. See if you can dig up more information from him. Upon saying this, he thought for a moment and warned, however, you must be careful and prudent. I think that person is very dangerous. Very dangerous? You think so too? Derek asked, feeling somewhat surprised. The elders of the 6-member council also thought the same. The hangman looked up at the lofty dome and took a deep breath. Those who don't think so are the ones without sound minds. Seeing that the son was still confused, he shook his head and said, he's the only surviving member of the exploration team. Just his matter alone is enough to prove that there's something tremendously wrong with him. I was so locked in, I didn't read chat for a while. I forgot to turn that off. Thank you for adding me, Mysterious Wolf. Sorry. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Mr. Message Bullseye. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, guys. My bad. Those who don't think so are the ones without sound minds. Seeing that the son was still confused, he shook his head and said, he's the only surviving member of the exploration team. Just this matter alone is enough to prove that there's something tremendously wrong with him. He's been in dungeon facing rampagers for 42 years, yet he remains very loose and irrational. This shows how weird he is. Oh, so for him, this is completely normal. So he's probably even crazier than we think. This shows how weird he is. Compounded with the matter regarding the mysterious Ammon, the danger's obvious. These were the little bits and pieces that Derek had thought about in the past, but he hadn't yet connected them together. When he heard that, he suddenly became enlightened and immediately said sincerely, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Audrey, who was listening attentively and observing, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hand. She felt that the son was even more naive than she was. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, then that even the gloomy Mr. Wold had slightly adjusted his posture. It's still up there? You almost got me. You guys actually almost got me. I fell for that one. It's just small now. You guys got me with that. That's actually pretty funny. Stop. That was pretty funny. Oh, wait. I lost my place. Oh, my God. Seeing that everyone curiously had been satisfied that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his posture, and that the son didn't seem to have any other requests, she turned her head to the end of the long bronze table and said with a smile, Mr. Fool, I request a private exchange. Again? Oh, it literally says again. Again, Klein was amused as he nodded and said, sure. He immediately shielded the senses of the hangman and company. Rather than isolating himself in misjustice, it was mainly because he was afraid that the others might end up communicating out of boredom, thereby exposing the fact that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the signal, Audrey smiled and said, Mr. Fool, I have another 3 pages of Roselle's diary. After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the fool's adorer, she didn't avoid visiting the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, she acted as if nothing had happened. She openly requested this to her father, and in the week after the exhibition ended, she got another chance to flip through the notebooks. Audrey thought that appearing unfazed was the best way to avoid suspicion. Oh, so she went back. That's why she went back. It was the best way to avoid suspicion. If she maintained the constant act of feeling guilty and did not do what was logical, even though the Church of Goddess Demonstrating didn't suspect her previously, they would subsequently feel that there was a problem. According to her own experience, she believed that the very first few pages of the diary would reveal a lot of information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she quickly added, I understand that this isn't a matter that requires a private exchange, but I wish to keep this from Miss Magician for a week or 2. That way, even if she knows that you need Roselle diaries in the future, she wouldn't suspect that I'm justice. She had seen Forrest and Shio once midweek. By leading the conversation, she had naturally mentioned how her beloved dog, Susie, had chewed the Roselle notebook, causing it to be irrecoverable. Typically speaking, she no longer needed to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle diaries. By using her telepathist abilities, she simulated what Forrest would think, believing that she would have such a thought. What? That's a diary? That's a diary Roselle recorded his secrets in? Even Mr. Fool placed so much importance on it. And I recall that Miss Audrey has some. Wait a moment, she happened to have those diary pages chewed up by her dog a few days ago. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? To prevent Forrest from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to keep it a secret for at least another week. Okay, after becoming a telepathist, not only was she able to see the aura and the emotional colors of the target, but she was also able to read the superficial thoughts of others and could also simulate their she can literally simulate one's thoughts. Thus, she understood one thing, that in the process of guiding others, she had to try her best to not abrupt or act against logic and reason. Okay, that makes sense. Only when all the details were subtle enough and reasonable enough to make the target not realize that she was being guided would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Why? I should have said this earlier. You know how I said, well, I didn't say it. You know how she was like, oh, I can't be front first in the pollution act and monitoring East Borough. You know how she said, I can't do that because then I'm not acting as a spectator. I was like, why can't she just guide? What I was going to say is like, why can't she just like manipulate them in the shadows and guide them to do it? I get it. I get it. I get it. You know what? We should do an entire like cooking stream where we go through it all together on stream. I like that idea, Rimmer. I think we should do that. After becoming a telepathist, not only will she be able to see I read this. Subtle and reasonable are the 2 most important keywords, Audrey concluded in her mind. The reason why she went to read Roselle's notebooks again was precisely to avoid being unreasonable. She truly is worthy of being a telepathist. She recognized long ago that Miss Magician is one of the 2 people that she had recommended. Klein smiled in a non-committal manner. What do you want to exchange those 3 pages for? This question was asked with confidence because after obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest weakness in the field of mysticism has already been bridged. As for the secrets of the other deities, as well as his knowledge of other sequences, he knew a lot about them. Just any one of them was enough to deal with misjustice. We will still be friends if you don't talk about the psychiatrist formula, Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had already long thought of her question. She remained reserved for a second before saying, Mr. Fool, I wish to ask one question. Why is it said that the cards of blasphemy hide the profound secrets of the deities? Great question. Klein smiled secretly. Given her a look for her to figure it out herself, he said deeply and calmly, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. That's hype. Great question. Sequence 0. There's still a Sequence 0. There's a Sequence 0 above Sequence 1. Is that a sequence representing a god? The Dark Emperor is a god. The series of questions suddenly surfaced in Audrey's mind. This caused her to be pleasantly surprised, satisfied, and shocked. Restraining her agitation and unconcealed excitement, she took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle diaries. Klein took it, took a quick glance, and confirmed that this was one of the ones This was one of the ones he had seen before. 23rd of February, 11:43. I've transmigrated to this world for more than a week. I have to write something down and describe the things I have encountered, or I will feel like I'll go crazy. Heh. If I write it in simplified Chinese, I'm sure that no one will be able to decipher it. This world uses alphabetical words. I am now Roselle Gustave, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Tao. Oh! Black Emperor. Yeah, I remember Black Emperor is a proper translation. Wait. We just got Roselle's real name. His real name was Huang Tao. Dude, it's actually blue. I was thinking red, you know, fits the theme. But it's Huang Tao, so that's his real name. I don't know how I transmigrated. Oh my god, I can't read. Huang Tao. Okay, I don't know how I transmigrated either. I carefully recall the thought about it for a long time, and then I remember that a few days before. Oh wait, let's see if they match up. And then I remember that a few days before my transmigration, I bought a very mysterious silver plate with some strange symbols and patterns engraved on it. It was extremely interesting. However, it did not reappear after my transmigration here. It's not my cheat item. Wait, so it wasn't a book. It did not appear. It was extremely interesting. I bought a very mysterious silver plate. Wait, it's different. So it's not a book that brings you, but a mystical. It's a mystical item. Oh snap! So just like how Klein has pulled in, just like how he originally pulled in. The Lord, yeah, cooking time. Yeah. Look, now I get to read my mind. So just like how Klein has been able to pull in, so remember how in the beginning Alger and Audrey were pulled in by looking at mystical items. Like he looked at the mystical bottom, she looked at the mystical mirror, and then they got pulled in by him. Head chef back in his place, the kitchen. You fucking know it. Just how they were pulled in, just how Klein pulled them in. There is someone. Oh. No, he was I know he was transmigrated via the luck enchantment ritual, but he learned of the luck enchantment ritual by the book he bought. He bought a mystical book. The mystery grows. It does indeed. He bought a book that taught him the luck. He didn't just know the luck enchantment. He bought a book that taught him the ritual, right? So and then right here it gives you a hint. Wait, it gives you a hint. I'm choking on my words. Hold up. Fuck, I lost my place. I bought a very mysterious silver plate with strange symbols. So the strange symbols were the luck enchantment ritual, but just like in a different writing system, right? So if Klein is able to summon them in this mysterious way, who's to say that Flagera is like the beast? Shit, I'm forgetting already. Who's to say that like Flagera or like Hornicus Flagera or whatever mystical being is pulling people from the real world? And the theory crafting. And remember how I said there's like, you know, like Klein is like probably like there's like the real Klein, there's like Zoe Minguri, and then there's like Flagera, right? So there's like the spirit world, the real world, and then there's the other world. Shit, there's I know there's three like forms of worlds, right? So we have the real world. We have the Lord of Mysteries world, and now we have the City of Silver world. Astro world, thank you. Oh, so maybe the Astro world is a City of Silver. Oh my god. And then like maybe Derek is just like an astral apparition from like the City of Silver. Oh my god. All the theories. Oh my god. Wait. We have the real world, right? What about the mirror? I don't know about the mirror yet. I don't know. We are definitely clip it, ship it, set, bro. So Klein and Zoe Minguri and Huang Tao came from the real world. That's one world, right? That's the real world. The spirit world could be like Lord of Mysteries, right? And the spirit world can be the Lord of Mysteries world, right? Like Tingen and all that. And then the City of Silver's world could be like the Astro world, right? And then we have, I think we're cooking. So then we have real Klein, we have Zoe Klein, and then we have like the Flagera. So that's three different beings from three different worlds, okay? ancient god in the second epoch. I know you're reminding me, but like there has to be some connection, bro. It's cooked. There was a message deleted, so it might be onto something. Damn, that's kind of true. These series are going crazy. I think we're going good. There has to be a connection with like, because there's been 3 worlds brought up. Bro, just saying words, it's the Mad Ravings. I don't know. I'm trying to piece something together, but we'll find out. I'll shut up. Let's keep reading. We have to end stream in like 30 minutes. Let's keep going, dude. Huang Tao. All that from just a freaking silver plate. And then I'm like completely wrong. Huang Tao. I don't know how I transmigrated either. I carefully recalled the thought about it for a long time. And then I remember that after a few days before my transmigration, I bought a very mysterious silver plate with some strange symbols and patterns engraved on it. It was extremely interesting. I think Flagrera from the second epoch is the one summoning them for whatever reason. Just how like Klein summoned them for his reason in the tarot meeting, they have their reason. But we're hiding it for now. We don't know. It was extremely interesting. However, it does not reappear after my transmigration here. It's not my cheat item, huh? This is a world similar to ancient Europe. It's after the Renaissance and cannons and guides and guns have appeared, but they're rather crude and primitive. As for me, Huang Tao Roselle Gustav, as a fan of online literature, I loved reading transmigration with technology genre novels like steampunk. I know quite a lot of useful things and specifically read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is a stage where I can display my abilities, but I realize that my fucking memory isn't good. I fucking almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate to another world, but I wasn't given an outstanding memory or a system. Nor this is so funny. Nor was I given a two-way door. How can I survive like this? Alright, like shit, I forgot, man. Alright, I'll start with some details. When I have the money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists. I'm only responsible for giving them ideas. It's been okay, so that's how I got away with it. I'm only responsible for giving them ideas. It's been a long time since I felt so full anticipation for the future. But I still miss mom and dad a little. Aw. But I still miss them a little bit. Klein hasn't talked about his real family yet, dude. That's what I want to know. In the trailer, we saw like a second of it, dude. Besides, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The 1 or 2 maids don't look that good, and their entire bodies exude rustic vibes. It makes me wish that Huangshu.com goes completely bankrupt. Do we go on that website? I gotta know what this is all about. Hold up. What's this man talking about? Rustic, old-fashioned? Who? No? Don't do it. Oh, wait, it's a real website, though. No, it's corruption? Wait, translate this page. Oh, it's light novels. Okay. It's corruption for real? The Fishing, 10 Miles, Reborn. Farmer Girl has... Oh, wait. He wanted this? I shouldn't be opening... Hold up. I shouldn't be opening up links I don't know. I'll close it. That's so funny. It's a puzzle. You gotta solve it. I can't read. I can't read none of this. No, it didn't look like it. Cooked isekais, bro. Cooked isekais. So Roselle was into cooked. Hung Ta was into cooked isekais. Got it. Okay. After that huge tangent, let's keep going. Cool website, by the way. But he wished that website goes completely bankrupt. I haven't finished reading Ling Guo's 500 Good for Nothing, and there are so many beauties that are waiting for me on TikTok. What the... Bro, the games Kings of Glory and PUBG are still waiting for me? This is so fun. I love Roselle. He's such a funny character, dude. Thinking about them makes me feel a little depressed. As Klein reads, he nearly frowned. Initially, he had determined from the appearance of the Pirate King and the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he definitely read Chainsaw Man, that Roselle had crossed over 3 to 5 years earlier than him, but now he realized the gap between their transmigration could be more than a year. Oh, there's no time frame. Wait. So going, oh yeah, so he would have played PUBG around the same time. Wait. This is actual important news. Initially, he had determined from the appearance of the Pirate King and the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse that Roselle had crossed over 3 to 5 years earlier than him. But now he realized that the gap between their transmigrations couldn't be more than a year. But why was there a difference of nearly 200 years on this side? Oh. So maybe whoever's pulling them can't, like, maybe whoever's pulling them is trying to pull them in, but he's kind of like pulling them in at the wrong time. Like maybe Roselle was like his first run and like, he pulled him in too early. So same time, just they're from the same, they were pulled from the same era, same time and whatnot, but they were just pulled at different years. For what reason, that I don't know. Winner chicken dinner. I've gotten a few winner chicken dinners. I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty good at that game. It was a little addicting, so I kind of stopped. But I had a few winner chicken dinners. Not gonna brag, but I'm just a little bragging, just a little bit. All right, let's pause. Update. Let's read another chapter or so, and let's see how we're going. Holy shit, this is getting really important. 231:25. Copy paste. Maybe times move differently between worlds. That's a really fucking good theory. Holy fucking shit, I didn't piece that together. Maybe time flows differently. So wait, you're cooking, Nagito. Hold up, you're cooking. Maybe time moves differently between worlds. It's easy to space flood. Okay, so we'll be careful. I didn't think about that. For them, if time flows differently, let's go off this assumption. For them, 1 year was like 200 years of a difference, right? If Klein finds a way to go back, and there's already been a huge time jump, watch him at the end of the series, he appears back at the dinner table. No, wait, no, he would have gone to bed, right? So like he literally at the end of this story, he like wakes up, and for him it's like, oh, it was just a dream. I can see something crazy like that happening. I don't know if I'd like that. I don't know, man. Maybe not. Hold up. No, maybe not. Hold up. Maybe the whole dream kind of thing would be a weird twist. It's 150 years, not 250 years. Oh yeah, it was about, okay. I was just saying like, okay, never mind. He reappears in his bed with Hung Tel. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, like, good morning, brother. And, like, it was the mad ravings all along. It's like that one the theory with Ash, like he's been in a coma this whole time at the end of episode 1 when he falls down. It's kind of like that, right? I've had the strangest, literally some Attack on Titan stuff. Like I had such a strange dream, right? It was a ravings it was a ravings along the way, right? Maybe the true Lord of Mysteries was a ravings along the way. That'd be you know what? I wouldn't even be mad if like Cuttlefish kind of goes that route. I don't know. We'll see. More? Now more? It's like, okay, stop. Now read. Let's keep going. Chapter 360 is called A Difficult Conundrum. Klein thought seriously for a while and came with all sorts of theories, but because he lacked the necessary information, he could only temporarily ascribe the cause of the matter to the difference in the... Oh! Right here! It says it right here. He could only temporarily ascribe the cause of that matter to the difference in the flow of time between the Earth and this world. Roselle and I have transmigrated less than a year apart, but in this world, we are separated nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I were to spend 200 years to find a way to return, it's likely that I won't lose the opportunity to meet my parents. Oh, because it only would have been a year. Oh, wait, he's talking about his parents now. At most, I had been missing for a year. Klein made a constrating interference, improving his mood significantly. Oh, he's happy, thinking he can see his family. He instantly felt filled with motivation. Oh, that's sweet. I hope he meets his family, man, at the end of the series. Can knock on wood, man. Of course, he himself knew very well that this reasoning was not rigorous because this was determined by one precondition, and it was currently impossible to confirm it. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? This might involve so-called spatial temporal turbulence. Bro, my IQ ain't that big. Hold up. Walk it back. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve so-called spatial temporal turbulence. I'm gonna have to look this up on my own off stream. What does that even mean, bro? Are we reading sci-fi? Prepared to change the music, but not yet? Okay, bet. Are we reading sci-fi? What's going on, man? Well, I lost my place. Wait. When the time comes, there is no guarantee. When the time comes, there is no guarantee I'll return to the proper time node. Klein poured cold water on his burgeoning mood. What kind of mood is that? Roselle's first diary entry was the product of having held back for a long time. Therefore, it took him more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 lines. 25th February, what a boring world. There are no newspapers and so few novels. I think I need to help this culturally improvershishit something society, but the premise of that is that I have to get some money and recall how paper is made and how the print press is done. As a transmigrator, I can only live on the pocket money that my new dad and mom gave me. I can only he has his parents in this world. I can only live on the pocket money that my new dad and mom gave me. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny Firmo gold. What a tragic story. However, hunting is quite interesting. 28th of February. This world might be a little different from what I know it to be. I got lost while hunting in the woods today. As a result, I saw an unimaginably intense battle. In the battle, the man who had surrounded had additional eyes growing on his face. A total of 4 eyes. Wait, was this the hidden sage? A man who was surrounded had additional eyes growing on his face. Oh, no, on his face. A total of 4 eyes. They even shot dark green. Fucking, he has, what? Superman? Shooting lasers? They even shot dark green light. This is freaking illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? It's like, wait, I'm in a fantasy? Literally first Beyonder encounter. That monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light that burned with golden flames. That sounds like a magician. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. He summoned a golden being. Yeah, I think it was summoned. I think we've seen that. We've read this before. Yeah, I think it was summoned. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. After getting rid of that monster, the person left with a corpse. I, Huang Tao, am indeed the protagonist. I am the protagonist. I discovered the truth of this world a few days after I transmigrated. Perhaps they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver token. Of course, I won't ask. I want to become like them and crack it myself. There's another key reason as to why I said this. I can't even effing remember what the pattern looks like. I can only vaguely remember it. Indeed the protagonist. Emperor, did you pour all your 8th grader syndrome soul into your diary? Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He was very interested in the silver plate, which might have been the cause for Roselle's transmigration, and he was eager to find out what the symbols and the patterns on it looked like. It was probably the luck enchantment ritual. If he could really decipher it by relying on the mysticism knowledge of this world, then transmigration might not have just been a coincidence. Klein put down the diary page, wrapped his fingers on the table, and lifted the scene that isolated the hangman and the magician. Go ahead and trade freely. Klein leaned back in his chair and smiled. Force took a deep breath and said, I would like to purchase the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and 20 milliliters of blood from a deep sea marlin. It would be paid in gold pounds. I still have 430 pounds. I can afford one. He silently encouraged himself. As for what the rest of the money would come from, she had no idea. This is one of the main reasons that prevent many Beyonders from advancing. People cannot really attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for me having to become a trick master to completely be rid of the influence of the full moon ravings, I wouldn't even be considered advancement once I gained rich beyond our means. I wouldn't even make contact with this circle, or write books, save up money, drink tea, and stroll the streets with Sheol. Once she finished with that task, we can travel to different parts of the southern continent. We don't have to be afraid of danger or accidents, and we can enjoy life. Aw, I ship them. I hope they have like a beautiful, happy life together. We don't have to be afraid of danger or accidents, and we can enjoy life. Forced thoughts suddenly began to wander. Just when she thought that no one would respond, Olger said in a low voice, I saw the deep sea marlin's blood at the recent gathering of the great pirates. But unfortunately, you've already missed it. You should have said so earlier. No, I've mistaken. You hadn't joined the terror clubs back then. Then what's the point of saying this? Showing off your experience? Forrest curled her lips secretly, but said in all seriously, Mr. Hangman, please keep an eye out for me. I can accept a price between 300 and 400 pounds. Olger sneered. The sea is even vaster than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other in half a year. Even on the islands that they dispose of their loot, beyond ingredients all seldom gathered. Only big cities like Backlin, Trier, St. Millum, and Fana Potter can have many ingredients gathered together. From your accent, you should be a Buckland citizen or someone who had been living in Backlund for many years. You mean that I still need to rely on myself? Force almost looked up to the high dome. She's like, ah, shit. At this point, Derek said, I know roughly where a few spirit eaters are active, but I don't need the gold pounds you people talk about. Force said with a fixed smile, what do you want? The formula of Solar High Priest Potion, Audrey quickly answered inwardly. Okay. Derek thought seriously and said, the Solar High Priest Potion formula, that's a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it, but the formula for this sequence is at least 750 pounds, and if you're in a hurry to get it, it can be sold for more than 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, the stomach bag of a spirit eater and blood of a deep sea marlin do not exceed 400 pounds each. They're only worth 300 pounds most of the time. Do you understand me? Forrest tried to make it clear to the son that this was not an equivalent transaction. Without hesitation, Derek replied, I can give you 2 or 3 of the Spirit Eater stomach bags. Oh? As for the additional need for a deep sea marlin, he didn't even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. That is true. What can I do with the additional Spirit Eater stomach bags? Roast them or fry them? To be honest, I have no idea when I'll be able to sell it. Most importantly, I'm unable to afford the formulas of Solar High Priest. Forced a smile and said, I'll try searching. She thought of a Master Eternal Blazing Sun believer at Mr. A's gathering who was good at purification. She thought of the Band of Light Ring. She had believed that she could get a clue to the potion formula of Solar High Priest. But I don't have enough money. Forrest thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and then asked with great sincerity, everyone, do you have any good ways of earning money? As soon as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen into silence. She's like, shh. Everybody's like, man, we're all struggling right now. Silence can be described by the soundless. She's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Well, we don't send a message? That's okay if it was a spoiler, Neil. No, it's okay. I didn't say anything. We're good. We're chill. Silence can be described by the soundless palace and the quiet gray fog. From the looks of it, everyone's faced this conundrum. This is so funny. As for Mr. Poole, he doesn't need money. He needs a lot of money. They're all broke boys and girls. This is so funny. Forrest wisely shut her mouth like, all right, I shouldn't have asked that. Except Audrey. Yeah, Audrey's like, girl, I earn like 1,000 pounds a week. Isn't the best way to make money be from owning farms, mines, plantations, factories, stocks, etc.? Or you could also go through kingdoms, bounty notices, and complete them in accordance with the price and the period of time at a bearable level. Audrey knew that she didn't have any real experience in making money, so she can only respond with a few words in her heart as if she was joking. Might I interest you in a bicycle project? Klein resisted the urge to manipulate the words of the word, which would expose his true identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained an unfathomable posture, making the word gloomy and hoarsely say, Help me keep a lookout for 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood, as well as a human skin shadows characteristic and a deep sea Naga's hair. Although Klein only had 589 gold pounds left, he now had the bionic characteristics of a werewolf and a biological poison bottle. Oh, wait a second. He's gonna give that bottle to Olger. Tell me why I remember fan art of Olger holding like a potion. And I'm over here like, he can use that. He's gonna trade this with Olger. And the biological poison bottle, because I remember Olger was holding like it looked like a potion. It was like a purple bottle. Furthermore, he was considered to find an opportunity to turn the former into a mystical item and then sell one of them. In that case, that's more than enough to match the cost of a sequence since beyond an ingredient. Therefore, he planned to have the members of the Terror Club help him pay attention in advance so that he wouldn't miss them. Alright, the son Derek answered first, but he made no promises. Compared to the Spirit Eater, human skin shadows and the 1,000-faced hunters aren't monsters that are easy to encounter. 1,000-faced hunter, I think I've seen a fossil of it. Justice thought as she replied, yes, I'll confirm that after I return. The fossil was in Duke Negan's treasury. If it's already a fossil and beyond her characteristics has probably long been taken away, Klein manipulated the world and nodded non-commently. After a moment of silence, Olger said, help me keep an eye out on a person who was involved in the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was mentioned before. He calls him Balin, a man with reddish-brown skin and has the clear characteristics of a southerner. But someone has overheard him speak in a backland accent. The third tooth? Oh, it's a tooth. The third tooth on his left is missing, but it could very well have been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about him, and his height is also quite average. If you can find traces of him, there will be no problem with the reward at all, with it being at least 100 pounds or something of equal value. Even divination can be completed with such a description, let alone carrying out a search for the person in the real world. Klein looked around and said, continue with your free exchange. At the end of the Tarot gathering, Derek returned to the real world and found himself in a dark, cramped room. He sat on the He sat on the ground cautiously for a few seconds, but he didn't discover any unusual changes. Oh wait, oh we're doing the free exchange. I thought it ended. Oh, we have to change. Sorry, I'm sorry. Spatial just means to become disabled. Bot on Twitch. Oh, we had a bot on Twitch. I see him. Bad bots. Yo. Wait. Oh, wait. Cammy, it isn't just. He had a broken bottle. That broke. Wait. Is it a lot? Yeah, there is a bot. Easy. I'm sorry. I locked in for. Cammy told me you need to play Vantis OST now. Music change after the Vantis. I spelled Vantis wrong. I can't spell. Wait, I don't think that's it. I was like Vanitas from Kingdom Hearts? Okay, so after the meeting we'll change the music. Got it. No, you're not getting ignored. It means time is chaotic, going both forward and backwards without any order. Time temporal turbulence. Oh, thank you guys. Vanitas. The meeting's over? Right now? Bro, easiest cook. Oh shit. Hold up. Wait. At the end of the terror. Okay. Oh wait. Yo, he read. Okay, wait. Meeting is over. Oh wait. Meeting is over. Because I read continue with your free exchange, but now it's like meeting is over. Okay. Go to music domain. Opening music domain. Music domain is opening now. Can I play this? Blue Moon HD cover? It's a cover? Let's mute that ad for a sec. 41. Wait, there's 41 people watching me change music. Yo, thank you guys. Holy shit. 41? Wait. I'm waiting for the ad to end. Bear with me. We're changing the music. No, the one person that lock in, people. Keep your redacted in your pants. I like that. Hey, yo, don't bite your lips, bro. You're gonna make me blush over here. Wait. We're on 359. Is this not gonna be a good cliffhanger, or is this not gonna be a good cliffhanger? Start rereading. I know we're reading. Let me hit loop. Wait. I didn't loop it. Let me loop it. Let me go to the end. Let it loop. End of 360. We're not there yet. Rip? Something rip? Did stream crash? We're good? Okay, we're good. All right, let's keep going. Let me lower the music for me a bit. Okay. This music goes crazy already. At the end of the Tarot gathering, Derek returned to the real world and found himself in a dark, cramped room. Oh, okay. He sat on the ground cautiously for a few seconds, but he didn't discover anything unusual changes. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. You forgot to update? No, I haven't finished the chapter yet. No. I haven't updated it yet. No, we're almost done with the chapter. There's still like 2 paragraphs left. All right, we're almost done. He sat on the ground cautiously for a few seconds, but he didn't discover any unusual changes. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Remembering that Mr. Hangman had advised him to talk more with a former exploratory team captain, Derek walked over to the corresponding metal wall, bent his fingers, and tapped on it. Tick, tick. He completed his signal, but there was no response even after a long time. Did he fall asleep or was he taken to the 6-member council? Derek wondered while looking at the dual metal wall. At this moment, an elderly and fleeting voice came from the bed behind him. He's on the other side? At this moment, an elderly and fleeting voice came from the bed behind him. He's in his room? Are you looking for me? Oh my god. Oh, dude. Okay. I'm reading your message. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, no. Oh, is he okay? Wait. No, stop. No, don't do this to me. Fuck you guys. No, bro. No, stop. No, fuck you guys. I was a chapter behind. Wait, we were on 360, not 359. Oh, I am so sorry. Wait, we're on 361. No, fuck you guys. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I hear him die, if he dies mid-chapter, oh shit, a moderator turned on slow mode. Oh, he's trying to get, Romero's doing this right now. It's like, okay, I gotta get ready. Wait, no, stop. I'm warning you. If he dies mid-chapter, I'm gonna end stream. I ain't even gonna finish the chapter. So you better pray to whatever you believe in, whatever Orthodox God you believe in, that he comes out of this shit unscratched. Because I really like this fucking character. He's like, why are you looking for me? He's like, why are you giving info on me? Oh no. Like, it's been so weird that he's been there for 40-something chapters. Dude, okay, hold up. I'm scared. I don't even want to read this shit anymore. Okay, let me update my timestamp. Let me update my timestamp. I don't want to fucking read. Hold on. No, dude. Fuck you guys. Why are you guys making me read this shit, dude? This isn't fun. This isn't fun anymore. All right, let's keep going. What the? I just read the chapter title. This chapter title is a little scary, dude. No. Okay, wait. I don't like the chapter title. Translucent worm. Are you looking for me? Oh my god. Okay, wait. This is getting a little excited. Just a little bit. The moment the voice entered his... Don't look at him? Is he God or what? The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tensed up and his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? What happened to the seal? What about the effects of the mystical items? His forehead dripped with cold sweat. And he subconsciously wanted to turn around to take a look. No, but oh my god, it's Ammon. But his instinct stopped him from doing so. I'm telling you, yeah. Wait, it's the dude from the second epoch. Oh, no. This instinct originated from the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters' lessons and the strange scene he had experienced after joining the patrolling teams. So it was a monster. So Ammon is like a monster disguised as a human? Wait. Okay, shut up. Let's keep reading. When someone is speaking behind you, don't turn around in a hurry. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into a fist in front of his chest, then slowly turned around bit by bit. Yo, this is so creepy, dude. The room was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. However, there was a tint of gold light that was expanding in his two eyes, transforming into what seemed like two miniature suns. Oh my god, he is talking. Oh my god, he's talking to the sun. With his light supplicant powers, he saw a dark figure sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The dark figure rapidly turned clear, revealing a head that had been split in half. In the middle of his head, two gray brains wriggled like they were... Dude, you guys have to send artwork. I can't picture this. In the middle of his head, two gray brains wriggled like they were alive, trying to get close to each other, but being unable to do so. The thick, vicious liquid on the severed surface... Ow, dude, my body feels so icky right now, dude. The two vicious liquid on the severed surface of his brain had turned into thin threads, but they were shrinking like maggots. Each eye that was on the two separate sides was distance apart, and the nose bridge was separated from the middle. The color of the blood was bright and evident. The left side of his mouth was open, but the right side of his mouth... Why is there an ad? Bro, was that not immersion breaking? Was that now immersion breaking? That was super immersion breaking. Unironically, Mr. Braindub, I get it. Yeah, hold up. Let me loop this shit. I thought I looped it. What the fuck? It didn't loop. Did it loop? Okay, it looped. Oh, man. The thick, vicious liquid. I read this. Each eye that was on the two separate sides were distance apart, and the nose and the bridge was separated from the middle. The color of the blood was bright and evident. The left side of his mouth was open, but the right side of his mouth was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, and there were numerous dark red wounds on his body. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I don't even want to think about that. Triphobia, bro. I don't have it, but it's so gross, bro. Like abnormal, like holes on the body. Ugh. Dark red wounds on its body. Oh wait, okay, no. Dark red wounds on its body. The countless wound had torn open savagely, revealing rows and rows of white teeth. Ugh. They said the same sentence in quick succession. Oh, they speak separately. Are you looking for me? This is normal. This is clearly normal. It paused for a moment. The corners of its mouth at the edges of its wound were curling up. Look, I am not normal. Derek's pupils contracted, and without thinking, he placed his folded hands on his chest and raised them to his chin, as in a prayer. The small room suddenly became bright, and a pure beam of light swirling with fire. The small room suddenly became bright, and a pure beam of light swirling with fire fell from the roof and onto the monster's body. The beam was not as grand as the one used by Derek outside the spire. This was because the seal here and the mystical item which left him isolated from the spire's exterior. But at this moment, Derek was stunned to see the holy light beam that he had prayed was suddenly thickening. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. A few moments later, something purer and thicker separated from the magnificent pillar of light. It was like a man made of light with no facial features and no clothes. The man of light suddenly coruscated and pounced on the monster. All the mouths on the monster suddenly opened as if were letting out a blood-curdled screech. Yet Derek heard nothing. It's mute? The monster began to tremble violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the man of light, disappearing as if it were melting. Just as it was about to become transparent, a phantom wearing a black casco, long robe, and a pointed hat suddenly... Were they monitoring Derek? What? Suddenly appeared. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face. It wore a monocle. Oh! Oh! Where am I going? It wore a monocle. You guys have not shut up about that emoji. Wait. It wore a monocle. This is Ammon. Ammon? Was it the guy? No. So it was the fake him? It wore a monocle carved, or is it like a new teacher? As soon as he appeared, the man of light exploded, and Derek's vision was filled with whiteness. When his eyesight was restored, he found himself outside the room. What the fuck? In the corridor with the metal lamps set in it, the dim light of the setting sun. Goosebumps. He tilted his head blankly and looked into the room. He saw a tall, muscular figure in dark trousers and a brown coat. In front of this figure was the bed which Derek had been sleeping in. Dawn-like rays of light condensed onto a white-like bone, turning it into a pure white sharp sword. Next to the straight sword lay a translucent worm. It was only the length of a thumb, and its sliminess was almost that of a child's finger. Ugh. One ring after another of completely transparent colors divided it into many sections. It was a fleeting scene, and without specifically counting the number of rings, he had a vague feeling that there were about 10 of them. The tall figure, which had its back facing him, reached out of his hand to pick up the strange translucent worm. As he turned around, he said, "What's up with maggots and worms?" It was close. At that moment, Derek finally saw the face of the tall figure. His hair was grizzled, unkempt, and rather disheveled. He had deep wrinkles around his cheeks, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Some old scars, these were either deep or twisted, remaining on his cheeks. He was dressed in a flaxen-colored shirt with a checkered leather belt around his waist, and his pale blue eyes were deep and weathered, like a book full of stories. For a moment, Derek was stunned, and then, as though he had been in danger all his life, he opened his mouth in a pleasant surprise. "Your Excellency?" Terrible ad timing. Terrible ad time. I'm sorry if you guys got an ad. Wait. What the fuck is going on, dude? Wait. Your Excellency. Yeah, wait. Your Excellency. So Your Excellency is the one with the monocule. And in front of him was the chief of City of Silver's 6-member council, a powerful demon hunter who was over 100 years old. Colin Illid? I've heard this name before. Right? Colin nodded slightly and said, "We always knew that he had a problem, but in order to find out what kind of ulterior motives that man named Ammon had, we intentionally didn't eliminate him directly, and we instead locked him up at the bottom of the spire." Wait, what the fuck? Colin nodded slightly and said, "We always knew that he had a problem, but in order to find out what kind of ulterior motives the man named Ammon had, we intentionally didn't eliminate him directly, and we instead locked him up at the bottom of the spire, sealed under the influence of the mystical items, and we often let beyonders who only had symptoms of losing control live next to him and talk to him." So it was Ammon. We wanted to see if we could induce some abnormal changes in him in order to learn the information we wanted to know. No, wait. I am badooning super hard right now. Levels of badooning never imagined before. Like, bro, like we are ascending right now. It's like over 9,000. Unfortunately, he had been very normal until today. Way too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and attempted to break through the seal? Do you have any idea what makes you different from others? So it was purposely arranged for me to live next to the former so it was the team captain. So it was purposely arranged for me to live next to the former exploration team captain. After a few seconds of silence, Derek said, "Maybe it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from the others. Sequence 9 Bard, Sequence 8 Light Supplicant. In other words, Suppliant. Whew. In other words, the sun pathway. And he had like sun eyes, If Mr. Hangman is right, then the Ammon family is the descendant of an ancient sun god. Then it's normal for me to cause a mutation to happen to him." Derek felt that he knew the truth to a certain extent. Colin listened without a change in expression. He sized up Derek for a few seconds before saying, "We were monitoring him. The members of the 6-member council took turns, but we didn't expect him to suddenly mutate. There were 0 warning signals, and his actions were very decisive and determined." What were you doing in the room just now? Derek, who was just considering the relationship between the sun pathway and the ancient sun god, didn't instantly realize what the chief was asking about. Isn't it funny that the OG moderator's name is Chief? Easy, if you want to back out, this is the time. A single step forward and you will never be free from the curse of Elohim. I'm locked in. Was about to ask. When he realized it, his mind was still blank and he seriously recalled what he had done. "I didn't do anything. I just knocked on the wall and tried to talk to him. Before this, I was participating in the Tarot Gathering." Oh, there's a connection. The Tarot Gathering. Derek was suddenly stunned. He felt that things might not be as simple as he had imagined. Oh, wait. So we have the Ammon family. The Ammon family. And there's a connection with like the Gray Fog. Oh my god, bro, this guy is crazy. How is he doing 2 chapters of this every day? This is wild. Oh shit, I'm dropping my mic. He felt that things might not be as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he could inform the chief of his thoughts, but he didn't know what kind of expression to make, so he can only maintain his lonely, reserved silence. He had thought I knocked on the wall 3 times. Before that, the candle in my room had extinguished and there were complete darkness. I had tried to practice some of my Beyonder powers. Colin looked into Derek's eyes quietly and said after nearly 20 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Ammon left in his soul was not his original body. Moreover, this matter happened too suddenly, so we were unable to obtain the desired result. Before his mutation, did you sense anything amiss?" "No." Wait, was the worm the characteristic? Wait, never mind. Hold up. Let's walk it back. Unfortunately, what Ammon left in his soul was not his original body. I think he's referencing the worm. The translucent worm? Moreover, this battle happened too suddenly, so we were unable to obtain the desired result. Before his mutation, did you sense anything amiss? No, Derek shook his head with conviction. Colin's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 complex dark green symbols and he reflected Derek's body in them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. You don't need any more treatment, so you can go back now." Just like that. Just like that. We will confirm or deny. Thank you, thank you. All right. He watched the demon hunter Colin Ilid? I know I've said the name before. Turn back into the room, pick up the sharp white sword, and turned it over and over in his hands. He quietly took a deep breath and walked along the corridor towards the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who had rushed over one after another. Dude, everybody's hyping up Derek. He's like, "Yo, did you see what Derek did? What did Derek see?" Oh, he's glazing up the 6 council members now. And all of them. I lost my place. On the way, he met the keepers who had rushed over one after another. He slowly walked back home and closed the door. He carefully observed his surroundings for a while. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed and recited in a low voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the ray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I've just experienced something terrifying." Like, bro, you gotta check this shit out, dude. Oh my god. Derek recounted what had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all this, he felt much more at ease. And with his tense state of mind relaxing, he felt immense exhaustion wash through him. He lied down and quickly fell asleep. In the silent and dark room, flashes of lightning would occasionally illuminate everything. Otherwise, it would seem like the dark night. The sleeping Derek suddenly flickered his right index finger and leisurely tapped it on the bed. Once, twice, thrice. After the tarot gathering, Klein didn't divine the werewolf beyond her characteristics or the biological poison bottle due to his spirituality expenditure. Instead, he went straight to back to the real world for a nap. After 20 minutes, he woke up and drew the curtain, allowing the light that penetrated through the mist to bring a certain degree of light into the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed down and began considering what he needed to do in a short term. The main goal is to continue concluding the rules of a magician and make adjustments according to the subtle feedbacks from my spirituality. Although the rules like never performing unprepared, the need to have a stage and a performance, and completing a performance using means of diversion do not seem problematic at the moment. If I were to continue acting this way and perform the slightest adjustments, I'll eventually digest the potion and reach the advancement state. But this sort of acting isn't sufficient. I'm still lacking some of the important rules. Currently, what I'm doing will make the digestion slow and not thorough. Perhaps it will take a year, or perhaps even 2 or 3. Oh, I think this is the last chapter of the day. Yeah, it is the last chapter of the day. Or even 2 or 3 years before my sequence advancement is possible. And Int Zangwil won't remain there waiting for me. Oh, this is hype, dude. Only through becoming a high sequence beyond as soon as possible will I be qualified to take revenge. I'm excited for this, dude. Therefore, figuring out other magician rules is of utmost importance. I'll first determine them through experimentation, whether the applause from an audience will stir my spirituality and result in better digestion of the potion. Just as Klein was deep in thought, he heard a series of illusory stacked pleas. Damn. Dude, this is so hype. I am sorry I am leaving you guys on a cliffhanger. Oh my god. We need more? No, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Easy. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to save it for tomorrow, dude. I know. I need to head out now. But hey, man, we've been live for like 4 hours. Bro, I left you guys on the craziest fucking cliffhanger. I'm sorry. At least come mod, voice chat for a few secs. Bet. Dude, that was hype. Check on Ellie. I know, I need to check on Ellie. It's been like 4 hours. Yeah, and then I need to go with Miss Easy Geeky. Next stream will be absolute gas. Tomorrow, same time. Good end for today. Good start for tomorrow. It's all fine. This is a hype stop point. Holy shit. Let me do my timestamp first and then we'll continue. Yeah, no, I'm gonna end it right here, dude. That was fucking I literally thought they were gonna kill fucking Derek, man. It's like, no fucking way they're killing him just like that. Just like done. On Discord. Yeah, on Discord. We have a Discord one. Wait. Let me announce tomorrow's stream. I'll set it up right now. It was a long stream and easy Discord. Yeah, on the if you go on the YouTube page, it's a top link, first link. I can't be here for tomorrow. I'll set up the time. It's probably gonna be earlier. It'll be earlier. Yeah, it'll definitely be earlier than whatever time it was, like 4 hours and 30 minutes ago. Thanks. Now I have to burn down a retirement home to feed my addiction. Bro, man, that was wild. That was such a fucking crazy ass fucking moment, man. Well, hold up. Overall thoughts, and I'm gonna mute my mic for like 2 seconds. You finally caught up to the recording. Cool. Don't ask why I muted the mic. That is crazy. Okay, let's do overall thoughts here at the end. Damn. No, you just joined? Dude, this was so hype, bro. There's 40 of you guys here. I literally thought we were gonna lose Derek, bro. I kid you not. I thought we were gonna have a repeat of Volume 1 with Dunn Smith, but we take out Derek this early, bro. Oh my god. We're gonna start with the same chapter next, bro. I'll have a schedule up. I won't just do a random stream like that, bro. Yeah. So it was kind of spontaneous when we streamed today. Oh my god, that was so good. That was such a good chapter. That was so scary. Yeah, my bad. No, you're good. Wait. Thanks. Now I have to. It was so cool, dude. Oh my god. It like so many interesting happens in this read through. Bro, fight is coming. I'm ready. We did go 4 hours, but we did talk about anime for like almost an hour. But it's cool. It was fun. It was fun and exciting stream today. Kind of spontaneous, but it was exciting. So, Klein and Audrey's real world or their personal lives are starting to interweave, right? Did you understand what happened? So, this is what I'm getting. The Ammon family is in connection to the Tudor dynasty, but then they also believe in the sun god, not the sun god. Oh my god, the sun what? The eternal blazing sun. So they believe in the eternal blazing sun, right? But then when he went above the gray fog, it like triggered something. Well, he had like 2 bright glowing suns in his eye. The ancient sun, no, not the ancient sun god. No, I'm talking about the eternal blazing sun. Loading, error, low bit memory rate. Hold up, loading. Come voice chat, please. Bet, let's go on voice chat. He is a tree creator. Get out of here with that. I know you're trying to throw me off. They do not believe in it. No, I know they do not believe in the eternal blazing sun. But didn't he said like, oh, I'm on the barred pathway, right? Like the sun, right? What we're doing? I don't know what I'm saying. It was a little overwhelming, okay? I was scared. I'm scared. I was scared for Derek, okay? Let's go in voice chat because I'm a little lost. Let the goat Romero explain it to you. But okay, let me see. Let's do this. Let me pause the music. Let me. Wait, Romero, you might want to mute the live stream. So you don't hear me. Oh, no, okay, well, let's chill with that because I know he did get upset when we kept spamming that. No, he's joking. Okay, let's open up Discord. Hold up. Are we good? I think I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay, bet. Wait, let me lower the volume right here. So wait, what is it that you were gonna explain? Because I don't know what I can explain or what I can't explain.
So specifically, when Derek came out of the terror club,
Uh-huh.
the guy was there.
Yeah, he went through the wall.
The glowing sun eyes was Derek's, not that guy's. Derek is
Oh!
a barred pathway beyond us, so that happens.
Oh, his eyes were glowing. Oh, I thought the guy's eyes were glowing. So it was Derek. Easy jump scare. You said that, Cammy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. He said that. Oh snap, that is cool.
Then that guy made of light with the light pillar came.
Yeah,
That
the
was
light
chief.
the man made a
That was the
light.
chief. Yeah, that was the chief, Colin Iliad.
Yeah, so
Very-
so the man of light was the chief that came in to take out the expeditioner guy. The guy that was on the expedition team. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I was so confused, guys. I thought the man of light and Colin were 2 separate people. Actually, that makes more sense. That makes more
Derek
sense.
called him Excellency, not the monster. Okay, just to clarify.
Wait, say that again. What did Derek do?
Derek Derek called the chief Your Excellency, not the monster.
I know. Yeah, he called the chief Your Excellency when he said the Man of Light. Yeah, I know he called him that. Yeah.
When Colin Elliot attacked the monster, the a, s- a person appeared out of the monster with the moniker.
Yeah,
The
the
robe.
molecule guy showed up.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then he mentioned like it wasn't his real body or whatever, and then that's when it said there was a guy with a molecule.
yeah. That's what basically happened. He then Colin Elliot just attacked the monocle guy, and the worm was the only thing left.
And the worm was what was left behind.
Yes, a translucent worm with 10 rings.
That is so weird. Is there fan art on this? This is so trippy. Okay, that was so
Yeah.
that was so scary, dude. I thought Derek was dead. Okay, I get it. The monocle guy. I'm just calling him the monocle guy. Okay,
Yeah.
that's scary. Okay. And we know the only other monocle guy we've ever met was the bodyguard at the museum when they were guarding Roselle's book. So,
Yes.
yeah, like yes and no. I know you're being very careful. Okay, so the only other person we know with a monocle was the security guard, but then that's the City of Silver, and then that was Backland. So there's like two different places. Okay, got it.
Any other questions?
No, that's it. I got it. You made that. I understood that so much more. And you're not. I know you're not telling me anything more on Derek's eyes, right? Like, okay, that was it. Like his eyes were glowing with it. I know you didn't even go back to that. So there's probably more to that.
That's basically like a characteristic of the bard pathway. They're the
Oh,
sun
because he's on the sun pathway. Okay. Got it.
Of
Okay.
course, they glow.
Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay. Now I get it. All right, that was good. All right, bet for sure.
I'm not an Indian. Just clarifying.
No, I know you said that. I know Cammy was trolling.
Okay,
All right. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Romero.
it's fine.
Thank you. Okay, I got it. Okay, I get it. Tell him why only Chief could kill the monster. Remind him of the curse. Poor Chief. What? I'm so confused reading that. Wait, we sent a message by Vec. Do not redeem the card. I was that was very confusing, but that was exciting. Whew. That was scary, bro. Romero the goat, our goat Romero's beautiful voice. He came in clutch because I thought the guy that appeared behind Derek had the two glowing eyes, and I'm like, okay, so there's some connection with the eternal blazing sun and Ammon, and then now there's a fucking molecule guy, and I'm like, how the fuck is that all connecting with them knowing about the world above the great fog? Okay. Alger said Ammon is the descendant of the ancient sun god, not the eternal blazing sun. Two completely different things. Got it. One is an orthodox god, and then the ancient sun god is like an ancient sun god. Okay, got it. Different. And then Derek is on the bard pathway. Okay, all right. Only direct blood relatives. Wait, hold up. I don't know if I should read that, Dr. Z. I don't know. Wait, hold up. Are we only direct? That sounds like do not redeem the card. That means the guy trapped for 42 years was a relative of Chief. Wait, what? Wait, Cammy, what the? OMG, I never noticed Dr. Z. What the fuck? Tell him why only Chief could kill the monster. Remind him of the curse. Poor Chief. Tell him why our Chief... The City of Silver? Tell him why only Chief could kill the monster. Remind him of the curse. You can only kill your... Oh my god, was that his dad? Did he kill his dad? Wait, no. They can... Wait. Walk it back. Walk it back. I thought a person can only... Oh, you're right. Wait. Relatives. Oh, what the fuck? You're right. Holy shit. So wait, no, wait, no, walk it back. Wait. He was already the curse. Wait, you guys can tell me the curse. You just need to be related. Well, you can. Wait, oh my god, this just got so much more fucking there are so many layers behind this scene. Holy shit! You know, like that one scene in Shrek, life is like an onion. There's layers. There are so many layers behind this whole interaction. You actually never caught the curse when I read the scene? Wait, peek. So the whole point is you have to kill your relative before death, otherwise they turn into a monster, right? You gotta read a couple sentences. So the whole, what was the curse? You guys can say the curse. They did mention the curse. Well, I don't know if there's more to the curse, but just mention what was revealed. Thank you, Romero. If a relative doesn't kill the person in the city of silver, they turn into an evil spirit. Oh, so he wasn't an evil spirit. An evil spirit. He wasn't a spirit because he still had like a physical form. He looked like a monster, right? Like it looked like he lost control, but okay, so a person losing control doesn't necessarily mean they're an evil spirit. I know a few chapters ago they mentioned like when people unalive themselves, they can potentially turn into evil spirits. That's not them losing control. That's completely separate. Okay. Remember, don't explain directed. Got it. Oh my god, 10 minutes till midnight. I'm sorry. No, if a non-relative kills them, oh shit. So they have to be killed by a relative. So for example, if I was gonna say if Romero killed him, thank you, Romero. So if Derek killed him, the guy that lost control would have just turned into an evil spirit. But because the chief killed him, he just died, and then we saw the figure of the guy with a monocle, and then he left behind a transparent worm with 10 rings. Holy shit! Evil spirits are equivalent to demigods. They are way more dangerous. Oh, you know what, bro? I thought an evil spirit was on the same strength as a wraith. I was thinking like Sharon. In my mind, I was thinking an evil spirit was like a wraith, like Sharon. The chief was a relative of the guy. Oh my god. That is crazy. Oh my god. Wait, I'm saying oh my god because I'm really shocked. That is so cool. It depends, it varies. Oh my god. I love this series. Bro, holy shit. Man, we'll read like an entire chapter of there was a chapter called cooking or something like early in this stream. Like we'll read a chapter of him just like, all right, Klein was cutting his food, he was eating, chilling, you know, they treat him to dinner, and then we get shit like this. Derek was almost killed. This dude killed a relative. We saw a fucker with a fucking monocle, and then we've seen another fucker with a monocle back in Tingen. Oh no, back in Backland. Like, how the fuck are they? Like, are they the same person? Are they just two different fucking dudes with a fucking monocle? Oh my, like it. Oh wait. Maybe the guy with a monocle had one on one side, and then he has another one on the other side, right? So maybe together it's like the two dudes form like a guy with glasses. We need a theory cooking stream. I think we're cooking a little right now, right? So we have a dude in the Tingen universe with a monocle maybe like on one side, and then we have like allegedly someone related to Ammon with a monocle on the other side, right? In the city silver, and then when they come together, a guy with glasses. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then together they're gonna form like a guy with glasses, Abby. Right? And then when like the city of silver guy and then like the Tingen guy or like the real world, when they fuse, bam, we make a guy with glasses. We need Easy Geeky to read the Lord Discord channel in the stream. What is this cooking? I think it was some really fucking good cooking. We'll go through all the lore info. Peak cooking. Bro just said glasses over monocle. No. We're gonna combine the monocules on both sides and form glasses. This tastes amazing. Bro thinks he goes from wait, Bullseye. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But like, we need a monocle like mirrored. So, like, one is on the left eye and one is the right eye, and then together they form glasses. Bro, what the fuck is this? I think that's and then together they like form like Flagera or some crazy shit like that. double molecule, double the danger, bro. Interesting thing. I think that was a good theory. It's probably not gonna hold true, but holy shit, he cooking. That was a good stream, huh? I think that was good. Nah, bro. There are only two. Yeah, so we've seen two figures with molecules, but we don't know they're the same individual or not. We might get diarrhea from this. Was it that bad? What the fuck are you cooking? All right, we'll leave it at that. All right, I gotta end stream. Yes, yes, my final form. Yes, exactly. We go from molecule to that. We go from a molecule to that guy. We're gonna take two molecules together and we form that. Nagito just say nothing. All right, we'll leave it there. Oh my god, I need to end stream. I've gotten 2 missed calls from Miss Izugiki. She's gonna kick my ass, you know, when I walk out. But you know what? It was worth it. So I'm gonna see you brothers and sisters on the other side, alright? If you like what you see and you want to see more, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. We will read Lord Chat. Should we do it next stream? I can't. I have to end stream. It's really late. I was planning to just stream really late. I was planning to go for another 3 hours, but I got 2 missed calls and a couple messages from Miss Izugiki. It doesn't look like an emergency, but like, yeah. On the other side, literally, at Izugiki. All right, bye. We're gonna head out. We're gonna leave it there. Damn, look, it's already. I didn't even realize it was already. The fuck? It is super dark, man. Holy shit! I'm like, what time is it? All right, we're gonna end it there. Yo, thanks to whoever mentioned the time. I almost missed my Duolingo. Barely made it within 5 minutes. It was almost midnight for you on Hinge. Don't forget that. Praise my boys. All right, I'm gonna see you guys soon. Have a beautiful day. I will have a scheduled stream up for tomorrow. I shall promise you that. I'm gonna go talk to Miss Izugiki. I'm gonna plan my schedule for tomorrow for Sunday. I'll make sure I get all my errands out the way early in the day or late in the night. That way we can stream a little bit longer. But I'll be back tomorrow. All right, guys. Peace. No, we can't go for 24 hours. I gotta wait until there's like a holiday coming up. Maybe I'll probably. I know I might not be able to get it for the next week, but maybe I'm gonna try and get I'm gonna see if I can get like 2 days off for spring break, because I know a lot of you guys are gonna be off. I can't miss it. No, don't miss class. Don't miss class. I'll do this. I'm gonna try and get like a few days off during spring break because I know some of you guys are going to school right now or are probably also gonna have spring break off, and then we can try and at least pump out like a few really good long streams. How close do we have to get to the end of volume 2 for a non-stop stream? Hold up, wait, yeah. How many? What's the last chapter for this one? So we're currently on 362. What's the? I think the last chapter for this was in the 400s. Spring break already happened for me. Oh, I lied. Okay, never mind. I guess everybody has different spring breaks, right? Yeah, technically we're in April. Yeah. 480. We have 120 chapters left, bro. They're so long. Please be careful on reading YouTube comments. They're full of spoilers. I deleted a lot of them. Okay, I'll be careful. We got 120 left. That's like 2 streams. We're like 2 months. Okay, don't read old comments, please. Oh yeah, no, I don't read old comments. Okay. So this is the longest volume in the book. Oh my god, I'm gonna just, instead of doing overall thoughts, I'm just call this the rambling portion. You lie? Yeah, I need to see, or maybe I'll try and get a few days off next week. You def read old, no, it's not there. No, I don't read old comments. I read recent comments. Shit, that doesn't help. I'm gonna go start commenting on old vids. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Unhinged. Doing God's work. I wish there was a way where you guys can just type words and search, right? I feel like that'd be easier. All right, but I'm gonna end it there. All right, guys. Peace. Have a beautiful day. Sorry for the 3-hour+ video. I'm gonna start doing highlights. I say that, but then it's like when I have time, I just go live. But I need to make time. I don't think I'm gonna read on Monday. And I think on Monday I'm gonna just go through all my old recordings and then just make a few highlights. Do theory highlight shorts. Yeah. No, but I have to go through all my old videos in order to see all my theory highlights and then turn them into shorts. Unless we do like a highlight section No, my comment. No, my content. The theory highlight parts. So you know what? Let's do this. Next stream, read Lord Discord. Okay, let's do this. Should we go through Lord Discord tomorrow? We'll go through everything. Well, yeah, we can do that tomorrow. Well, look here. Let's do this. I think on Discord we should make a category called highlights, and I'll leave it up to you guys. If you guys can help me out, that will be easier to just snippet parts. You guys can like be like, oh, like in this video, like from this minute to this minute, that's a good highlight. I think that can work. Damn, YouTube is lying to me saying there's 37 people, but the screen says 26. Yeah, people just left right now. It update. It takes a while to update. I don't want another quick theory. We're gonna clip everything. Yeah, we'll enable it clips. It doesn't necessarily have to be a minute long. It can probably even be like, I'll be honest, it can range from like a minute to 30 minutes, you know, and then we can like clip it. We can have like, and then maybe the 30-minute clip, we can make it like a short clip. I'm gonna do that on Discord. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not forcing you guys to do it, but like if you guys can help me out a little bit, yeah. But I'll leave it there. 27 on my end. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave it there. Peace. But I'm gonna end stream. We'll be back tomorrow. What was that? Thank you, Pearl. Thank you for following me on Twitch. Cool. Pog Geeky, yeah, Pog Champ, bro. Gonna start posting Easy's goofiest clips. Yeah, we'll upload those too. We can make those highlights. Bro is even stalling at the outro. You know what, bro? My timestamp for this outro was at 3 minutes, 3 hours and 4 minutes, and we're 3. I've been stalling this outro for 20 minutes. All right, thank you guys. Bye. Peace. Have a beautiful day, and I will see you guys very soon. All right, later, guys. Wait, just found your stream here. I watch on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Pearl. I see you. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I know it's a little bit easier. The only thing is right now on Twitch, I can only output at 1 resolution at 1080p. So if it's kind of choppy, that's probably why, because I can't lower it. And then if I lower the resolution on that, it lowers the resolution on YouTube's end. Stop stalling? No, we stopped the recording. We could have fit another chapter into the outro. I know. Fuck, man. Miss Easy Geeky, I almost said her name. Miss Easy Geeky is gonna kick my fucking ass. I gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. Have a beautiful day. All right.